Reincarnated as the world's greatest villain becomes a charismatic hero, creating a legion of heroes with nation-ruining beautiful girls. Volume 1. By Sakaki Senjetsu. Translated by Toastful. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1. The great villain of the world recovers his past life memories. I don't believe in fate. But I, Kou Tenhou, did have a meeting that changed me. It came one day in the form of a girl with silver hair. I've decided to take in my best friend's child. My father brought her home on a spring afternoon. We live in the northern part of the continent, in the Ouka country. My father is a general in this country. She is the child of the Ryu family, who passed away a few days ago. Since she has no relatives, I've decided to take her in. She is 13 years old, 1 year younger than you, Tenhou. That was what my father said. He spoke loudly while stroking his long beard. Behind my father stood the girl with silver hair. She seemed to shrink back, scared of his loud voice. She was a mysterious child. I felt like I had met her somewhere before. That can't be true. A girl with silver hair and reddish eyes is someone you wouldn't forget after meeting once. It should be our first meeting, but what's wrong, Tenhou? Don't you want to greet her? Why yes, father. I quickly straightened my posture. I am Kou Tenhou, the second son of the family. If my father has decided, then you are now part of my family. Nice to meet you. Why yes. The girl looked down and quietly said something. I couldn't catch her voice, so I looked up at my father. Then, my father said, "This girl's name is Ryu Seirei." Okay. I understand. I clasped my hand, Kairyou, to my father and Seirei. Kairyou is a greeting used in this country where you place your hands together. Nice to meet you. Seirei. The silver-haired girl. Seirei doesn't respond. Wearing a blue robe, she looks down with her hand on her chest. She was beautiful. She seemed a little younger than me. The light coming through the window made her silver hair shine. With reddish eyes, she was staring at me. My father is one of the generals who protects this country. So, he has many subordinates. He has a big body, messy hair, and a beard, which makes him look scary, but he is very kind. He is trusted by his subordinates. Because of that, I guess he decided to take in his best friend's child. I'm Seirei. After a while, the girl, Seirei answered while hiding behind my father. Yeah, it's her first time in a new home, so she must be nervous. She came to our house away from her real parents, so there must be a reason for that. I hope we can get along well. Seirei stepped forward as if she had made up her mind. I will be in your care. Then, she deeply bowed her head towards me. I will try not to be a bother. Please, take care of me. Likewise, I look forward to it. Yes. Seirei let out a sigh, looking relieved. But her expression was still stiff. She tried to smile but looked down and then hid behind my father again. She really was a beautiful girl. When she grows up, she will be a stunning beauty. I wonder if her stiff expression is because she's nervous, or maybe she just has a hard time smiling. So, wasn't there a beautiful girl who never smiled somewhere? A long time ago. I feel like I saw her somewhere. She had silver hair and reddish eyes, the beautiful girl who never smiled. The beautiful girl with silver hair and reddish eyes. The grown-up version of Seirei. The beauty who would bring down a nation. What's going on? My head hurts. What's wrong, Tenhou? And nothing at all. I can't let my father see me acting strange. As the second son of the Kou family, I have to behave properly. Besides, I can't make Seirei anxious. She will be living in this house as part of the family. If I show her something weird, she might get worried. Right now, Seirei is nervous, but I think she will fit in soon. I'm kind of like a noble, but it's not too formal. My father is friendly, and my mother is kind. My older brother can be a bit too serious, but I think he will be nice to Seirei. In this house, Seirei should be able to live comfortably. No, that's not it. A different fate awaits Kou Tenhou and Ryu Seirei. It's happening again. What is this? This headache. Strange memories are surfacing from deep inside. Seirei is a beauty who will be remembered in history. With her beauty, she captivates the king and leads the country astray. Truly a beauty who brings down nations. Together with the great villain Kou Tenhou, she will cause the fall of the Ouka country and be executed by heroes. That is Seirei. Hey, Tenhou, your face is really pale. I realized that my father was peering into my face. I quickly shook my head and said, I'm fine. I'm not hurt at all. That's good. Anyway, make sure to get along with Seirei. Yes, father. I properly clasped my hands together. Seirei was looking at me with a worried expression. Then my father and Seirei headed to my mother's room. I returned to my room and, before I knew it, I had collapsed onto my bed. My body wasn't moving well. I felt like I was about to remember something important. Something really crucial that would determine my fate from now on. That was, isn't this the world of the Chinese-style fantasy simulation RPG History of Swordmaster? I jumped up and blurted out those words. History of Swordmaster, abbreviated as HOS, is a simulation RPG set in a Chinese-style world. The game takes place in the Great Ouka country and the various forces surrounding it. Ouka country, the great nation that controls most of the continent. But Ouka country has lost its divine mandate due to a foolish king and the treacherous minister, Kou Tenhou. Rise up, countless heroes. Defeat the evil minister and establish a new nation. The game's catchphrase was something like that. The player's goal is to gather and train allies and then attack the capital of Ouka country, and to defeat the great villain, Kou Tenhou, who is in the royal palace. Ouka country began to decline because a foolish king ascended to the throne. The cause was that Seirei entered the king's harem. The new king became obsessed with Seirei and started neglecting his duties. Kou Tenhou, an official, took advantage of the king's affection for his sister to seize power for himself. Because of this, the country fell into great chaos. Rebellions broke out everywhere, and northern tribes repeatedly invaded. To save the people, the protagonist stands up, and the game History of Swordmaster begins. The player's goal is to travel across the continent and gather allies. They obtain weapons and armor, and even martial arts books to strengthen themselves and their companions. The ultimate goal is to attack the capital of the country and defeat the great villain, Kou Tenhou. History of Swordmaster was a popular game. I was also hooked on playing it. The difficulty was high, but it was fun. I enjoyed leveling up my favorite characters and racing across the continent, losing track of time while playing. As I got used to it, I started to expand my territory with weaker characters and aimed for quick clears. How to rebuild the Ouka country, or, on the contrary, destroy it and build a new country. I feel like I was always thinking about that. Finally, I remembered. Meeting Seirei seems to have helped me regain my memories from my past life. There were quite a few events in the game where Seirei appeared. The beautiful woman with silver hair and red eyes manipulated the king and executed those who opposed her. That was definitely the grown-up version of Seirei. But since this is the world of the game, it means I have been reincarnated. I lived in Japan in my previous life. That's for sure. I remember it clearly. When did I die again? My parents, who had abandoned me for so long, didn't come back, and I realized I couldn't continue my education. So I ran away from home. And then, I can't remember. No, forget about my past life. The problem is this world. First, I need to check my current situation. In this life, my name is Kou Tenhou. I am the second son of General Kou Eishin from the country of Ouka. I am 14 years old. I live in the northern part of the capital, Hokurin. No doubt about it. I have been reincarnated as the great villain from History of Swordmaster. I remember Kou Tenhou well. The heroes in the game always talked about him. For example, you, the traitor Kou Tenhou. Do you even realize how much you have made the people suffer with your power? Gather, soldiers. The heavens have granted us our fate. Now is the time to slay our archenemy, Kou Tenhou, and take the world for ourselves. Your sister, Seirei, has shared her fate with the king. Yet you still cling to your life. Traitor Kou Tenhou, Then let me take your head. Ooh-wah. I roll over on the bed. I stifled my scream by pressing the blanket against my face. This is bad. Really bad. If this continues, I will be killed as the great villain. In the game, Seirei. I think she became the queen. And Kou Tenhou, as her brother, was abusing her power. It was normal for him to promote those he liked. He moved the army without permission and attacked towns and villages that opposed him. His reckless behavior filled the country with fear. Meanwhile, Seirei used her beauty and skills to charm the king. The cruel personality of Seirei does not hear the voices of people's resentment. On the contrary, she seems to enjoy watching people suffer. Eventually, Kou Tenhou begins to oppress those who oppose him. As a result, Ouka country starts to collapse. This is the prologue of History of Swordmaster. Gathered at the signal of Destroy the Great Villain, Kou Tenhou, the heroes expand their forces and eventually march towards the capital, Hokurin. So, what happens next? I'm pretty sure there are 3 different endings. If the heroes capture Hokurin and seize the king of Ouka country, the king of Ouka country and Seirei were defeated by the heroes. Captured Kou Tenhou was punished to Ushizaki no Kei, where his arms are tied to 2 oxen, which are then driven in opposite directions, tearing the person apart, in the city. What if they only defeat the king of Ouka's troops without capturing the capital? The king of Ouka country committed suicide. However, the beautiful woman, Seirei, went missing. The great villain, Kou Tenhou, was hanged in the public square. People felt the change of the era as they threw stones at the traitor. I'm sure there was a bad ending where the heroes lose. In that case, what happens to Kou Tenhou? The foreign northern tribes finally invaded the Ouka country. People trembled at the signs of a new chaos. The king of Ouka country and Seirei were taken to the north, while Kou Tenhou's body lay in the street, run over by a carriage. Ah, I remembered. I completely remembered. Kou Tenhou dies. Moreover, it's a choice between being torn apart by oxen, hanged and stoned, or becoming a run-over corpse in the street. No, but something feels off. The Kou family isn't really obsessed with power. There's no way my father would let his best friend's child, Seirei, enter the palace. My father has a scary face and a loud voice. He has a beard, and if you met him on a dark street, a child would probably cry. On the battlefield, he fights like a demon. He's not a bad person. I can't imagine him allowing his best friend's child to enter the palace. My older brother is 3 years older than me, at 18. His name is Kairyou. He respects our father and is training to be the successor. He's a serious person, so he wouldn't see Seirei as a nuisance. My mother, Gyokushi, wouldn't do that either. A kind mother like her would never offer Seirei to someone else. So, is it me? Will my personality twist, and will I start using Seirei for my own gain? Or is something going to happen that makes it necessary? This is bad. If this keeps up, I'll be killed. I have to find a way to prevent Seirei from entering the palace. The deadline is until the current king of Ouka country dies and the prince ascends the throne. When the prince takes the throne, Seirei will already be in the palace. I'm sure the prince ascended when he was 28. Right now, the prince is 18, so that's 10 years from now. In other words, it's 10 years before the game starts. In these 10 years, my fate will be decided. Anyway, I have to make sure Seirei doesn't enter the palace. Even if, by some chance, she does end up there, I have to make sure my personality doesn't twist. To do that, alright, I'll take good care of Seirei. Seirei has just lost her family. That might make her cruel. If that's the case, then I'll take care of her thoroughly. I'll raise her to be a good girl who doesn't hurt others. All that's left is to secure a way to escape in case of an emergency. The character Kou Tenhou in the game is one of the weakest classes. Kou Tenhou only fights once. It's during the final battle. After saying some brave lines, he makes a desperate attack on the heroes, AU. Of course, being the weakest, his attack misses. After that, he gets counterattacked by the player with a 90% chance and is taken out in one hit. Then it's straight to the ending. Kou Tenhou is weak because he has no inner force, what you call ki energy, Niryoku. In the history of Swordmaster, ki and attributes are very important for strategy. Attributes show compatibility. There are 5 attributes: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, each with its own strengths and weaknesses. Also, depending on the attribute, you can or cannot use certain weapons. But Kou Tenhou has no attributes. Ki is like magical power. It's used to strengthen the body and weapons. You need a certain amount of ki to use strong weapons and techniques. Yet, Kou Tenhou's ki is 0. His role is to be defeated pathetically in the final battle, so he's set up to ensure the player can win. It's terrible. It's true, I don't have ki right now. I've looked into this many times since I was little. But I have no ki, no inner force. Even though I'm the child of a general. For 14 years since I was born, I've been told by my father's subordinates, even if you're the second son, it's a problem if a Kou family child can't use ki. Honestly, it was tough. The reason the game version of Kou Tenhou became a great villain might be because of that complex. Alright. I have to somehow gain ki. In History of Swordmaster, there's an item called a martial arts book. By obtaining it, I can increase my martial strength, intelligence, and ki. First, let's get that, and then I'll learn escape martial arts. The plan is set. Let's go with this. 1. Take care of Seirei, who has become family. 2. Get a martial arts book to increase my ki. 3. Learn escape martial arts. With this, I should be able to avoid the Kou Tenhou destruction end. I don't want to become a great villain, nor do I want to die. I'll live without seeking power. If possible, I'd like to become a small local official and just get by until the chaos ends. I can't lose to the fate of destruction. This is my second life. I'll find a way to get through it. I secretly made that resolution. Chapter 2. The great villain of the world concerned about his sister. That night, at the dinner table, Father introduced Seirei to everyone. Seated at the dinner table were me and Seirei. Father, Kou Eishin, the head of the Kou family. Mother, Gyokushi. Older brother, Kou Kairyou. In addition, there was Hakuyu, the servant responsible for serving us. Hakuyu is 16 years old. She has served the Kou family since childhood, handling various tasks. Incidentally, she is also my bodyguard and childhood friend. From today, Seirei, the daughter of the Ryu family, has become part of our family, Father said, holding a sake cup in his hand. As you all know, the Ryu family has long served the Kou family, especially Seirei's father, who supported me as my lieutenant. Losing him was a great regret. Therefore, I decided to take in Seirei, the last remaining member of the Ryu family. Although her surname will remain the same to preserve the Ryu family, I want you to treat Seirei as part of our family. Shin-sama. Mother put her finger to her lips and looked at Father. Please don't speak too loudly. Seirei-chan has just arrived at the Kou family. She might get startled. I suppose Gyokushi is right. Father's face drooped in disappointment. Though he appears to be a bold and strong general who commands troops on the battlefield, he is weak when it comes to Mother. Mother was originally a commoner. I heard that Father passionately pursued her and they got married. Father is so in love with Mother that he can't go against her. I'm sorry if I surprised you. My bad, Seirei. No, it's fine. Seirei answered in a whispering voice. I'm okay. Speak clearly. The head of the family, Father, is talking to you. Brother looked at Seirei. But Father scolded Brother. It's fine, Kairyou. It's not fine. Even if she is the daughter of Father's best friend, if she is to become part of our family, I am saying it's fine. Yes. At Father's words, Brother backed down. Seeing everyone calm down, the servant Hakuyu made more tea. The whole Kou family was gathered in the hall. I wonder if someone here will bring Seirei into the inner palace in the future. No, there's no point in thinking about that now. First, I need to make sure Seirei can fit into our family. Father, shall we make a toast? I said after waiting for the conversation to pause. Since our family is growing, let's celebrate. Why yes, that's right. Well said, Tenhou. If Father says so. Yes. Father raised his sake cup, while I, brother, and mother held up our teacups. Seirei also lifted her teacup with both hands, to celebrate the arrival of our new family member and to wish for the continued prosperity of the Kou family. Cheers! 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 After the toast, the servant Kairyou brought out the food. The food in this world is surprisingly delicious. In my past life, it felt like simple Chinese food. Today's menu is hubing buns and a GNG soup with lamb. There's also stir-fried chives and eggs. It seems a bit fancier than usual, probably to welcome Seirei. Father is smiling, shaking his beard, happy that our family has grown. Mother is seated, paying attention to Seirei next to her. Brother has a serious face. No. Brother always looks like this, right? Brother is, in my past life's words, a handsome guy. But he worries that he doesn't have a warrior's face like father. His build is also slimmer compared to father. Because of that, brother is hard on himself. Even now, he sits up straight and eats according to manners. He seems unapproachable, but for me, Tenhou, he's a brother I respect. Ha! When I glance over, I see Seirei touch the soup with her mouth and pull back immediately. When I try it myself, it's super hot. Father and brother like it hot, so maybe they don't notice. Maybe Seirei has a sensitive tongue. It looks like it's really hard for her to drink. She keeps touching the spoon to her mouth and pulling back. Alright. This is a chance to get closer to Seirei. I'll casually teach her how to handle it. I tear off a piece of the hubing and dip it in the soup. I run it around the edge of the bowl to soak the bun in the soup. This way, the bun will be easier to eat, and the soup will cool down. It should be fine even for someone with a sensitive tongue. Ah. Seirei is looking at me. She's tearing off a piece of the hubing, trying to copy me. Good. With this, Seirei should be able to eat calmly now. Tenhou, stop acting like a child. Suddenly, my brother shouted. Playing with hubing bun in a GNG soup bowl is something only a child would do. The Kou family has connections with your family. Do you act like this even at meals with noble people? You, brother. This is. Don't make excuses. Don't you feel embarrassed in front of the new family? I apologize. I apologized to my brother. But, it's fine if a younger child does it, right? Don't talk back. Besides, you. Kairyou. This is a meal. It's not a place to shout. It was our mother who stopped my brother. She had her arm around Seirei's shoulder. Seirei was stiff, with wide eyes. Holding the bread in her hand, she looked scared. This is a family dining table. We don't have to stick to formalities. Right, Shinsama? Mother smiled at father. Father nodded. Yes. As Gyokushi said, on the battlefield, we throw dried rice into soup and eat it. How we eat bread doesn't matter. Because father and mother spoil him, Tenhou is like this. My brother sighed heavily. There's no inner force. No elegance. The shame of having such a family. That's enough, Kairyou. Mother, this is a gathering to welcome Seirei. What are you doing scaring the guest? Only then did my brother look at Seirei. Next to mother, Seirei was starting to tremble. It seemed like there was no time for a meal anymore. I'm going to take a break with Seirei. You all continue eating. Saying that, my mother took Seirei to her room. Left behind were me, my father, and my brother, with an awkward atmosphere hanging in the air. It's your fault, Tenhou. My brother glared at me, but I couldn't focus on that. I messed up. Right from the first day. I scared Seirei. This is bad. Really bad. What if Seirei starts to feel small in the Kou family? What if she begins to dislike being in the Kou family? If that happens, the future king of Acre country, the current crown prince, might want her in the harem. If that happens, I, Kou Tenhou, would be taking a big step toward ruin. Should I have not done anything unnecessary? After that, we finished dinner in silence. I couldn't even taste the food. I was too scared of the approaching execution ending. As I finished my meal and tried to go back to my room, Tenhou, come here. My mother called out to me. I need to talk to you about Seirei. I'm sorry, mother. As soon as I entered my mother's room, I bowed my head. My mother was sitting up on the bed. She didn't look well. My mother is weak, especially in early spring when her health gets worse. Yet today, she was in the kitchen, preparing to welcome Seirei. I ruined that thoughtfulness. I'm already 14 years old. I shouldn't be acting like a child. It's okay. Thank you, Tenhou. My mother shook her head at my words. You've been watching over Seirei well, haven't you? Mother, I didn't realize that Seirei doesn't like hot things. Until she saw Seirei imitating you, I didn't even know that today's meal was too hot for her. It's not your fault, Mother. More importantly, how is Seirei doing? She's sleeping. She must be tired. I see. Tenhou, I want to talk to you about Seirei's situation. My mother said this with a serious expression. And if possible, I would like to ask you to take care of Seirei. Me? But I know that your inner force is weak. No, it's not just weak, it's zero. Father and my older brother can strengthen their bodies and increase their striking power with ki energy, but I can't do that. There are also competitions where we push against each other's bodies with ki, but I haven't done that at all recently. When I was little, I would get blown away immediately by father and my brother's ki. Saying my ki is weak is probably my mother's kindness. You are the kind one, Tenhou. It was as if my mother read my mind when she said that. You noticed that Seirei doesn't like hot things and dipped the hubing bun in the soup for her, right? I understand, Mother. That's right. That's why I want you to take care of Seirei. Mother, may I ask something? Go ahead. What was the relationship between our family and the Ryu family? The Ryu family has been close with the Kou family for generations. When I, a farmer, married Shinsama, it was the people from the Ryu family who taught me the customs and manners of the general's household. They also helped a lot when Kairyou and Tenhou were born. I didn't know that. After Seirei was born, the people from the Ryu family started to visit our home less often. Mother sighed. It was because of Seirei's silver hair and red eyes. Some people called her creepy. The Ryu family said they didn't want to trouble the Kou family, so they began to keep their distance. I think Seirei's hair and eyes are beautiful. Not everyone feels the same way as you do. The people from the Ryu family have passed away, haven't they? I've heard they were attacked by foreign soldiers in the north. Mother began to talk about the incident when Seirei's family was attacked. The people of the Ryu family cherished their daughter, Seirei. They couldn't leave her alone and always stayed close to her. At that time, Seirei's father was ordered to transport goods to the northern fortress. It was a job he was used to. So, he took his wife, Seirei, and some family members with him. It seems they were attacked by a group of foreign cavalry there. All the luggage was burned, and the Ryu family members and soldiers were killed. The only survivor is Seirei. When Shinsama learned about the incident and went to rescue her, Seirei was said to be caught in a tree on the cliff. That's why the enemy probably overlooked her. In a tree on the cliff. It seems she was in that state for 2 whole days. Did everyone in the Ryu family really die? Only Seirei's mother's body hasn't been found. She might have been taken by the enemy, or maybe she's alive somewhere, but the chances are low. With a sad tone, my mother explained. If she went through something like that, it's no wonder Seirei is scared. Seirei used to show smiles to her family, but now, that must be difficult for her. Saying that, my mother took my hand. That's why I want you to take care of Seirei, Tenhou. Father will cherish her in his own way. Kairyou will do the same. But I feel like you're the only one who can truly understand her. Me. It's a wish from your mother. If something happens, please be on Seirei's side. I understand, Mother. Now I get it. No one in the Kou family would offer Seirei to the harem. Before I regained my memories from my past life, I was loyal to my father and mother. That means the enemy is outside the house. In that case, my plan doesn't change. I will become friends with Seirei and make sure she doesn't go far away. I need to gain ki to be able to escape when the time comes. I will also protect Seirei. That's all there is to it. I understand, Mother. I clasped my hands together in respect. Kairyou, and answered my mother. I promise. As her older brother, I will protect Seirei. Thank you for saying that. So, please, rest for today. When I said that, mother smiled and lay down on the bed. Suddenly, I remembered something. In History of Swordmaster, there's no character named Gyokushi, who is the mother of Kou Tenhou. Father. Kou Eishin isn't in it either. For that matter, neither is my older brother, Kou Kairyou. However, the game starts in a world set 10 years from now. Father might have retired by then. It makes sense that mother, who isn't a martial officer, doesn't appear. But it feels unnatural that my older brother isn't mentioned. Could it be that something happens to the Kou family within these 10 years? As a result, did Tenhou and Seirei end up seeking power? No way. I won't accept such a fate. I won't be destroyed. Neither will Seirei. If there's a disaster awaiting the Kou family, then I'll do whatever it takes to change it. How to do that? I still don't know. Good night, Tenhou. Good night, Mother. Thinking about such things, I left Mother's room. Chapter 3: The Great Villain of the World Plans. To avoid the Kou Tenhou destruction end, I need to get along with Seirei. If I become friends with her and help her grow up healthy, I should be able to prevent her from becoming a yanda, no, a villainess. To do that, I need to know more about Seirei. If I can make this house a comfortable place for her, then she probably won't enter the harem. But how do I become friends with a 13-year-old girl? In my past life, I didn't have any younger siblings. I don't have any in this life either. So, please tell me, Hakuyu, how can I become friends with a girl? That's not something you should ask a servant, my lord. The one who said that was the servant girl, Hakuyu. Hakuyu's family has served the Kou family for generations. Because of that, Hakuyu has been my bodyguard and playmate since we were little. Due to my father's wish for Hakuyu to support the Kou family, she is also my study partner. I'm younger than Hakuyu, and Seirei is younger than me. So, if I can find out how Hakuyu became friends with me, I might be able to use that to figure out how to befriend Seirei. That's what I thought when I asked her. My lord, you were never shy, so it was easy to become friends with you. Hakuyu said that with a look as if she was recalling memories. I was always following Hakuyu around. Sometimes you would go somewhere, but if I called you, you would come. That wasn't helpful. In fact, it seems I was pretty easy back then. So, do you know how to get along with a shy girl? I don't think you need to overthink it. Maybe she sensed my intention, as Hakuyu smiled gently and said, how about eating delicious food together, playing, or reading books? That's pretty normal. Normal is the best. Is that so? I was able to fit in with the Kou family quickly because my lord treated home normally. It made me feel safe, knowing it was okay to be here. I think those simple things are important. Thank you. You really are reliable, Hakuyu. I see. So, I just need to eat delicious food, play, and read books together. All right. Let's try that first. The next day, I visited Seirei's room. First, I took a few deep breaths in front of the door. I wanted to talk at a time that wouldn't surprise Seirei. I could kind of imagine what she was feeling right now. I was thrown into a strange environment suddenly, just like her. I had lived in this world for 14 years, but because my memories from my past life came back, I started to feel strange about my surroundings. Remembering the ending of History of Swordmaster made me feel scared about the future. I had planned to work as a government official in the royal capital. I'm scared just living in the royal capital right now. Seirei has it even harder. She lost her family and was thrown into a different environment. The stress must be huge. It's no wonder if her heart breaks. So, I want to get close to Seirei, if possible, as a proper family, so that Seirei doesn't get sick. More than anything, to avoid the Kou Tenhou destruction ending. Seirei, can I talk to you for a moment? I called out through the door. After a while, the door opened, and Seirei showed her face. Her silver hair was tied up in a bun, and she was wearing a hood over it. I'm sorry for surprising you yesterday. No, do you need something? I prepared some snacks. What do you think? I showed her a teacup and a plate of fried rice cakes. I asked the kitchen staff to make them. The teacup had ginger tea in it. Of course, it was made so that even someone with a sensitive tongue could drink it. The fried rice cakes, yubing, were sweet with honey. Let's start by eating something delicious together. Thank you very much. Seirei bowed her head to me. But I'm not hungry right now. Is that so? Yes. I thought it was a lie. This morning, Seirei hardly ate anything. She must be hungry. I see. Then, I'll leave it in the kitchen. If you feel like eating, please, eat it, Tenhou-sama. Saying that, Seirei deeply bowed her head. Thank you, very much, Tenhou-sama. Yeah. The door closed. Seirei just lost her parents, so maybe she can't eat. That's why she could only eat a little for dinner yesterday and breakfast today. A heavy fried rice cake is probably too much for her. I messed up. I should have realized that. I should apologize to the kitchen staff. And, let's have porridge for lunch. That should be easier for her to swallow. Also, I'll ask them to cool it down a bit for her. Thinking about that, I left Seirei's room. It might take time to get close to Seirei. She just lost her parents. She's also new to the Kou family and feels anxious. Playing together or reading books is still too much for her. First, I need to learn more about Seirei. So, I decided to gather information. Do you want to know about the town where Seirei lived? Choosing a day when she seemed to be feeling well, I asked my mother about Seirei. About the town where Seirei lived. The features of that town. What life was like for the Ryu family there. I thought that if I knew that, I could find something that would make Seirei happy. Seirei lived in a town called Tenetsu to the north. That town is near the northern fortress and serves as a base for transporting food to the fortress. The northern fortress is a fort built to defend against attacks from other tribes, right? That's right. But Tenetsu is also a beautiful place. In spring, the snow melts and cherry-colored flowers bloom. Seirei liked those flowers too. The flower is called Setsuenka, snow's edge flower. When it blooms, a festival is held in Tenetsu town to celebrate the arrival of spring. The men play instruments, and the women decorate their hair with Setsuenka and dance joyfully. My mother said she participated in the festival just once. At that time, Seirei also put Setsuenka in her hair and danced happily. My mother said that was the only time she saw Seirei smile. What was Seirei's life like in the Tenetsu? That child was left out by the townspeople. The people of the town, always threatened by other tribes, couldn't accept Seirei, who looked different with her silver hair and red eyes. My mother sighed. That's why Seirei didn't interact with anyone except for family. Instead, she made friends with animals. I remember that she always held a cat. Thank you, mother. Setsuenka, huh? If I have that, it might calm Seirei down. But it takes time to prepare a flower that only blooms in Tenetsu. As for animals, Seirei must have her preferences, so it can't just be anything. Right now, it's impossible to get something Seirei likes. It seems like I can only take my time to get closer to her. If that's the case, to avoid the Tenhou destruction end, I should probably focus on training my ki energy, my inner force first. Mother, may I go shopping in town? Of course. Is there something you want? I want to get something that can only be bought in this town. Hokurin, while I have the chance. Understood. Take Hakuyu with you as a guard. Thank you, mother. I bowed to my mother. What I need is an item to boost my ki energy. In History of Swordmaster, there is a book called Martial Arts Manual. When equipped, it increases your stats. There are items in it that can boost ki energy. Since I can find this in Hokurin in the game, I might be able to locate it if I search. If I have that, my ki energy shouldn't be 0 anymore. Chapter 4: The Great Villain of the World Negotiates. Before we go out, I have a request for you, Hakuyu. What is it, Husama? Could you have a ki energy comparison with me? I want to check my condition before getting a martial arts book. Hakuyu has trained in martial arts as my bodyguard. She has a decent amount of ki energy, meaning she has inner force. Hakuyu is just right for comparing with me now. If I were to face my father or brother, I would just get blown away. Husama, that's unusual for you to say. Why is that? Recently, you've started to dislike ki energy comparisons. That's true. Maybe it's because I realized I don't have any ki energy. In this world, children start practicing methods to increase their ki from a young age. They do this every day without fail, drawing ki from the atmosphere and the ground. That's how they increase their inner force. Of course, I've been practicing these methods since I was little. Yet, I still haven't gained any ki energy at all. I hated admitting that, so I avoided ki energy comparisons with Hakuyu. But now that I know the fate of my own Tenhou, I can't say such things anymore. I'm unable to look away from my own weakness anymore. I stared straight at Hakuyu and said, "So please, first, try to release your ki energy onto my shoulder." Understood. Then, excuse me. Hakuyu took a stance, bending her knees, lowering her posture, and pulling back her fist. Then Hakuyu slowly released her fist towards my shoulder. Ha! Exclamation point. Hakuyu's hand only lightly touched my shoulder. Even so, a shock ran through me as if I had been pushed away. This is Hakuyu's ki energy. People in this world use ki energy to strengthen their bodies. By channeling ki into weapons, they can increase their power or deliver shocks to their opponents. It seems that high-level martial artists can even control natural phenomena. Are you okay, Husama? I'm fine. Now, let's compare ki energy. I regained my stance. Then, I extended both of my palms in front of Hakuyu. Hakuyu nodded and placed her palms against mine. Attacks using ki energy can be defended with ki energy. The shock I felt was because I couldn't defend against Hakuyu's ki energy. Honestly, it was tough. But I need to find out just how weak I really am. If I don't do this, Kou Tenhou can't change his fate. Please put your palms together and channel Hakuyu's ki energy. I will resist it. Understood, Husama. It's fine. Then, excuse me. Thud, Hakuyu's hands become heavy. Hakuyu only lightly put her hands together. Yet, an intense pressure is weighing down on my body. The ki energy comparison is a game where we clash our ki against each other. The one with stronger ki can impose intense weight, power, and pressure on the weaker one. People in this world compete in the strength of their ki energy like this. As I thought, I can't resist at all. If the strongest ki energy is 100, my general father has a ki energy of over 80. My older brother, the heir, is around 60. In comparison, Hakuyu is probably around 20 to 30. I, Kou Tenhou, who can't resist her ki energy, seems to have a ki energy of 0. Let's stop here, Husama. Seeing my condition, Hakuyu hurriedly released her hands. Are you okay, Husama? Hang in there. I'm fine. I just have to endure this much. A person with 0 ki energy can't compete against someone with strong ki energy. I wonder if that complex made Kou Tenhou a villain in the game world. For the weakest Tenhou, power might have been the only thing to protect himself. I'm sorry for taking your time. Let's go out. Understood. So, what are we going to buy? Books. Something like a martial arts book. What do you mean? There should be a book about a health method called Beast Body Guidance somewhere in Hokurin. Beast Body Guidance is a martial arts book that appears in the game. Those who equip it get a +10 to their ki energy. However, only those with the lowest rank of ki energy can equip it. It's a useless item for game strategy. But right now, I need it. If my ki energy is not 0, I can use martial arts to some extent. I can resist attacks and create chances to escape. Also, in the game, there are movement skills that only those wearing Beast Body Guidance can learn. It's called 4 Divine Steps. It doubles movement speed and prevents being captured by enemies. First, I need to get the martial arts book Beast Body Guidance and raise my ki energy, even a little. Once I have the minimum ki energy, I can use martial arts. I will be able to protect myself. And if possible, I want to learn 4 Divine Steps someday. That way, even if this country is about to collapse in 10 years, I can escape with Seirei. I can avoid the Kou Tenhou destruction end and save Seirei too. But, Hu-sama, books are expensive, right? Do you have any money? Hakuyu started to say something but quickly shook his head. Speaking of which, Hu-sama, you are helping the head of the family, aren't you? Yes. I've been my father's scribe, writing documents for him. I've saved the money I earned from that. My father has terrible handwriting. Sometimes he can't even read what he wrote, which is pretty bad. By the way, my older brother has awful handwriting too. So, I usually write for him. Since I can't use martial arts, I thought I would become a small official. I practiced to write neatly. My father praised me, saying, "You are better than the general scribe." He even gave me rewards. I didn't have any use for the money, so I saved it all. Then, please take me to the market, Hakuyu. Yes, Hu-sama. So, Hakuyu and I headed to the Hokurin market. The Hokurin market is one of the biggest in the country. It's located near the main road leading to the royal castle. Traveling merchants set up stalls on the roadside, while big merchants sell their goods in stone shops. The luxurious red-painted pillars show that they have been making money for years and are trustworthy. What I'm looking for is a martial arts book called Beast Body Guidance. I can get it at the Hokurin market from History of Swordmaster. It's not a rare item. I can buy it, or it might drop from defeated enemies. But right now, it's more than 10 years before the game starts. I thought there was a chance it might not even be on sale yet. I never expected there to be 4 versions. After going around a few shops with Hakuyu, I found 4 volumes of what looked like martial arts books. I asked the shopkeeper if I could read the beginning, and all of them had different content. Methods to enhance ki energy by imitating beasts, the guiding game of the 4 birds, methods to gain beast-like physical abilities, ways to transform the mind and body into a beast. There are various names. History of Swordmaster starts 10 years later. Maybe the methods for Beast Body Guidance aren't unified yet. What I have now might be a prototype or a beta version. Is it not possible to buy all the books, Hu-sama? With my budget, I can only buy 2. So if I end up with a dud, there's no going back. Returns are impossible. The only reason I could get the shopkeepers to help me was because I was the second son of General Skybear, and with Hakuyu who is my bodyguard. If I complain about the products, it would tarnish my father's name. If what I buy turns out to be a dud, I guess I'll just have to save up and come back. Let's go around the shops one more time. Then we'll decide which to buy. Understood, Hu-sama. So, where shall we start? We'll do it in reverse from last time. Let's check the open-air stores. I took Hakuyu with me to the last open-air store we visited. It's a shop run by traveling merchants. Just like before, the products are lined up on the straw mat. A merchant is sitting against a large package. On top of the package is a thick long coat. It seems this merchant came from a cold place. If a long coat is needed at this time of year, it must be from the north. Can I see the book from earlier? Instead of me, Hakuyu spoke to the merchant. The merchant opened his eyes slightly, looked at me, and said, "Are you the young master from earlier? You can check the book, but please only the first few lines. This is also my business." I understand. Then, go ahead. When I replied, the merchant opened the book on the mat. A method to enhance ki energy by imitating beasts. Become one with heaven and earth, and better absorb energy into your body. Transform your mind and body into a beast. Just as I read that far, the merchant closed the book. Is this really a martial arts book on beast body guidance? The other 3 books were sold in a nice store. They seemed more trustworthy. On the other hand, since this fancy store has leftover items, it could also be suspicious. What should I do? Hu-sama. Books are expensive. It's better to buy them from a proper store. I know, Hakuyu. This place has a mix of items. They probably sell whatever they can find. There are books, clothes, and even hair ornaments. Can we trust what's sold here? What? Hair ornaments? When I looked over, I saw a pink hair ornament in the corner of the mat. That one is shaped like a flower that blooms in the northern lands. Noticing my gaze, the merchant picked up the hair ornament. North Town, It's said that the Setsuenka only blooms here in Tenetsu town. For the people of Tenetsu, it's a precious sign of spring. It's a unique piece made by a famous craftsman. What do you think? How much is it? Well, let's see. The price the merchant announced was a bit higher than a martial arts book on beast body guidance. If I buy the hair ornament, I won't be able to afford the martial arts book. When I checked with Hakuyu, the answer came back, surprisingly, this hair ornament is a good one. It really seems like a great find. This hair ornament would look good on Seirei. My mother used to say that when the Setsuenka blooms in Tenetsu, everyone celebrates with a festival. If I give the hair ornament to Seirei, will she be happy? But my savings are meant for survival. The longer it takes to get the martial arts book, the lower my chances of survival become. I can't waste money on unnecessary things. I'll buy the item, I said to the merchant. However, please let me negotiate the price. As a traveling merchant, it would be better for you to carry less. Would you consider my proposal to reduce your leftover stock? Chapter 5 Seirei, Receiving a Gift. Seirei's perspective. I have to move. I have to do it properly. Seirei muttered to herself in her room. Her body wasn't moving well. A few days had passed since Seirei was taken in by the Kou family. The head of the family, Kou Aishin-sama, and his wife, Gyokusha-sama, told Seirei to think of this place as her home. But Seirei wasn't their real daughter. Her father was just a close friend of Kou Aishin-sama, which was why she was taken in. If she lived here without being of any use, she might get kicked out. If I get kicked out and die, is that bad? Seirei quietly spoke to her family that wasn't here. She remembered the time when her father's unit was attacked. It was around dusk. The cavalry of a different tribe came rushing down the red-stained mountain slope. It was just before they reached the northern fortress. Seirei and her mother thought their journey for the day was over, until they heard the sound of arrows piercing the wagon. When she opened the wagon window, she locked eyes with one of the cavalry. He was still young. Since his face was wrapped in cloth, she couldn't see what he looked like. She only remembered his bright red hair. The cavalry attacked the Ryu family without any warning. She didn't remember much after that. The screams of people she knew echoed around her. She heard her father's shout. Then it quickly stopped. Hearing the sound of flames bursting, she realized the wagon was on fire. Seirei called out the name of the cat that was still in the basket. Her mouth was covered by her mother. Forget about the cat. Think about protecting your own life. Eventually, pushed by someone, Seirei's body fell. In fear and pain, Seirei lost consciousness. When she woke up, Seirei had been rescued by the Kou Aishin's troops. A big, bearded man was looking into her face. You are the daughter of the Ryu family, right? I am Kou Aishin. I have been a close friend of your father, Ryu Akiso, for 30 years. My wife, Gyokushi, has been helped by the Ryu family before. Oh, I see. Do you remember? Your family, yes. They have met with misfortune. If you don't mind, I would like to take you in at the Kou family. What do you think? At his words, Seirei nodded. Seirei was the only one left alive from the Ryu family. There was an uncle from a branch family, but he had been cut off long ago due to his bad behavior. If Seirei died, the Ryu family would end. So Seirei chose to be taken in by the Kou family. Now, she was given a warm room and meals, living peacefully. Yet, inside her chest, there was a gaping hole. A cold wind blew deep within her body. Seirei's heart remained frozen. No matter what she saw or touched, her heart did not move. She wasn't even sure if she was alive or dead. But, I have nowhere else to go. The Kou family is kind to her. She has no complaints at all. She once met Gyokushi, the lady of the house, a long time ago. She remembers dancing with her at the spring festival. She decorated her hair with setsuenka and danced with her mother and father, who played the flute. That kind of thing will never happen again. Setsuenka won't bloom until next spring. By then, she wonders if Seirei will have gotten used to living here. Will she have forgotten about her parents and be living normally? That thought scared her. She was afraid of forgetting her parents and her beloved cat, Kokuyu, with its shiny fur, and becoming a different person. If that happens, where will the current her go? Excuse me. Seirei-sama. It's Hakuyu. She heard a voice. Seirei hurried to the door. She thought she shouldn't be rude to the Kou family as she opened the door. There stood a girl slightly older than Seirei. I was asked to deliver this from Husama. Tenhou-sama asked, me? Yes. Honestly, I was surprised. I didn't know he had such negotiation skills. Hakuyu shook her head and knelt down. She offered Seirei something wrapped in cloth. Since Husama has something to do, I'm here as his proxy. Please accept this. Okay. When Seirei opened the cloth, a setsuenka was blooming. Ha! She instinctively pressed her chest. It felt like the scent of spring was in the air, and Seirei looked around. This was the Kou family in Hokurin. It should be a different place from where Seirei had lived before. But why did it feel like home? Ha! When she realized it, tears were falling. The tears wet the cherry blossom-colored flower. Then she understood. This was a hair ornament. It wasn't a real flower. Yet, just like during the spring festival when she decorated her hair with setsuenka, her heart began to warm. Did Tenhou-sama do this? Why? Husama wants to become friends with Seirei-sama. Hakuyu said in a slow tone. Husama has always been concerned about Seirei-sama. It seems he asked the lady of the house many questions. He was always thinking about how Seirei-sama could fit in with the Kou family. She couldn't find the right words. Husama worked hard with the merchants. He negotiated to buy the hair ornament. In the end, Husama had the merchant, who was bad at writing, lower the price by writing the product names on the ground. He convinced them that it would help their business if people knew what they were selling. Tenhou-sama did that. Husama must have been desperate for Seirei-sama. For my sake, to that extent. Seirei covered her face with both hands. Tears overflowed and wouldn't stop. The family that had gently wrapped around Seirei was lost. At that time, Seirei thought she had died halfway too. From now on, she would live without feeling anything, remembering the moment her parents were killed. But it was different. There were people other than her family who cared about Seirei. Now that she thought about it, it was the same on the first day. Tenhou noticed that Seirei had a sensitive tongue and taught her how to eat without it being too hot. She had been scolded for acting like a child, but that was something done for Seirei's sake. Yet, she couldn't even say thank you. There were times when he brought her tea and snacks. Maybe, the book that was left in front of her room was also something Tenhou had brought. And yet, I can't do anything. Husama is in his room. A gentle voice was heard. He said not to let anyone in, but I think it's fine for you, Seirei-sama. If you're angry, I'll be scolded with you. Exclamation point. Before Hakuyu finished speaking, Seirei had already dashed out. She wanted to see Tenhou right now. She wanted to convey something. She wanted to apologize. She wanted to talk. She wanted to say thank you. She wanted to hear his stories. She wanted him to ask about her. Her silver hair, which had been looked down upon as eerie. Yet, the new family had given her a hairpin to decorate that hair. That made her so happy that her heart was full, and the tears wouldn't stop. So Seirei headed straight to Tenhou's room. She knocked on the door, unable to hold back her feelings of wanting to see him. She opened the door. And there, inside the room, was Meow. Chapter 6 The Great Villain of the World, Training with His Sister. Tenhou's Perspective. Meow. The book I bought was a hit. It clearly said, imitate the bodies of the 4 beasts to guide the energy of heaven and earth. The 4 beasts are the snake, cat, chicken, and turtle. The book also explained in detail the postures, breathing methods, and how to absorb energy to become like them. No doubt about it. This is the Beast Body Guidance Martial Arts Manual. The writing is overly detailed and complicated, probably because the guidance methods aren't refined yet. The game starts more than 10 years from now. By then, various techniques and martial arts might have been established to defeat the great villain, Kou Tenhou. Just how disliked was Kou Tenhou? The problem is that just getting the martial arts manual won't be enough. That's different from a game. If I don't actually practice, I probably won't gain ki energy. Lie face down, place both hands on the floor or bed. Keep your back straight. Take a deep breath and say, meow. One of the beast body guidance techniques, the cat form. Imitating a cat stretching, I take a deep breath. By gaining the cat's flexibility and softness, I can increase my ki energy. Yeah. I can tell when I actually try it. The flow of energy inside my body, the meridians, are being activated. But things like this take time to show results. I'm glad I started early. I'll keep raising my ki energy and eventually get the escape skill 4 divine steps. Of course, I'll protect Seirei. I won't let her enter the harem. Even if, worst case, she ends up in the harem, I won't let her become a villainess. I'm ready to do anything for that. Still, I'm glad the merchant agreed to negotiate. When I said I'd buy the Beast Body Guidance Martial Arts Manual and the hair accessory as a set, he gave me a discount. Even so, I was still a bit short, so I negotiated by saying I'd write your product names on the ground. In this world, there are surprisingly many people who can read but not write. The merchant could read but wasn't good at writing. So I showed him by writing the words on the ground. I'll write a list of products next to the shop. That way, customers will know what you're selling at a glance. I think it will help sales. What do you think? I made that offer. The merchant agreed to negotiate. He lowered the price of the book and the hair accessory to something I could afford. I'm glad my writing is good. Thanks to that, I was able to buy both the martial arts manual and the hair accessory. The hair accessory was delivered to Seirei by Kairyou. I don't think I'll become close with Seirei right away, but I think it will be a good start. Now, I'll try to show her the best side of me to gain her trust. Meow, meow. But the beast body guidance pose is really embarrassing. I was so happy to get the martial arts manual that I ended up starting my training, but next time, I should do it late at night or early in the morning. I need to make sure no one sees me, especially if Seirei sees me. Meow, meow, mew. Tenhou-sama. I heard a voice. It came from the direction of the door. I'm still in cat form, and I turned my gaze toward the voice. Seirei was there. She had her hand on the door and was staring at me. Her silver hair had a cherry blossom hairpin. I gave it to her. It looks like she wore it. I'm glad. Seirei was wide-eyed on the other side of the door. She seemed surprised to see me. Well, of course. If the second son of the family she was adopted into was pretending to be a cat and meowing, anyone would be shocked. This is bad. Seirei finally accepted the hairpin, but now she's seen me in this embarrassing situation. This is really bad. What if she gets disgusted with the Kou family and decides to leave? What should I do? Seirei. This is Tenhou-sama. It looks like Kairyou. So cute. Ha! Is Seirei's eyes sparkling? Her hands are shaking, but it seems like she's desperately trying to hold back from coming into the room. Meow. Kairyou. Tenhou-sama. Seirei. What do you mean by Kairyou? My precious cat. Now that I think about it, Seirei really liked animals, didn't she? I wonder if seeing me in the cat form of the guidance made her think of her pet cat. Tenhou-sama, can I come into your room? Sure. Seirei suddenly jumps into the room, unable to hold back. Meanwhile, I'm still in the cat posture of beast body guidance. As she looks at me, Seirei says, Tenhou-sama, please continue. Well, Seirei, this is a guidance that mimics a cat. It's like a health method. Yeah. Keep going. Seirei. Meow. Meow. Wait, why is she making cat sounds while posing like a cat? Why is she reaching out her hand to me and then pulling it back? Doing cat guidance in front of Seirei is super embarrassing. Whatever. Meow. 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 Fut. Seirei laughed. The character of Ryu Seirei in History of Swordmaster was supposed to be a beauty who doesn't smile. If that's the case. Meow, 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 meow. I switched to Beast Body Guidance's cat ball chase. Cats chase balls. I pretend the pillow on the bed is a ball and scratch at it. Then, Kokuyu. Seirei touched my back. No, Tenhou-sama, thank you. Seirei, thank you for caring about me during meals. Thank you for bringing tea, snacks, and the book. Thank you for the hairpin. Thank you for pretending to be a cat. Thank you for thinking about Seirei this much. Well, this is called guidance. But still, I'm happy. Seirei stroked my back. Her beautiful silver hair swayed. The cherry blossom-colored Setsuenka hairpin looked really good on her. Seirei continued to stroke my back with a face that was both crying and smiling. I want to become part of Tenhou-sama's family. Yeah. Seirei is my little sister. Thank you very much. By the way, yes. It's a bit embarrassing to be in cat form all the time. Is it okay for a little longer? I don't want to be the only one feeling embarrassed. After thinking for a moment, I said, do you want to try cat guidance too, Seirei? Will you teach me? If my little sister wishes for it, of course. Yes. Please. Seirei and I looked at each other and smiled. Then I started beast body guidance with Seirei. Later, the servant Hakuyu said, Milady, may I have a moment? Oh, Hakuyu. What is it? I have something to tell you about Husama and Seirei. About Tenhou and Seirei? Yes. Seirei is in Husama's room. Is Seirei in Tenhou's room? Could it be that they've become friends? Why yes. They are getting along well. That's great. How are they both doing? They're curled up and saying meow, meow. I didn't hear that clearly. They're both curled up on the floor, saying meow, meow. So it's not a misunderstanding. It's meow, meow. It's meow, meow, ha. Hakuyu and Gyokushi fell silent. After delivering the hair accessory, Hakuyu saw Seirei dash out of the room. She thought she was going to Tenhou's room. She believed that Tenhou's true feelings had finally reached her, so she secretly followed her. Then, when she peeked through the door's gap, she saw Tenhou and Seirei in a cat-like position, hitting a pillow. That's not all. Is there still something else? Husama and Seirei-sama were also pretending to be chickens. Like cluck, cluck? Yes, cluck, cluck. What does that mean? Husama was looking for a book about a method to enhance ki at the market. I think it's related. But I was surprised to see the son and adopted daughter of General Skybear both pretending to be cats and chickens. Hakuyu stared straight at Gyokushi and said, What should we do, milady? They're getting along, right? They're happily saying meow, meow and cluck, cluck. Then, isn't that good? Saying this, Gyokushi smiled. She didn't stop her knitting. Tenhou has opened Seirei's heart. Let's leave the rest to that child. Is that really okay? I've heard that Seirei never played with other kids in the town where she used to live. Seirei was avoided by others because she looked different. Even adults felt that way. It's easy to imagine how kids her age treated Seirei. That Seirei has opened her heart to Tenhou. We shouldn't interfere. If you say so, milady. That's amazing. Tenhou is. Yes. Hakuyu feels the same way. Without hesitation, he used his savings for Seirei's hair ornament, right? The guiding technique, it must be something he needs, but having the courage to trust what he got and try it right away is a big deal. Husama even negotiated with merchants to get the hair ornament and the martial arts manual. Hakuyu, please tell me the price of the hair ornament. Gyokushi smiled gently. I'll cover half of it. After all, I asked that child to take care of Seirei. I will inform Husama. And please bring tea and sweets for the two of them. The guiding technique is like training in martial arts. If one works hard, they'll get tired and hungry. Both Tenhou and Seirei did their best. Please give them something filling. Understood, milady. Hakuyu left Gyokushi's room and headed to the kitchen. There, she got some baked goods and tea, then made her way to Tenhou's room. She called out to the two of them, wondering why there was no response, so she opened the door. Then, oh my, you two. Tenhou and Seirei were curled up together on the floor, sleeping. Hakuyu tried to carry them to the bed, and noticed that Tenhou and Seirei were holding hands. Feeling relieved at the cute sight, Kairyou covered them with a blanket. After that, she quietly left the room so as not to wake them. Chapter 7 The Great Villain of the World, Talking with His Brother. It's been a month since I started Beast Body Guidance. My plan to train in secret from my family fell apart on the first day. It wasn't just Seirei who found out. Kairyou and my mother also knew I was doing Beast Body Guidance. Because of that, my father and brother found out too. Well, trying new things is a good thing. My father laughed heartily and forgave me. If there are no problems, you can continue. But father, it's not right for the child of General Skybear to mess with a martial arts manual of unknown origin. It was my brother who opposed me. But my father just smiled wryly and said, Tenhou couldn't learn ki energy with normal methods. He probably bought the book out of desperation. You should understand that feeling. I get what you're saying, but if, as a result, Tenhou gains ki energy, wouldn't that be great? And look at the two of them. My father stroked his beard and looked at me. More precisely, he looked at me and Seirei, who was snuggled up next to me. Tenhou-nisan, this food is delicious. Yeah. What kind of food do you like, Tenhou-nisan? Everything the kitchen staff makes is delicious. Why yes, but that's not what I meant. Seirei stopped locking herself in her room after starting Beast Body Guidance. She began to help mother outside the room. She also started talking more actively with everyone in the Kou family and began to laugh a lot. She became a girl with a rich expression, fitting for her age. I can't believe this Seirei will become the villain in history of the Swordmaster. Maybe she took a different path. I want to believe that. That's fine, but isn't that a lovely sight? They look like real siblings. Yes, father. My father laughed heartily, while my older brother quietly stared at us. It feels a bit embarrassing. Since starting Beast Body Guidance, Seirei has become really attached to me. We do Beast Body Guidance together in the morning and evening. We both get our ki energy checked by Kairyou. We read books together. Now, Seirei even practices writing with me. Well, that's okay. Anyway, I got closer to Seirei. That's enough for me. Plus, thanks to Beast Body Guidance, I was able to gain ki energy. When I compare my ki energy with Kairyou's, I can see that my own ki is getting stronger little by little. I didn't expect to see results this quickly, as expected from a martial arts manual for the weak. All that's left is to learn the ultimate escape skill, 4 divine steps. If I do that, I should be able to survive even in a chaotic world. Tenhou-nisan, what's wrong? When I noticed, Seirei was looking at me with a worried expression. You look troubled. It's nothing. If you have any problems, please tell me. I want to help you, Tenhou-sama. Thank you. Just that feeling is enough for me. Tchmph. I faintly heard my older brother snort. When I looked, he was glaring at me from across the table. Is something wrong, brother? It's nothing. Saying that, my brother finished his meal and left the dining hall. Tenhou, you've been acting a bit strange lately, haven't you? That night, I was stopped in the hallway by Kairyou, my older brother. Starting training based on suspicious books. You never used to do that, did you? That's true. Before I regained my past life memories, I had no interest in martial arts. I thought I could only become a small government official, so I only studied for that. Suddenly, I started this weird training. It's no wonder my brother is suspicious. I changed because Seirei came. I clasped my hands and answered. I realized I had no sense of danger at all. So, for Seirei's sake, I thought I had to get serious. To set an example for Seirei, huh? That's about it. But isn't it strange? What do you mean? Why would you buy a book on the guiding method at the market? And with the money you saved for years? Why did you have to go that far? Well, I remember what I was like before I regained my memories. Born into the general's family, but I didn't have ki energy. What Kou Tenhou was thinking back then was, I might have given up on myself until now. What? Brother and father never blamed me for not having ki energy, but the people outside the house were different. They said, the eldest son of the Kou family is a swift horse. The second son is a useless horse. Because of that, I half gave up on myself. But from now on, it will be a time of chaos. Powerful leaders will rise among the northern tribes, and the southern new nations will develop greatly. If history repeats itself, the country will be thrown into turmoil. But I decided to fight against my fate. I will do my best for that. I understand your feelings, but the books sold at the market are mostly suspicious. What would you have done if you got a fake? I planned to keep buying until I found the real one. No matter how long it took. I would do everything I could and save money. Were you that desperate? For me, it was a matter of life or death. No, it can't be that serious, can it? The future of the Kou family is at stake. You don't have to take it so seriously, do you? I've sworn to fight against fate and protect Seirei. For that, I'll use any means necessary. Spending all my savings is nothing. All right. My older brother sighed. I'm sorry. I seem to have misunderstood. Misunderstood? I thought you were trying to take over the family. Saying that, my older brother looked down. I thought you were desperately trying to master key energy because you wanted to be the successor of General Skybear. Please laugh at me. I never thought I was such a small person. Brother. As soon as I heard you could use key energy, I became anxious. I worried that everyone would think Tenhou is more suitable to be the heir of the Kou family. I don't think that will happen. You just don't know yourself. Know myself. You've always been good at observing others. I thought you were just reading their expressions, but that's not it. You really see Seirei well, think about what she wants, and open your heart to her. I couldn't do that. My older brother sighed again. Do you know? I was scared to talk to Seirei. Scared? Seirei is the daughter of my father's best friend. If I do something careless and hurt her, I will make my father angry. I was scared of that. So, I tried to stay away from Seirei. I see. But you opened Seirei's heart. That's why I felt jealous of you. It's really pathetic. Someone like me shouldn't be in the Kou family. That's not true. Cut it out. What are you even talking about? Don't say that. You are absolutely necessary for me and Seirei. Wait, Tenhou? You are the one who helps me and Seirei. Please stay by our side forever, brother. If Kairyou existed in the world of history of Swordmaster, Kou Tenhou and Ryu Seirei's fate would have changed. Brother is the heir of General Skybear. He must have been a strong character in the game. Brother has a lot of pride. He has a strong sense of justice. With someone like him, he could stop Kou Tenhou's rampage. Before Kou Tenhou becomes a great villain, he would have made him change his ways by force if needed. Even Ryu Seirei, who became a villain, could have been stopped by Brother. He could have advised her or gathered allies to pressure the king of Ouka country. In the game, Kou Tenhou and Ryu Seirei were powerful enough to destroy a nation. My brother, who loves the country, would never leave us behind. He must have stopped us before we could bring the country to ruin. If that happened, we could have avoided the destruction ending for both of us. We might have faced confinement or exile, but we could have prevented execution. In other words, my brother, Kairyou, is an important person in Ouka country. Of course, I can't tell him about my reincarnation. He wouldn't believe me, and he might think I've gone crazy. On the contrary, that could lead to the Kou Tenhou destruction ending. Brother, you should realize that you have the power to change history. So, this is all I can say to him. Brother, no, Kairyou, you're such an important person that you can influence the future of Ouka country. If anything happens to you, the Kou family and Ouka country will head toward a future of destruction. Why can't you understand that? What? Me. A person who can influence the future, yes. I held my brother's hand. It wasn't as big as our father's, but it was strong. A warrior's hand. Please use your power to protect us and the Kou family. Support Ouka country. Don't say you would be better off gone, Tenhou. You care about me that much. Please don't disappear. Never, ever die. The Kou Tenhou destruction ending hasn't been completely avoided yet. I might not be able to bring Seirei into the palace anymore, but the next king of Ouka country will probably favor a similar woman. To be honest, That person likes women like Seirei. If that happens, the country will be in chaos. I need my older brother to support such a country. Also, there's the future of the Kou family to think about. In the game, there are no characters like Kou Eishin, Kou Kairyou, or Gyokushi. My father might retire in 10 years. My mother isn't a warrior, so it makes sense she doesn't appear. But it's strange that my older brother doesn't show up. If there's ever a crisis that prevents my brother from appearing in the game, I absolutely have to avoid it. To prevent the Ouka country collapse ending or the Kou Tenhou destruction ending, please lend us your strength, so the Kou family can grab a happy future. Tenhou, you're thinking about the future of the Kou family too. Crisis can come from anywhere. Ah, yeah, that's true. I can't stand a future without my brother. I see. If I make a mistake, please correct me. If Seirei does something strange, please warn me. Only you can do that, brother. Yeah. Do you understand? Yeah. I understand. I get it. My brother placed his hand on my shoulder and nodded. I understand your thoughts, Tenhou. I have nothing more to say. Thank you, brother. I also need to live in a way that won't embarrass you. Big brother? No, it's nothing. Sorry for taking your time. With that, Big Brother went back to his room. Chapter 8. The older brother Kairyou talks about the younger brother Tenhou. Kairyou's perspective. To Kairyou, Tenhou was a dangerous little brother. When they were young, Tenhou was incredibly curious, surprising Kairyou with his eagerness to learn. It was as if he came from another world, always asking their father and Kairyou questions about everything. Worried about Tenhou wandering around, their father assigned Hakuyu as his attendant. With her around, Tenhou seemed to calm down a bit. However, Tenhou was born without the ability to use ki energy. He seemed to care a lot about that. This might be why he started practicing writing so diligently. Even though he was the son of General Skybear, he couldn't become a military officer. So, Tenhou decided to aim for a position as a civil servant. Kairyou never looked down on his brother for that reason. At least, he thought he didn't. Tenhou probably took after their weak mother, Gyokushi. Criticizing his brother would mean criticizing their mother too. Still, I guess I thought I was above Tenhou. Kairyou muttered bitterly. Looking back now, didn't he feel pleased when he heard the rumor that the eldest son of the Kou family is a fine horse, while the second son is a useless horse? While saying, "Don't insult my brother," wasn't he secretly enjoying the praise he received? I can't believe how embarrassing this is. He feels sick thinking about how bad he is at judging people. What do they mean the second son is useless? Tenhou was just looking ahead and gathering strength. In contrast, Kairyou only looked at what was close. He wanted to be recognized by their father and praised by everyone, showing off his power. Tenhou sees me as someone who can change the fate of Ouka country. Earlier, Tenhou was desperately trying to appeal to Kairyou. It didn't look like he was just flattering him. Is mastering ki energy a matter of life or death? I didn't feel that much urgency. Maybe that's the difference between me and Tenhou. In the future, Tenhou will become an amazing person. As his older brother, what can he do for him? I have a request for you, father. Before he knew it, Kairyou was visiting their father's room. He bowed deeply and said, "I want to get Tenhou a martial arts master." What's gotten into you, Kairyou? I've changed my mind. If Tenhou has mastered ki energy, then we should help him develop it. I understand. But Tenhou has his own unique training method for mastering ki energy. Is there a martial art that can make use of that? That's true. After thinking for a moment, Kairyou said, "Could you ask His Royal Highness's younger brother for help?" His Royal Highness's younger brother. Ryujin-kun? Yes. His Royal Highness's younger brother supports many martial artists. There may be some who know about the guiding method that Tenhou is practicing. If that's the case, wouldn't he be able to teach Tenhou? Ryujin-kun is the younger brother of the king of Ouka country. He is the prime minister of this country and also the highest-ranking noble. He is famous for loving talent and supporting many guests. These guests travel across various countries and become sources of information for Ryujin-kun and the king. Among these guests, there are many martial artists. If father asks, wouldn't it be possible to get introductions to martial artists from him? That's not impossible. But do we really need to go that far? Kairyou's father, Eishin, tilted his head. Even though Tenhou has learned ki energy, I don't think it's necessary for him to learn martial arts. I believe Tenhou will influence the future of the Kou family. The future of the Kou family. That's right. Then, we should provide the best education. Isn't that a bit exaggerated, Kairyou? Did you imagine Tenhou learning ki energy? No. Moreover, relying on books bought at the town market and learning on his own. Has anyone like that ever been in the Kou family? Indeed, that may be true. Furthermore, Tenhou has unlocked the heart of Seirei. That is something neither I nor you could do. I understand what you're saying. However, it's not necessary to ask Ryujin-kun for help. I have received permission from mother. I see. Then that's fine. Eishin nodded easily. If Gyokushi agrees, you should have said so from the start. There's no way I would oppose her opinion. Thank you very much, father. General Skybear Kou Eishin. A strong and brave warrior, skilled with a great spear. Only those close to him know that he is an extraordinary family man. I will request a meeting with Ryujin-kun right away. I won't spare any effort for Gyokushi and Tenhou. Thank you very much, father. Then, should we assign a master to Seirei as well? That child can use ki energy, right? Seirei will need time to adjust to the household. Rather, what she needs is time to rely on Tenhou. It's still too early to think about the future. If necessary, she will ask you herself, father. Yes, understood. Saying this, Eishin smiled slyly. But Kairyou, you have grown. Me? I didn't know you were thinking so much about Tenhou. Tenhou is working hard to master ki energy, and Kairyou is strong and compassionate. How wonderful. With your bond, the Kou family will be safe. Why yes, father. Eishin laughed heartily, while Kairyou felt overwhelmed. The peaceful time of the Kou family passed like this. Chapter 9 The Great Villain of the World, Meeting the Crown Prince. Tenhou's perspective. A few days later, I was at my father's workplace. The place was the barracks in the general's office. I was asked by my father to help write letters and reports. Usually, a secretary takes dictation, but today he was on leave. So, I was called in to write some urgent letters. I've finished writing all the letters. Well then, I'll take my leave now, father. Yes. Good work, Tenhou. After checking the contents of the letters, my father nodded. Be careful on your way home. There are a lot of people because the festival is near. During such times, suspicious people tend to come into town. When you say festival, you mean the celebration for the king's birthday, right? That's right. Be very careful. I'm fine. Hakuyu is coming to pick me up. I suddenly thought of something and asked, can I look around the barracks while I wait for her? That's fine, but don't disturb everyone. Thank you, father. I left my father's office. As I passed through the hallway, I entered the soldiers' training area. With shouts, the soldiers were swinging their spears. My father, as a general, is in charge of the troops. In early summer, they will head north for a defense mission at the border fort. Right now, they are training for that. By the way, brother is going with them this year, right? I think my brother is quite strong compared to others his age. But, my brother doesn't appear in the history of the Swordmaster. I can't help but be curious about that. From now on, what's going to happen to my brother? Let's go, my friend. Kairyou, take this one's sword. Suddenly, I heard someone calling out to my brother. When I looked to the side, I saw my brother and a young man with expensive-looking armor standing in the middle of the training grounds. The people surrounding the young man were, definitely the imperial guards who serve the palace. So, the young man who was training with swords with my brother. This Erewhon's sword has no flaws. Is none other than the crown prince of Ouka country. In the game, Erewhon becomes the king of Ouka country. But that's a story for 10 years from now. Right now, the crown prince is the same age as my brother, 18 years old. That's why they're getting along and practicing sword fighting together. Crown Prince, you're making too many unnecessary moves. My brother is correcting the Crown Prince's sword techniques one by one. Focus on defending yourself instead of attacking. Prince, you should only draw your sword in extreme situations. As a commander, it's your duty to protect yourself until your allies arrive. My brother learned martial arts from our father. He's skilled in practical sword fighting that doesn't waste energy and can take down enemies with minimal movement. It requires a strong body and powerful ki energy, which I couldn't master. On the other hand, the Crown Prince is jumping around, flipping, and doing all sorts of flashy moves. It looks cool, but my brother isn't impressed. Let's do this, my friend. I'll show you my strongest attack. No, that's enough. Your Royal Highness. My brother parried the Crown Prince's sword and pointed his own sword at the Crown Prince's chest. It's game over. Ha! I still can't beat you, huh? The Crown Prince lowered his sword with a frustrated expression. I've heard that the eldest son of General Skybear is a swift horse, and indeed, that's true. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. My older brother clasped hands with the Crown Prince. However, Your Royal Highness is in a position to command soldiers. There's no need to be fixated on martial arts. That's not true. If you're not strong, you can't earn the soldiers' trust. You are strong enough, Your Royal Highness. Besides, people grow. You will surely grow even more from now on, far beyond what I can imagine. Is that so, Kairyou? The Crown Prince looked at my older brother with a probing gaze. While you say that, aren't you also looking down on this heroine? You're joking. Then, is it true that this heroine is strong enough? Of course. Then, let's test it with that boy over there. The Crown Prince's gaze turned to me. Wait, what? Tenhou, what are you doing here? So that boy is Kairyou's younger brother. Perfect timing. The Crown Prince's face twisted into a distorted smile. Let's compare ki energy with that boy. If this heroine wins, it will confirm that Kairyou's words are true, right? Your Royal Highness, the Crown Prince has summoned you. Come here. A guard shouted from behind the Crown Prince. Hearing that, my older brother's face turned pale. Please stop. Tenhou hasn't learned martial arts. And comparing ki energy too. It's just a game. I won't go all out. As someone, please call father. Tenhou needs to leave this place. He is not allowed to leave. Kou Tenhou, come here under this heroine. I have no choice. If I run away, it will cause trouble for father and my brother. That could lead to the downfall of the Kou family. I should buy some time and wait for father to arrive. It's my first time meeting you. I am Kou Tenhou, the second son of General Skybear Kou Eishin, and the younger brother of Kou Kairyou. I approached the Crown Prince and bowed. I am honored to have this audience. I hope Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince is in good spirits. Yes. Now, extend your hand. We will compare ki energy. I am still inexperienced. I cannot possibly match Your Royal Highness. It doesn't matter. Are you sure? Yes. Then, please wait a moment. I will wash my hands. Hands? I was just doing paperwork until a moment ago. My hands are dirty with ink. I believe it would be rude to touch Your Royal Highness like this. Please allow me to clean my hands. I understand. Hurry up. Thank you very much. I went to the well in the training area and started washing my hands. Splash, 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 splash. How long are you going to take? The ink just won't come off. That's enough. Hurry up and let's get to the match. Then, may I have some sake? What now? I'm going to touch the hand of a noble person. I must not be rude. I need to purify myself. It's just a game. I'll allow the rudeness. But, shut up. Just show me your hand. What do you think about the world, Your Royal Highness? The Crown Prince froze. What I said was from History of Swordmaster, a line the protagonist says to the king of Ouka country. This line comes up when the protagonist meets the king in the game. So, I thought there would be a reaction. The world, you say? What are you talking about? The crown prince stands above all the people in the world. Someone like that shouldn't neglect important things just to achieve small accomplishments. Comparing ki energy is a small thing compared to the whole world, isn't it? Was it like this? I think the line from that event was, "You lost your destiny because you neglected the important things for small gains." But whatever. The crown prince's movements have stopped. Stop with the nonsense. Just do it. The crown prince grabbed my hand. He forced our hands together and started sending ki energy into me. I felt pressure. My knees started to shake. The prince was using ki energy to strengthen his body. I could feel the weight traveling through my arm. How is it? Do you understand the power of this heroine? I understand. So please let go. No way. You still don't get it. The Crown Prince's ki was rising. In History of Swordmaster, Crown Prince Erwin is an excellent character. All his stats are above average, and he has many skills. He was so good that he didn't trust others, but there's no doubt he's strong. So, his ki energy is also quite powerful. The pressure from the Crown Prince's strength and ki made my knees shake. This is bad. If this keeps up. So, you're talking about the world? Someone who can't even handle this level of ki energy is incredibly foolish to speak of the world. You need to understand your place. Tenhou-sama. Is Kou Tenhou-sama here? Seirei-sama. Hakuyu. I instinctively activated beast body guidance. My arms and legs, my spine became soft, taking on a snake form. It was unconscious. The technique I used was beast body guidance in snake form. Immortal snake, snake does not die instantly. With that, I softly caught the prince's ki energy and redirected it. Whoa. Your Royal Highness Erwin. The crown prince's feet slipped. His breathing became erratic, and his hand slipped away from mine. Losing balance, Crown Prince Erwin rolled onto the ground. Excuse me. Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I bowed to the Crown Prince and then rushed over to Hakuyu. The Crown Prince had just said, "I'll forgive your rudeness." My brother and the others heard it too. I think it's okay. I hope. But right now, it's about Seirei. Hakuyu. What happened? Hakuyu was standing at the entrance of the barracks. I hurried to support her body. Hakuyu was holding her arm. She was breathing heavily, leaning against a pillar, barely standing. I'm sorry, Tenhou-sama. Seirei-sama has been kidnapped. Someone claiming to be Seirei-sama's uncle came to visit. Hakuyu began to speak, her words coming out in fragments. A little while ago, an unknown man visited the Kou family. He claimed to be Seirei's uncle and asked to speak with them. When Hakuyu asked what he wanted, he replied about Seirei's mother and handed over a letter. When Seirei came out, she called the man uncle. The man's name was Ryu Gen. He was definitely Seirei's uncle. For a while, Seirei and her uncle were talking. Hakuyu also felt at ease, thinking he was family. But suddenly, the man grabbed Seirei's arm and tried to take her away. Seirei was resisting, but the man's strength was too much. Hakuyu jumped in to stop him, but the man had accomplices. While fighting them, Hakuyu got hurt. Still, Hakuyu came this far because he wanted to inform us. The men took Seirei-sama and headed towards the town. I chased after them, but the crowd was too big, and I lost them, so. Hakuyu is here. I understand. Hakuyu, please rest. I looked at my older brother. Brother, please tell father about this. I'm going to search for Seirei. Wait, Tenhou. You can't go alone. This is a crisis for the Kou family. Just listen. Isn't the issue about Seirei's mother? My brother rushed over. He leaned close to my ear and whispered, "This is recent information, and mother and Seirei don't know." No, father kept it from them because he didn't want to hurt them. My brother quietly told me about Seirei's mother. My mind went completely blank. Seirei said it. He has an uncle. But he was cut off because of his bad behavior. That man. Ryu Gen, came close, saying he would tell Seirei about his mother's whereabouts. There's no way he knows that. Thank you, brother. I started running toward the town. Wait for me, Seirei. You are my Kou Tenhou's little sister. I will definitely bring you back. I won't let those suspicious guys take you. Absolutely not. Chapter 10 The Great Villain of the World, Searching for His Sister. What is this? Is it the festival crowd? The town was overflowing with people. In a few days, there would be a festival to celebrate the king's birthday. Because of that, people were gathering. It wasn't just Hoka in town. Probably, people were coming from nearby towns and villages too. That's why visibility was terrible. Even if I stood on my tiptoes, I couldn't see anything around me. And there were so many people that I couldn't even run. But Seirei's silver hair stood out. Someone must have seen her. For example, a tall person or someone in a good spot might have seen her. Is that it? In the square, a carriage was parked. It was the carriage of a noble who came to see the town. In this world, carriages are like chariots with seats attached to wheels. The seats are high up. If someone is sitting there, they might be able to see Seirei. I could see the emblem carved on the carriage. That's the carriage of His Majesty the King's younger brother. The prince's name is Ariheiku, also known as Ryujin-kun. He is one of the characters in History of Swordmaster and is the protagonist's supporter. Since this world is a feudal society, it's rude to speak to a noble without permission. Honestly, you could get killed for it. But the Ryujin-kun in the game is kind and virtuous. So, I probably won't get killed. Maybe. Perhaps. I could ask for his help. The fact that Seirei was kidnapped might be related to the Kou Tenhou destruction ending. If I can't get her back like this, I might end up ruined, just like in the game. Then, even if I'm punished here and killed, it wouldn't make much difference. I know it's reckless. But all I can do is try everything I can. Ryujin-kun, I have a request. I stood next to the carriage and shouted. Before the guards could reach for their swords, I bowed down. I'm the second son of General Skybear, Kou Tenhou. I'm looking for my kidnapped little stepsister. How dare you? Do you know this is His Majesty the King's younger brother's carriage? Seize him. No mercy for a child. Wait. Let him speak. Go on, boy. A voice came back from the carriage. It was strong, but also gentle. My little stepsister's name is Seirei. She's a smaller girl with silver hair. She wears a pink hairpin and a blue robe. She was taken away by a man claiming to be her uncle. My father and brother know about this. I came to find her, but it's hard to see her in this crowd. I thought that those up in the carriage might have seen her, so even though I know it's rude, I called out. I shouted all at once and pressed my forehead to the ground. I'll accept any punishment later. Please, could you lend me your strength? Lift your head, boy. I respect your bravery. I lift my face as I was told. The man in the carriage, Ryujin-kun, was smiling. His age, at the start of the game, he was in his late 50s, so now he's in his 40s. His hair is mixed with grey, fitting for his age. But his skin looks good, and his eyes are full of energy. Ryujin-kun squints and looks at me. General Skybear is also the shield that protects Ouka country. How could I refuse the request of his son? It's unthinkable to punish him. Thank you so much. Now, whether anyone has seen your stepsister, I see. Ryujin-kun turns around and exchanges words with the others in the carriage. Then, he quickly faces me again. I heard someone saw a girl in a hood entering an alley with a man. Silver hair was spilling out from the hood. It was over that way. Thank you very much. I'll come to thank you later. I bow and start running toward the alley. Right now, helping Seirei is my top priority. But there are so many people because of the festival. I can't even walk straight, let alone run. It's been a while since Seirei was taken. At this rate, I won't catch up. Then, beast body guidance. Form of the snake. Snake's pathway. I loosen my spine. I relax all the joints in my body. Just like a snake. I've been doing this with guidance for a long time. I was able to do it just a moment ago. If I relax my whole body and move like a snake, whoosh, I slip into the gaps in the crowd and move forward. Just like that, I head toward the alley Ryujin-kun pointed out. Once I get through the crowd, all I have to do is run with all my strength. Where are you, Seirei? Why would Seirei's family kidnap her? Why is this world so harsh on Seirei? She lost her family, and just when she was starting to feel better, why is this happening? Why can't Seirei just live in peace? I will get her back. I won't let her be taken by that estranged uncle. If Seirei insists on going, I need to hear the reason first. I can't stand the thought of Seirei disappearing without understanding. Living in fear of a disaster is not what I want. So I keep running through the alley. Chapter 11 Seirei, knowing his brother's feelings. Seirei's perspective. I'm sorry, Tenhou-san. She was being dragged along as she walked. Her uncle, Ryujin, was showing off a dagger, and it scared her. Uncle Ryujin had a bad reputation, which is why he was cut off from the Ryu family. She never thought someone like him would visit the Kou family. Honestly, she didn't plan to talk to him at all. But Seirei was curious about the letter Ryujin sent. I know where your mother is. That was what the letter said. Seirei had something she really wanted to confirm. So, she went to listen to him. However, when Seirei got closer to Ryujin, other men appeared from behind him. Seirei was threatened with the dagger and ended up being carried away like a piece of luggage. She saw Kairyou, who tried to help her, get hit and fall down. When she saw that, tears overflowed and wouldn't stop. Why am I like this? Why do I make the people around me unhappy? Why can't I live quietly? Is she carrying a cursed fate? Maybe her parents' deaths are her fault too. If that's true, will she end up causing trouble for the Kou family someday? Will she hurt her precious Tenhou-san? Should I stay away from brother? She doesn't know where Ryujin is trying to take her. But if she stays away from Tenhou, she won't cause any trouble. Then, just like this, she cares about her brother. She doesn't want to be a burden. Just like this, somewhere. Seirei. Seirei's consciousness, which was about to fall into darkness, awakens. Tenhou's voice shatters Seirei's anxiety and fear. What she saw was her brother, running like a cat, crouched low. With a shock, her uncle Ryujin rolls on the ground. Seirei's freed arms are pulled by a familiar hand. Right nearby, her brother's face was there. He was angry. The usually kind brother had his eyebrows raised, furious. I'm going to get scolded. Thinking that, Seirei closes her eyes. But then, the next thing that came was the gentle touch of a hand patting her head. The brother's face changed from anger to one that looked like he was about to cry. Even though he was a boy, he was desperately patting Seirei's hair, trying to hold back tears. Seirei won't be hurt by anyone. She heard a voice. It was a voice that seemed to seep deep into Seirei's heart. Seirei, I will make you happy. Saying that, her brother, Kou Tenhou, stands up. He protects Seirei with his back while glaring at Ryujin and his companions. Tenhou's perspective. I made it in time. It was really, really close. Ahead is the downtown area. It's a messy place with a lot of people coming and going. If they had escaped there, I wouldn't have been able to catch up. I'm really glad I found them before that. A man with brown hair is lying on the ground. It's probably because I tackled him with my ki energy. This man, Seirei's uncle, doesn't seem to be a martial artist. Are you okay, Seirei? Yes, brother. Seirei is looking at me with a dazed expression. I grab her shoulders and ask, did he do anything terrible to you? Are you hurt? Is there any pain? I'm fine. It's because you helped me. Listen, Seirei. Even if he's your uncle, it's dangerous to meet him alone. That's true. I see. You were told he knows where your mother is, right? Father and brother knew about Seirei's mother's whereabouts. Actually, it seems they got the information just a few days ago. They were hiding it. They were waiting for the right moment to tell Seirei and mother so they wouldn't be shocked. But that led to this situation. If Seirei had known about her mother, she could have ignored the uncle's call. Hey, Seirei. Your mother. I know she's gone. Seirei said that quietly. The fallen man, Ryugen, opened his eyes wide and looked at Seirei. My mother protected me from the arrows flying at me. I saw several arrows stuck in her back. My mother fell off the cliff with me. At that time, she was already gone. Seirei continues. I saw my mother's body falling down. It hit the rocks below, and then fell into the river, and then, I see. That matched the information my brother had told me. A few days after the Ryu family was attacked, a body was found downstream. The one who discovered it was a soldier patrolling the northern lands. The body had several arrows in its back. Apparently, it was in terrible condition after being thrown against the cliff. The soldier from the northern fortress confirmed it was the Ryu family's lady. They said they buried her respectfully. Only a few people know about this. The report to my father was delayed because a band of bandits appeared in the northern lands. The soldiers were busy dealing with that and couldn't send a messenger. So, my father and brother only learned about Seirei's mother recently. Then why did you want to meet your uncle? Because my uncle said, I know where your mother is. I thought he knew where her grave was. So, I wanted to visit and report back. Before I knew it, Seirei was crying. I wanted to say that I have a new family, and I'm happy living with Tenhou-nisan. So, that's enough. I'm sorry. It's okay. I understand, Seirei. I hugged Seirei. I see. Seirei thought her uncle found her mother's body and made a grave for her. She believed that Ryugen knew the location. That's why she went to ask him. To visit her mother's grave. She's happy to be in the Kou family, to tell this at the grave. Uncle Seirei. No, Ryu General. What is it? You said you would let her meet Seirei's mother. Didn't you know that her mother is dead? Tch. Seirei's uncle. Ryugen spat it out. He brushed off the hem of his dirty clothes and stood up. Behind Ryugen, there are two men. Are they his buddies? One has a stick, and the other has a dagger. They keep their distance, watching us closely. Please answer me. Did you deceive Seirei? No, the Kou family? I stood protectively behind Seirei and questioned Ryugen. Deceive? That sounds bad. Kou family's young master. Ryugen looked at me with sticky eyes. Uncle just came to see his niece. Let's keep others quiet, shall we? Seirei is my little sister. That's right. The Kou family made a very good find. A find? Some say her silver hair and red eyes are creepy. But we think that's nonsense. There are people who find her hair and eyes beautiful. There are also collectors who like unique things. What are you trying to say? Haha. Ryugen smiled. He got closer to me and whispered. There's no doubt she's a beauty. Seirei has many uses, you see. He said that. For example, if I teach her some tricks to please a man, she might even get into the inner palace. If Seirei gives birth to a powerful person's child, both I and the Kou family will be related to that child. What do you think? Can you trust me with Seirei from now on? My mind went completely blank. A heat rose from deep in my chest. Pain shot through me. I realized I was biting my lip hard enough to draw blood. What did he just say? Teach Seirei to please a man and get her into the inner palace? In other words, that means, it was you. It was you all along. Ha! What are you talking about? It was you. I understood clearly. It was this guy who sent Seirei from History of Swordmaster into the inner palace. Beast body guidance. Chicken leap kick. Leaping chicken kick. Gah. My kick hit Ryugen's chin. It was one of the beast body guidance techniques, shaped like a chicken. It mimicked a chicken fighting and kicking its opponent. It's a health technique, but it hurts when it connects. Gah. Ooh, you little brat. You are our enemy. We won't let you have Seirei. I pushed Seirei's shoulder from behind. Run, Seirei. Brother. This guy is an enemy to both me and Seirei. In the correct history of the game world, Seirei would probably be taken away like this. And so, after being taught suspicious tricks, she was brought into the inner palace by Ryugen. If something like that happened, it's no wonder Seirei would become twisted. Remembering the painful experiences she went through, she might start doing the same to others. No way. I won't let my little sister go through that. I'll hold them off. You run to the main street. If you call out to the important person in the carriage, they'll probably help you. But, what about you, brother? I'm your brother. You have to listen to what your brother says. Right. Why yes. Big brother. Seirei starts running. It's only a 10-minute distance to the main street. In the meantime, I'll hold them off. PL please, master. Catch them. Beast body guidance. Snake sweep. Snake sweeps the feet. Immediately, I transformed into a snake with beast body guidance and slid forward. I tripped Ryugen, who was trying to chase after Seirei. But another one was chasing Seirei. They were an adult. At this rate, they would catch up. Then, Seirei, when I give the signal, use cat liquidization. Cats are liquid. Why yes. Big brother. What are you saying? 1, 2, 3. Meow. Just before the man grabbed Seirei's collar, Seirei curled up and rolled onto the ground. She slipped into the narrow gap between the houses. A space just big enough for Seirei's head to fit. It's one of the cat forms of beast body guidance, cat liquidization. By relaxing one whole body, people can squeeze into any tight space as long as their head can fit. Seirei has been training with me in beast body guidance all this time. Especially, Seirei has been focusing on the cat form. Recently, just for fun, she even crawled under my bed. There was barely enough space for her head to fit. For Seirei, slipping into a gap in an alley is an easy task. What? You can fit in such a tight space. It can't be helped. We have to get ahead together. Chickens leap kick. I kick at the guy trying to chase Seirei. But, clang. Don't underestimate me, kid. My attack was easily blocked by another man. He was dressed in all black and had a stick in his hand. He also had a dagger at his waist. He moves quickly. He's probably a martial artist. I wonder if he's their boss. Beast body guidance won't work against a martial artist. That's just a health method. Geez. You really made things complicated. We were supposed to get paid in advance. What now, Ryu-san? The bodyguards glance at Ryugen. Ryugen is still crouched down. He seems unable to believe that Seirei got away. I guess we have no choice. Let's take the kid as a hostage. Yeah. We can use him to lure out the sister. Hey, sister, your brother is done for. We'll chop off his arms and legs. Don't mess with me, you little crooks. They're raising their voices to make sure Seirei hears them. They're threatening to hurt me to bring her back. So, I raised my voice to drown out theirs. This Kou Tenhou will not die in a place like this. Why, you brat? What? What the hell are you saying? My name is Kou Tenhou, the General Skybear Kou Aishing's son, the one who will change the world. The way I die will be either torn apart by oxes or a tragic death in a time of chaos. There's no way this Kou Tenhou is dying here. With my chest puffed out, I looked up at the sky. I shouted my lines filled with ki energy to the max. It was reckless. There were 3 of them. Plus, one was a martial artist. I had to force myself to get pumped up or I wouldn't make it. Until Seirei escapes, it'll be a few more minutes. I have to buy some time somehow. Chapter 12 The Great Villain of the World meets a master. It's been about 10 minutes since Seirei escaped. What I need to do is buy time until then. After that, I'll use beast body guidance to slip into a gap in the alley. In a narrow space, the enemy can't follow. Then I'll run to the main street and meet up with Seirei. That's all I need to do. There's no way I'm dying here, right? In front of me is a small man, Ryugen's companion. Behind him is Ryugen. And further back is a man in all black, holding a stick. You sure talk big. There are worse things in this world than dying. The small man kicks at me. He's fast. So he's a martial artist too. In that case, I'll use beast body guidance. Turtle shell defense. Turtle's shell is hard. Clang. A shock hits me. I used the form of turtle of beast body guidance. I focused ki energy in both arms to make them like a turtle shell. With that, I managed to block the kick. There's no pain. Probably thanks to my ki energy. But the enemy is strong. That kick was incredibly fast. On my side, I'm the weakest. How long can I buy time? Has Seirei already escaped to the main street? Should I leave this place too? No, for safety. I should hold them off a little longer. Don't underestimate that kid. Your kick doesn't work on him. The man in black raised his voice. It's being blocked by ki energy. Don't let your guard down. He saw through it. That man in black is the best fighter. Is he their boss? Of course he knows martial arts. Big bro. The small man laughed. The son of General Skybear can't not know martial arts. So we need to hurt him so he can't do anything. The small man turned around. While talking to the man in black, he raised his leg to kick me. Now's my chance. I'm using beast body guidance as cat sphere to shrink my body. I roll on the ground and slip into the alleyway. Ha! On my leg, a black thing grazed it. It was the black short dagger, the hidden weapon used by martial artists. That's why I said not to let your guard down, you fool. The man in black was watching me. He was the one who threw the dagger. That man in black is strong. Could he be a character from History of Swordmaster? That kid has good instincts. But it seems he lacks experience. We won't give him a chance to gain experience, big bro. Ooh, a kick came. I defended again with turtle shell defense. The impact hit me. I was slammed against the wall. The gap in the alley was getting farther away. If he trained, he could have become someone great. What a pity. Kill him. Just kill him. Ryugen shouted. Hearing that voice, the man in black twisted his mouth. Hey, Ryu-san. If we kill him, he won't be a hostage anymore, right? Ooh, you're right, big bro. Let's use this guy for something else. What are we going to do then, Ren? Ryugen glanced sideways at the small man. You understand, right? We'll make sure he can't escape and then use him for negotiations. The small man licked his lips and pulled out a small knife. First, I'll cut the tendons in his arms and legs. Once he can't move, I'll cut off his fingers and send them to the Kou family. If we trade the second son's life, the Kou family will probably hand over Seirei. Am I wrong, Ryugen-san? No, not that far. But you said to kill him. That was in the heat of the moment. If we kill the Kou family's real son, they'll become our enemies. Let's get serious about this. The small man with the knife approached. Ryugen was trembling in the back. The man in black looked uninterested. I curled up and waited for my chance. Using beast body guidance and cat ear detection, cats sense the presence to sense the surroundings. Right after the enemy tries to attack, I'll counter. It doesn't have to land. I just need to create an opening to escape. This is an alley. There are gaps everywhere I could slip through. I've bought enough time already. If I can somehow survive here, it's my win. Show your face. The small man came closer. He probably thought I couldn't move. Seeing the scared face of a rich kid is one of the pleasures of this job. Stop it. I sensed the man in black trying to stop the small man. What? Why not? Big bro Ian, don't call my name. And don't underestimate this kid. Ha! This guy coming to save the Ryu family's daughter with his life on the line, and sticking around this long, was unexpected. So, the time's up. The man in black sighed. The small man spoke in a flustered tone. What do you mean? Can't you hear? Useless. Teaming up with you was a mistake. Ooh. The man in black glared at the small man. Then he closed his eyes, as if sensing something. Sorry, Ryu-san. I'm pulling out of this job. Suddenly, the man in black stepped back. Seeing this, Ryugen and the small man widened their eyes. What? What do you mean? What are you saying? Big bro. I'm saying time's up. This kid wins. The man in black jumped back. In the next moment. Ah. Indeed, that boy wins. A woman running along the wall slashed at the dagger-wielding man. You villain. Don't think you can do whatever you want in Ryugen Kuen's territory. The silver longsword knocked the dagger away from the man in black. Immediately, the man retreated, creating distance to avoid a second strike. I've heard there's a master swordsman among Ryujin-kun's guests. Is that you? I'm not interested in people's opinions. Is that so? The man in black kicked at the woman. She dodged. But the man, with that momentum, jumped backward. The woman glared at the man in black, still holding her long sword. Who are you? With skills like that, how can you be involved in crime? Wow. The woman with the long sword took control of the situation in an instant. The small man with the dagger and Ian man were frozen in place. It felt like if they moved carelessly, they would be cut down. There was a tense atmosphere. Are you okay? While I was distracted by the scene in front of me, another person appeared. You've hurt your leg. But the wound is shallow. I'll put my master's ointment on it later. Who are you? I'm here to help you, as ordered by Ryujin-kun. The person with the sword, a boy, said. He was about my height, with long black hair tied in a braid behind him. I had noticed someone approaching. I heard footsteps when I used my cat ear detection. But I never thought it would be help from Ryujin-kun. I dislike people who act recklessly without skills. The boy said while looking at me. However, I respect your determination to save your sister. Oh, your sister is safe with my master's companions. Also, I apologize for being late to help. This area is complicated, so it was tough to get here. Thank you. I bowed my head to the boy. Then, I suddenly realized. Can I ask your name? My name is Sui Kou. That person is my master, Reiku-sama. Reiku-sama, don't worry. No one can defeat my master. The boy, Sui Kou, held his sword, staring at Ryugen and the small man. He was keeping watch to make sure they didn't interfere with Reiku-san. The man in black was still fighting. On the inside of his coat, there were countless daggers. The man in black was using them to go up against the martial artist Reiku. He was mostly on the defensive, or rather, it seemed like he was waiting for a chance to escape. What a waste. You have potential, Reiku-sensei said, readying her sword. With skills like yours, you could have started your own martial arts school. I'm not interested. What I'm aiming for is the world. Is someone who talks about the world a kidnapper? You wouldn't understand my ambitions, being Ryujin-kun's pet. It seems we can't see eye to eye. I also dislike dogs that bark for no reason. I'll take my leave. The man in black jumped back. He swung his arm. In an instant, more than 10 daggers flew through the air. A few of them were headed straight for me and the boy. Are you using a child as a shield? You scoundrel. Right after that, Reiku-sensei's long sword drew a silver arc in the air. The deflected daggers danced in the air, piercing the wall and the ground. In the meantime, the man in black turned his back and started to run. Reiku-sensei clicked his tongue and said, State your name, kidnapper. I stopped being a kidnapper a while ago. Where would you find a fool who would introduce himself? Just as the man in black was about to say something. That guy's name is Enki. He's an assassin who uses daggers. I blurted out without thinking. Enki is a character from History of the Swordmaster. I recognized him from the black daggers and the surname Ien that the small man mentioned. He's younger than I remember, but it's probably not wrong. Kou family's young master. I should have killed you. With that, the man in black, Enki, vanished. I've remembered his face. I know his name. For now, that's enough. The martial artist Reiku approached me. First, we need to take care of this child. Kids are important. Children with a sense of justice are even more important. If they are hurt, we can't just leave them alone. Why yes, master. Thanks to this child, we found out his name. Now we can track him down and make sure he can never enter this town again. This child is impressive. That's true. Hey, how did you know that guy's name? At the market. After thinking for a moment, I said. When I was shopping at the market, I overheard a traveling merchant talking about it. And what about that merchant? He said he came from the north. It was a long time ago, so I don't remember what he looked like. I told a little lie. I can't say it's from my past life. It can't be helped. What's more important is this woman. The sword-wielding martial artist, Reiku. She's one of the strong characters from History of Swordmaster and the only user of 4 divine steps. 4 divine steps is the ultimate escape skill. Once learned, it doubles your movement speed, allowing you to escape from any opponent. However, to learn 4 divine steps, you need to have mastered Beast Body Guidance. Beast Body Guidance only works on the weakest characters. So, there was almost no point in learning 4 divine steps in the game. It doesn't help to increase the movement speed of weak characters. But, the martial artist Reiku had learned 4 divine steps since she appeared in the game. She was a strong character with high movement speed, and she could escape from any enemy, which made her a game balance breaker. However, she only fought alongside players until partway through the game, then she left. Now, Reiku-sensei is right in front of me. If I don't talk to her, I need to make a request. Hey, are you okay? When I realized it, Reiku-sensei was supporting my body. No good. I must have lost my focus. My body isn't moving well. Of course, it's my first time dealing with life and death, even including my past life. And the opponent is a strong character from the game. If Reiku-sensei and the boy hadn't come to help, I might have died. You did well, boy. As a reward, I'll listen to your wish. A wish. A good child needs a reward. Do you have something in mind? To be your disciple. Please make me your disciple. Ah, sure. Wait a minute. Master, what is it, Kaokuin? I'm your disciple, right? Why are you so easily accepting another disciple? The voices of Reiku-sensei and his disciple Suikao faded away. In my fading vision, I saw silver hair, Seirei. Next to him was someone who seemed to be Ryujin-kuen's subordinate. Thank goodness. They're safe. With this, Seirei should no longer go to the harem. But is there a chance that Seirei might fall in love with the crown prince and choose to enter the harem herself? No, as long as she doesn't become a villain, I guess that's fine. Seirei is my little sister in this world. As long as she can be happy, that's all that matters. Thinking about such things, I let go of my consciousness. Chapter 13 The Great Villain of the World returns home. When I opened my eyes, I saw a familiar ceiling. It was my room at home. I wonder when I got back. I remember fighting Ryu-gen and the martial artists in the alley. I couldn't win, and in the end, I was saved by Reiku-sensei and her disciple. Did those people carry me home? I don't feel any pain. The wound from the dagger is fine now. Just as the boy, Suikao said, it seems like it was a minor injury. But my right hand won't move. It's wrapped in something soft. When I turn my face that way, I see silver hair. Seirei is lying face down on the bed, quietly sleeping. Big brother. Seirei. Seirei was holding my hand while still lying on the bed. I wonder how long she has been like this. Has she been taking care of me the whole time? When I touched my forehead, I felt a wet cloth placed there. It seems I had a fever while I was sleeping. I guess that's understandable. It was my first time dealing with life and death. Honestly, I'm surprised I survived. Excuse me. Eichu-sama, you're awake. Sure. I put my finger to my lips and pointed at sleeping Seirei. Hakuyu nodded eagerly. It seems she was taking care of me too. Are you feeling okay now? I'm fine. How about you, Hakuyu? I'm perfectly fine. But, Husama, you've been sleeping for 3 days straight. 3 days. The first night, you had a fever. With everything that happened, it's no surprise. Right. Yes. Your leg injury is already fine. The doctor checked it, so there's no mistake. It seems the quick treatment was effective. Hakuyu looked relieved. I heard someone who was there applied healing ointment. We should go thank them later. It turned out that it was Reiku-sensei who provided the treatment. I really need to express my gratitude. Is Seirei staying here the whole time? Yes. She said, I'll take care of my brother. Hakuyu smiled gently. It was the first time I heard Seirei speak so strongly. I see. I patted Seirei's head with my free hand. So, what happened with the incident? Ryugen and his little accomplice were captured and sent to prison. After confirming that Seirei was asleep, Hakuyu began to explain. The main culprit of this incident was Seirei's uncle, Ryugen. After being disowned by the Ryu family, he got involved with the underworld. Ryugen learned that the people of the Ryu family had been killed and set his sights on Seirei. He had been kind to Seirei when he was part of the Ryu family. However, that kindness wasn't like family, it was more like someone cherishing a rare creature. He was planning to treat Seirei as a valuable rare specimen and turn her into money. So, Ryugen approached a small man who makes a living as a slave trader, Ren, and brought him into the group. Ren brought along a dagger user named Enki. Enki had heard of the Kou family and apparently wanted to join them. It was also Enki who suggested bringing Seirei into the palace. He said, if you're going to aim for something, aim for the big fish, and convinced Ryugen and the others. And so, Ryugen came to Seirei. After that, it went as I know. Ryugen and Ren will likely face punishment. But the man in black, he managed to escape, right? The general thinks he has already left Hokurin. Those kinds of people are quick. He might have hidden in a carriage and slipped through the town gate. I see. Anyway, I'm just glad that Husama and Seirei-sama are safe. Saying that, Hakuyu knelt on the floor. She then hit her head against the ground. This is called kowtow, the most respectful bow in this world. It's my fault that Seirei-sama was kidnapped. I should have been more cautious of Ryu General. I apologize, Husama. Please stop. It's not your fault, Hakuyu. But, actually, it's the opposite. Because Hakuyu warned me of the danger, I was able to save Seirei. I will tell my father the same. Hakuyu is not to blame. Husama. I'm glad that both Seirei and I are okay. Isn't that enough? I gently patted Seirei's head again. But, it seems like Seirei went through something tough. I think Seirei-sama will be fine. Is that so? Yes, Seirei-sama has become strong. It was Seirei-sama who explained to the general what happened. Seirei did. Yes, it was impressive. Seirei-sama said she wants to serve the Kou family from now on. Hakuyu said this and smiled. When Seirei-sama wakes up, please praise her. I think that will be the best reward for Seirei-sama. I will. But, there's something I need to do first. I looked up and asked Hakuyu. Is my father in his room right now? Yes, he is. Is it something urgent? Yes. It's about His Royal Highness the King's younger brother. I said. I borrowed His Royal Highness the King's younger brother's help to rescue Seirei. At that time, I promised to definitely repay you. I need to tell my father about this. With that, I quietly headed to my father's room, trying not to wake Seirei. Chapter 14 The Great Villain of the World, Making a Wish to Father. I have acted rudely to His Royal Highness the King's younger brother. I'm telling father about what happened until I found Seirei. After leaving the general office, I found Ryujin Kuen's carriage in town. I approached that carriage and asked about Seirei. His Royal Highness the King's younger brother forgave me, but it doesn't change the fact that I was rude. I approached when he was relaxing and spoke without permission. Father crossed his arms and looked deep in thought. I continued. Yet, His Royal Highness the King's younger brother ordered his subordinates to search for Seirei. When she was about to be caught by Ryugen and the others, those people helped me. It was the martial artist Reiku-sensei and a boy named Sui Kao. I see. I told His Royal Highness the King's younger brother, I will repay this favor someday. If I break that promise, it would tarnish father's name. So, could you please give me to meet His Royal Highness the King's younger brother? I bowed my head. I truly want to express my gratitude. In History of the Sword Master, Ryujin Kuen was cornering Kou Tenhou with his cleverness and popularity. He's someone you don't want as an enemy, so I have to be as polite as possible. Also, this is a chance to become a disciple of Reiku-sensei. Reiku-sensei is supposed to be a user of the 4 divine steps. That's why she was running on walls, and seeing that shows how high her mobility is. Before I lost consciousness, I told her, Please take me as your disciple." Reiku-sensei nodded, but that was just in that moment. To make sure it's not vague, I need to properly become his disciple. I'm surprised. After a while, my father tilted his head. There are such coincidences. I'm quite surprised. Coincidence, you say? Before, I discussed with Gyokushi and Kairyou, and we decided to have you become a disciple of His Royal Highness the King's younger brother, Ryujin Kuin. We were preparing for that. Is that so? It was Kairyou who suggested it. There are many martial artists around Ryujin Kuin. Among them, there might be someone who can help Tenhou's talent grow. So, we were about to ask Ryujin Kuin. I see. I get it. I was being helped by my family without even knowing it. Well, that makes sense. If a regular person jumps in front of the younger brother of the king's carriage, they can't complain if they get killed, right? Was I forgiven because of my father? Thank you very much. The reason His Royal Highness the King's younger brother listened to my story is that my father conveyed my situation to him, right? No, I haven't told him yet. Ha! Just when I was about to tell him, Seirei was kidnapped. What? Besides, you are the one who wrote my letter. Do you remember writing a letter addressed to Ryujin Kuin? That's right. So, Ryujin Kuin listened to me because he was a good person. If I had been unlucky, I could have been cut down by the guards without question. Sigh. Why are you turning pale now? I can't tell if you're brave or cowardly. I'm a coward. I am. I sighed. I'm really worried about the time I was rude to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince at my father's workplace. During the key energy comparison, I accidentally let His Royal Highness's key slip away, and as a result, His Royal Highness fell. I heard that was just a game. Still, it doesn't change the fact that I was rude to His Royal Highness. I have to apologize properly. Well, according to Kairyou, it seems that it has been forgotten. His Royal Highness was there and said, I just slipped. I was not rolled over. You all saw nothing, understood? Is that so? His Royal Highness probably regrets challenging the younger ones to a key energy comparison. If you're curious, I can arrange an opportunity for an apology later. Is that okay? Why yes. Please do. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is fine with this, but we must directly thank Ryujin Kuin. Father stroked his beard and smiled. Let's go with me, you, and Seirei to pay our respects. Thank you, Father. Now, about the apprenticeship. Ryujin Kuin has a teacher named Reiku-sensei. I would like to become her apprentice. I've already discussed it, so I just need Ryujin Kuen's permission. Understood. I will write the letter for you. Can I borrow some paper and an inkstone? Right now? Why don't you take a little break first? The Kou family has received great favors from His Royal Highness the King's younger brother. I think we should repay them as soon as possible. I understand that, but wait a moment. Why is that? Seirei is peeking in from the other side of the door. I turned around when I was called. The door to my father's room was slightly open, and I could see Seirei's face. She looked nervous, glancing over here. My mother was also behind her. It seemed they came to check on me with my mother's approval. Seirei is really worried about you. You should talk to her first. My father said with a wry smile. I took Seirei and went back to my room. My father promised to talk about Ryujin Kuin. For now, I was told to rest and take it easy. Brother. Seirei looked at me with tears in her eyes. Brother. Seirei is, I'm just glad you're safe, Seirei. I said. And, it was Seirei who brought His Royal Highness the King's younger brother's subordinate to help us, right? Thanks to you, we were saved. I heard that Ryujin Kuin had sent his subordinates to look for me and Seirei. Reiku-sensei was one of them. When she met Seirei, she accurately told them where I was. Thank you, Seirei. But, it's my fault that you had a terrible time. Ryujin told you that he knew where your mother was, right? It can't be helped. I knew that mother had passed away. Even so, Seirei wanted to visit your mother's grave. People in this world have a strong sense of respect for their parents and ancestors. It is said that the deceased stay in this world for several days to watch over their descendants. This was a custom that existed in my previous life, but in this world, it is even stronger. Because of that, they try to properly bury the dead. On the other hand, in the game, when Kou Tenhou was executed by being torn apart, or when bodies were left lying around, it meant something like, "No way I'm letting them be buried." Seirei wanted to go to Mother's grave and tell her, "I'm okay, right? Yes. I understand that feeling. Yeah. It can't be helped. Brother. The one at fault is Ryugen, who took advantage of your feelings. Seirei, you're not at fault at all. But, because of me, you. If that's the case, then Seirei should just be happy instead." In History of the Swordmaster, it was probably Ryugen who made the opportunity for Seirei to enter the harem. He probably taught Seirei some weird things and got her into the harem. Seirei was more of a victim. If she was deceived, kidnapped, and forced into the harem, it's no wonder her personality would be twisted. Kou Tenhou in the game might have become a villain because of that. If his little sister was kidnapped and came back as a bad girl, he would definitely feel responsible. To escape that self-hatred, he might have desired power and wealth. That could happen. But I broke the flag for Seirei entering the harem. All that's left is for Seirei to be happy. If she lives a relaxed life with the Kou family, she won't become a bad girl. She probably wouldn't even think of entering the harem herself. If that happens, I should be able to avoid destruction. I'm fine as long as Seirei is happy. Brother. Seirei was looking at me with teary eyes. Then, in a shy tone, she said, "You said, I won't let anyone have Seirei and I'll make Seirei happy." Yeah. To be exact, it was "I'll make her happy," but I accidentally said I guess my past life slipped out. But since Seirei didn't seem to mind, it's okay. Is that your true feelings? Of course. To avoid reviving the harem flag, I want Seirei to live happily with the Kou family. Yeah. Nothing is wrong with that. I see. Seirei's face turned bright red as she held her chest. Then she had a determined look on her face and said, "Brother. I want to become stronger." She said that. "I want to get stronger and repay the Kou family. I want to be of help to you, Eishin-sama, Kairyou-sama, Gyokusha-sama, and Tenhou and Eishin." I see. And I'm not scared of the outside world anymore. After what you went through, yes. Compared to that, other things aren't a big deal. Seirei held her chest and continued, as if confirming her feelings. "I want to get stronger, and then, I want to make a lot of friends. If that's the case, you should help with the Kou family's social events." Social events, you say? My mother isn't very strong, so my older brother handles the connections with other families and nobles. It would really help if Seirei could assist me. Why yes, I'll do my best. Seirei said that and smiled. So, I have a request for you, big brother. What is it? Can we continue to do guiding together from now on? Of course. I'm glad. Seirei let out a sigh of relief. With a shy face, she twirled her silver hair around her fingers. She seemed like a different person from when she first came to the Kou family. Back then, Seirei had just lost her parents and looked scared of everything around her. Now, she laughs and gets embarrassed like normal. It's as if she has regained feelings she had forgotten. I, Ryu Seirei, will continue to serve you, Tenhou-san. Please, watch over me, big brother. Seirei said this with a gentle smile. Chapter 15. Seirei finds a new goal. Seirei's perspective. After that, Seirei had a chance to talk again with Eishin, the head of the Kou family. "Seirei, do you want to take the Kou family name?" Eishin said. "The reason you were kidnapped was because of the Kou family's mistakes. To make sure nothing like this happens again, I want to give you the Kou family name. If you become Kou Seirei, and I announce it widely, no one will dare to harm you." "Thank you, Eishin-sama." Seirei expressed her gratitude. She was happy about Eishin's feelings. If Seirei received the Kou family name and became Kou Seirei, she would officially become Eishin's daughter. This way, anyone who tried to hurt Seirei would have to face General Skybear Kou Eishin, showing everyone around that they were her enemy. Eishin-sama wanting to protect me makes me happy. That's part of it. But actually, I've always wanted a daughter. Aishin said with a shy face, scratching his head. I wanted to be called Dad by a cute daughter. So this is also for my sake. Thank you very much. Everyone in the Kou family is a good person. She feels lucky to be taken in by such a family. So, then, when we are at home, may I call you Dad, Aishin-sama? Oh, of course. Thank you very much, Dad. But I want to keep the Ryu family name. Is it for your parents? Aishin nodded as if he understood. I get how you feel. If you officially become my child, the Ryu family will end. Why yes. That's part of it, but... Seirei hesitated. Her face grew hot without her realizing it. She loved the Kou family. When they told her to become one of them, Seirei almost nodded reflexively. But, if I officially become a child of the Kou family, I won't be able to marry Tenhou-nisan. If she took the Kou family name and officially became the daughter of General Skybear, Seirei would publicly become Tenhou's sister. Even if they weren't blood-related, she would be treated like a real sister. She wouldn't be able to become Tenhou's wife. Of course, it's impossible for me to marry my brother. Seirei still hadn't done anything for the Kou family. In fact, she felt like she was just holding everyone back. After being taken in, she hadn't opened her heart to anyone, and she had also been kidnapped by Ryugen. Seirei felt like she was just causing trouble and was of no help at all. Even so, Seirei's heart was pierced by Tenhou's words. Seirei won't be with anyone. Those words struck her heart like an arrow. If she pulls too hard, it feels like her heart might break, deep down. So, she wants to keep the possibility open. Right now, she can't say she wants to be Tenhou's wife yet. Plus, Tenhou-nisan is an amazing person. Her brother has big dreams. She heard his battle cry when he went to call for help. I am Kou Tenhou, the General Skybear, child of Kou Aishin, the one who moves the world. My way of dying will be by being torn apart by oxes, or a tragic death amidst chaos. There's no way this Kou Tenhou will die here, being torn apart by oxes and a tragic death. In other words, her brother is ready for that. Right now, Ouka country is peaceful, but if chaos breaks out, he will fight with his life on the line. That's what he believes. But to stand beside such a brother, I still feel weak. She wants to be strong enough to support her brother who has big dreams. When Tenhou is in danger, she wants to throw herself in front of him and help him. With that kind of determination, I would like to speak to Dad. Seirei clasped her hands together. The Ryu family has always been with the Kou family. We have supported each other and worked together to get this far. I, Ryu Seirei, want to be someone who supports my brother, no, the Kou family. I understand. I will respect your opinion. Thank you so much, Dad. Yes. Good. Kou Aishin nodded with satisfaction at Seirei's words. Seirei continued speaking. From now on, I want to help Mother Gyokushi as an adopted daughter of the Kou family. I want to learn proper manners and be useful in the Kou family's social events. And also, I want to continue my training with Tenhou to develop my ki energy for emergencies. Finally, Seirei added something very important and got Aishin's permission. With that, Seirei began to walk a new path. Chapter 16, Meeting His Royal Highness the King's younger brother. Tenhou's perspective. A few days after the Seirei incident, I was going to visit Ryugen Kuen's mansion with my father and Seirei. This was to thank him for his help and to apologize for my rudeness. We took a carriage for the visit. The driver was Hakuyu. In the seats were my father, Seirei, and me. Behind the carriage, there were people carrying gifts. There were only a few of them. This seemed to be on the smaller side. When it comes to nobles, there can be over 100 people in line. They show respect to the other party by having a large number of people and gifts. Noble socializing is tough. Look over there. That is His Royal Highness the King's younger brother's mansion. It looks like a castle. I'm surprised. Soon, we could see a building surrounded by high walls. There was a large gate in front, and a few guards were standing there. Beyond the gate, there was a watchtower. Soldiers were stationed there too. It really felt like a mansion of a high-ranking noble. I could see a tall building beyond the walls. According to my father, it's called Moonwatching Tower, Bouget. It's a platform for moon viewing, and if you climb it, you can see the town of Hokurin. Surrounding the mansion were the homes of Ryujin Kuen's subordinates and guests. The guest of Ryujin Kuen, which means the people who serve him, have various talents. Reiku-sensei is one of them. In the game world, she was Ryujin Kuen's bodyguard. Both of you, get off the carriage. Make sure not to offend His Royal Highness the King's younger brother. Yes, father. I understand. We got off the carriage just before the gate and walked towards it with father leading the way. It seems the arrangements had already been made. When father introduced himself, the gate slowly opened. On the other side of the gate was a square with cobblestones. Guards were standing on both sides of the path, and various people were gathered around. Some were practicing martial arts, while others were playing Go. Next to someone reciting poetry, there was a discussion about different ethnic groups. All of them seemed to be guests of Ryujin Kuen. We made our way through the crowd and continued forward. We entered the building, passing between red-painted pillars, and went into the inner room. In that inner room, Ryujin Kuen was waiting for us. Even though he was a high-ranking noble, his clothes didn't look that fancy. I had heard that royal family members liked shiny decorations, but he seemed different. Now that I think about it, there weren't any luxurious furnishings or decorations in the mansion. I remembered Ryujin Kuen's lines from the game. He said, "Those wasteful scoundrels. Money should be used to nurture talent." It seems he uses his funds not for luxury items, but to support talented people. The origin of Ryujin Kuen comes from the fact that he helped rebuild towns and villages that were burned down in war. He became Ryujin. He is the younger brother of the king and the prime minister. A master of diplomacy, he is well respected and has a strong character. That makes him the number 2 in Ouka country. The king's younger brother, Ryujin Kuen, his real name is Ariheiku. Your Royal Highness the king's younger brother, I hope you are in good spirits. Father knelt on the floor. I and Seirei did the same. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to meet today. I am Kou Eishin, along with my child, Kou Tenhou, and my adopted daughter, Ryu Seirei. It is an honor to greet your Royal Highness the king's younger brother. No need for such formal greetings, Kou Eishin Dono. Ryujin Kuen stood up and approached father. Then, as if they were colleagues, he patted father on the shoulder. We are both servants of the royal family. Besides, this is a private meeting. There's no need to kneel. I apologize. Father trembled slightly, feeling embarrassed. When he looked with permission, Ryujin Kuen was looking at us with a gentle expression. This person was an enemy of Kou Tenhou in the game. Now he is on our side, but I can't let my guard down. I need to be careful. Recently, I heard that while your Royal Highness the king's younger brother was exploring the town, my son acted disrespectfully. Father's greeting continued. Disrespect towards your Royal Highness the king's younger brother is unacceptable for a subject. I have come today to apologize. Also, I have heard that one of your Royal Highness the king's younger brother's subordinates helped Tenhou and Seirei in a difficult situation. I wanted to express my gratitude for that as well. Please accept this gift. I accept your apology and thanks. That is enough. What? I have heard the situation from your son. He was looking for his kidnapped sister. Ryujin Kuen rested his chin on his hand and nodded as if he understood. That day, the town was crowded because of the festival. So, it was a reasonable decision to call out to me while I was in the carriage to search for his sister. The Kou family has a wise son. Oh, I am honored. Kou Tenhou Dono. Ryujin Kuen's narrow eyes looked at me. I would like to congratulate you on your sister's safe return. Thanks to your Royal Highness the king's younger brother. And I have heard about your wish. You wanted to become a disciple of the martial artist Reiku, right? Here it comes. I knelt down, took a deep breath, and answered. Yes. If possible, I would love to. May I ask why? I'm naturally weak in ki energy, so I couldn't learn martial arts. I slowly choose my words. Recently, I've gained a little ki energy, but even so, I can't compete with those who have formally studied martial arts. I realized this when my sister Seirei was kidnapped. I was able to resist the thugs, but I couldn't eliminate them. Go on. After that, I was captivated by Reiku-sensei's movements when she came to help. It was as if she had no weight, running on walls and soaring through the air. I thought that if I could learn such light skills and footwork, even someone like me who can't fight might be able to escape from enemies. Is that all you plan to do, run away? No. When I run away, my family will be with me. I answer. I want to protect my family in danger and escape together. Or, I could confuse the enemies with movements like Reiku-sensei's to buy time for my family to escape. That's why I want to become her disciple. I understand. With a soft sound, Ryujin-kun moves toward Seirei. Ryu family's eldest daughter, Ryu Seirei. Why yes, Your Royal Highness the King's younger brother. To help you, your brother asked me for a favor. I lent him a hand. As a result, you are here now. Do you understand? Yes. On that note, your brother has asked me for a favor. I want to grant his wish to protect his family, but in return, you will have to endure some things. Why yes. It's a simple thing. Your brother will do the job I requested. You must accept that he will struggle for your sake. Can you do that? I could tell that Seirei gasped. Ryujin-kun was looking down at me and Seirei with a serious expression. Kou Tenhou used the name General Skybear to ask me about your clues. That's fine. It's because a child's life is at stake. Of course, I will help to save the family of my fellow General Skybear. Ryujin-kun said in a stern tone. However, my guest's wish to become a disciple is a personal desire of Kou Tenhou. I can't grant it unconditionally. To fulfill a wish, there must be a price. He must work for Ouka country using the skills he learns in exchange for martial arts training. Why yes. What can you do for him? I will do everything I can to help Brother Tenhou. Seirei answered in a trembling voice. I will do anything I can. I will think about what will help brother, because my life feels like it was given to me by Tenhou. I see, understood. Ryujin-kun nodded. I remember the look on your face when Kou Tenhou asked about your whereabouts. It was as if his life depended on it. I could tell he truly cared about you. Why yes. My brother is that kind of person. I wanted to confirm how you feel about your brother. I will ask your Royal Highness the King's younger brother. Suddenly, my father spoke up. Do your Royal Highness intend to give Tenhou some kind of task? Let me explain clearly. Kou Tenhou and Ryu Seirei, please sit down. When Ryujin-kun said that, the house servants around us silently offered chairs. Overwhelmed by their perfectly synchronized movements, we took our seats. I will ask Kou Tenhou. Do you remember the boy who was with you when Reiku helped you? I remember. It was Sui Kao-sama. He is also Reiku's disciple. For me, he is a subordinate's disciple. Ryujin-kun said. He will also have a role to fulfill from now on. As the younger brother of the king, it is my duty to serve the country. The martial arts I learn from my guests must be used for Ouka country. You will be the same, Kou Tenhou. After you learn a certain level of martial arts, you will have to fulfill the role I request of you. Is that clear? Yes. I understand. Please let me do the work. You are quick to respond. Ryujin-kun's eyes widened. It must have been an unexpected reaction. But there's no choice here. The Kou Tenhou death flag could drop anywhere. To survive when it matters, I need the escape skill 4 divine steps. I can't miss the chance to learn that. Younger kids sure are bold. Don't they worry about what kind of role they'll be given? I can't believe the famous Your Royal Highness the King's younger brother would give me an unreasonable tasks. Famous? So you're judging based on rumors? The fact that my father, no, General Skybear is here is one reason. Go on. I thought the role Your Royal Highness the King's younger brother mentioned is related to my father's duties. Ryujin-kun is looking at me with eyes that seem to peer deep into others. It feels like he's measuring whether I'm worthy of hearing his wishes. As I thought, this person is scary. My father spends half the year at the northern fortress to protect the borders from other tribes. If it's a role that would satisfy him, it's probably in the north. That's enough. Ryujin-kun raised his hand, stopping my words. He had a satisfied smile and then looked at my father. Indeed, it seems the Kou family has raised good children. That's too kind of you. Kairyou, the successor of General Skybear. The wise and brave younger brother, Kou Tenhou. With the two of them, the Kou family should be safe. What a pity. I wish my older brother had children like them. Your Royal Highness the King's younger brother? No, that was a slip of the tongue. Please forget it. Ryujin-kun clapped his hands to change the mood. I would like to ask General Skybear if I may entrust your son to my guest. If your Royal Highness the King's younger brother recognizes Tenhou, then I have nothing to say. Father stood up and clasped his hands. Please take care of my son, your Royal Highness. Understood. Now, Kou Tenhou. Yes, your Royal Highness the King's younger brother. I will guide you to another room. I need to properly introduce you to Reiku and Suikao. After saying that, Ryujin-kun looked at father and Seirei. Kou Eishin and your sister have the banquet prepared. I want to deepen my friendship with Kou Eishin during this opportunity. Ah, Ryu Seirei. There's no need to look worried. I will take full responsibility and return your brother to you. I promise, with the great name of Ryujin-kun. Chapter 17 The Great Villain of the World takes on a disciple. I've been waiting for you, Kou Tenhou. Let's start with a greeting. After talking in the hall, I was guided to the reception room. There was a woman around 20 years old and a boy about my age. They were Reiku-sensei and her disciple, Suikao. Reiku-sensei was lying on a long bench, waving me over. My name is Shin-yu. I don't really like my real name, so just call me Reiku-sensei. I am Kou Tenhou. Thank you for allowing me to become your disciple. I clasped my hands together. Good. That's a nice greeting. Now, Kao. You should greet him too. I'm Suikao. Nice to meet you from now on. Suikao was staring at me with a sulky face. Reiku-sensei was a tall woman. She had long hair tied back. Her slender body was wrapped in a purple robe. Her arms and legs were thin. She looked like she had no strength, yet she easily defeated that Enki. Plus, she moved around effortlessly in narrow alleys. Her attack power was high, and her mobility was the best. If she targeted you, you wouldn't be able to escape. The only reason Enki got away was that Reiku-sensei stopped him by protecting me. That was all. Suikao, standing behind Reiku-sensei, was a small boy. He was a bit shorter than me. He had his hair in braids, hanging down his back. Since he is Reiku-sensei's disciple, he must be a martial artist too. But there's no character named Suikao in History of the Swordmaster. Maybe he's not related to the game. I teach you martial arts to make sure you fulfill your duty. Lying on the long bench, Reiku-sensei said. Of course, since you're working for Ouka country, you will be rewarded. If you want, you can ask Ryujin-kun to grant your wishes. After saying that, Reiku-sensei added in a light tone. Well, since this Reiku is also Ryujin-kun's subordinate, I'll have my disciples work for Ouka country too. In return, I'll make sure to pay you properly. That's how it is. Yes. I will do my best. I'm Suikao. I will risk my life to fulfill my duty. You're so serious, Kao. Reiku-sensei poked Suikao's back with his finger. I just taught you, the harder something is, the easier it breaks. Use both hard and soft. Yes. I'm sorry. That's it. Reiku-sensei smiled wryly. Kao. You finally have a junior disciple, so be happy about it. That's what you say, but I can't. Why not? Teaching martial arts from you was supposed to be just for me. But suddenly, another disciple appears. My time to learn martial arts has decreased. I can't be happy about that. I don't think you need to worry that much. I plan to prepare enough teaching time for both of you. Still, I want to learn martial arts quickly and fulfill my duty. Suikao said this while looking down. I kind of understood how he felt. Suikao, no, Kaoshike, senior disciple, was the only disciple of Master Reiku. Until now, He had been learning martial arts one-on-one. But from now on, Master Reiku would have to train me too. Seeing how he was so focused on his duty, it seemed like he was a serious person. I didn't want to get in the way of someone like that. Especially if he wasn't someone who appeared in the history of Swordmaster. If he wasn't related to the Kou Tenhou's destruction ending, we might be able to get along normally. So, I don't intend to disturb you, Seirei. After thinking for a while, I said this to the master and Seirei. What I want to learn are footwork and body techniques. My wish is to survive, not to fight. It would be enough if you could teach me just a part of the martial arts that Master Reiku has mastered. Just footwork and body techniques, is that all? Yes. That's correct. I bowed to Seirei. I don't ask for much. I don't want to take up your time. I just want to learn enough martial arts to fulfill my duty. I see. Yes. Okay. If that's the case, then it's fine. She seemed to understand. That's good. Master Reiku has mastered various martial arts. 4 divine steps is just one of them. The character Reiku from the game history of Swordmaster uses techniques that can go through walls to damage opponents and high-speed movement for clone attacks. The strongest move is a combined attack with allies. By coordinating their techniques and breathing, they swing their swords to cover each other's weaknesses. This technique is truly versatile. It's so powerful that there's even a way to play called Reiku Forbidden Binding where you can't use her. But I don't need that kind of strength. I only want to learn footwork and body techniques. I think that won't get in the way of my Seirei. I mentioned this to my senior, but what do you think, Master? I looked at Reiku. My wish is to learn footwork and body techniques. Is that all right? Ah, yeah. That sounds good. Ha! Reiku looks surprised. Why is that? By the way, Tenhou-kun. Yes, Master. What kind of martial arts have you practiced until now? I haven't learned any martial arts. No, that's strange, right? Reiku tilted her head. When I came to help, you were resisting 3 adults, right? And 2 of them were martial artists. If you haven't practiced martial arts, how did you buy time until we arrived? I'm embarrassed to say this, but it's for reference in teaching. Speak up. I was training while looking at a book I bought at the market. It was a book on how to enhance ki energy, Niryoku. A book on guiding energy that you bought at the market. Yes. It says, by imitating the 4 beasts, guide the energy of heaven and earth. I call that book beast body guidance. I chose my words carefully and replied, by mimicking the snake, cat, chicken, and turtle, you become one with nature and absorb a lot of energy. Oh, that one. Master clapped her hands. I know it. Well, I should say I know it because my master wrote it. Your master's master? Yeah. My master was poor. They sold their own martial arts manual to make some quick cash. It had things that could be useful for health. Is that so? I was surprised. So, the Beast Body Guidance Martial Arts Manual was written by Master Reiku's master. It came around and ended up with me. Thanks to that, I was able to learn ki energy and help Seirei. What a strange connection. However, my master was poor back then, so they might not have properly checked the book they wrote. Ha! Just to be sure, can I check your ki strength and the condition of your meridians? Of course. Let's see. Master Reiku took my hand. She closed her eyes and lightly pressed her fingers against mine. A heavy weight was transmitted to me. This is Master Reiku's ki energy. It was heavy and strong. When I tried to push back, it felt like I was being pulled instead. Like a wave. Strength and weight can be controlled freely. That's why it's strong, I guess. There are no abnormalities. Plus, it seems you've trained well. Thank you very much. With this much ki energy, it's enough to learn martial arts with Kou. I think you two will make good brother disciples. If Master says so. Seirei nodded reluctantly. Then Master Reiku waved her hand and said, That's all for today. Tenhou, starting tomorrow, come to my dormitory. After some intense training, I'll ask you to help Ryujin-kun with his task. Got it? Yes, Master Reiku. Kou, Make sure to guide Tenhou to the training ground. I will follow the master's words. Good. Both of you, nice responses. Master Reiku patted me and Kou on the shoulders. And so, I became a disciple of Master Reiku. After Tenhou and Kou left, Reiku thought. I sent a strong ki energy, but it didn't budge at all. Reiku remembered when she checked Tenhou's ki energy. There were no abnormalities in the meridians or the flow of energy. It's hard to believe he's a beginner. Tenhou's ki energy was powerful. It was on par with Kou, who had learned martial arts in his hometown and trained under Reiku for a month. So how should she interpret Kou Aishing's words that Tenhou was born unable to use ki energy? After the Seirei incident, Reiku took Tenhou to the general office. At that time, Kou Aishing said, just because you can use ki energy doesn't mean you should act recklessly. Curious, Reiku asked Aishing about the situation. It's probably because Tenhou can use ki energy thanks to the beast body guidance left by my master. Resting her chin on her hand, Reiku took a sip of tea. She had come to like bitter tea, all because of her master. Reiku's master had never shaken off their frugal habits until they died. They brewed the tea as bitter as possible so that even the leftover leaves could be enjoyed. Reiku had picked up that habit. What should we do, master? Your grand disciple seems to have gained strange skills and ki energy from beast body guidance. There's no doubt that beast body guidance is a method to acquire ki energy. However, that's just a comfort. There's no way someone like Tenhou could truly master ki energy. Yet, Tenhou fought against 2 martial artists to help his sister escape. Especially the man in black. Enki was an incredible dagger user. When he fled, he threw 10 daggers at once. There was no way someone like him would miss his target. Originally, Enki's dagger would have pierced Tenhou's leg. If that happened, Tenhou wouldn't be able to escape. Then, they could just cover his mouth and kidnap him. That's what Enki and the others would do. However, Tenhou's leg, which was cut by the dagger, was only lightly injured. Enki's dagger only grazed his leg. This means that Tenhou dodged Enki's attack. The same goes for Tenhou blocking a kick from a man named Ren. That guy had learned a martial art that specialized in kicks. It seems Tenhou blocked his kick using the turtle form of beast body guidance, but she can't believe he could do that. Normally, beast body guidance only slightly increases ki energy. So, does that mean Tenhou unknowingly used a secret training method? If he doesn't have the talent, that guidance won't show its true power. If he activated it, then Tenhou must have a natural talent. In that case, if Kou trains with Tenhou, he might be able to help Kou become great. The problem is how Kou feels about it. Kou was wary of Tenhou. Even if it was to learn martial arts, would Kou accept that training method? Wait, if we do it quietly, he won't know, right? Kou wants to get stronger, and he wants to do it as quickly as possible. If Tenhou has the aptitude for the secret technique, then let's make use of it. They might help us develop our style, master. Reiku reached out to the long bench and touched the long sword that was leaning against it. This was a cheap copy made to look like her master's sword. Reiku couldn't master her master's sword. Is this why I have continued to live even after your death? Reiku drank the bitter tea again. She remembered her master's face and smiled gently. Then she began to think about how she would guide her students. Chapter 18 The Great Villain of the World, Talking with the Crown Prince. Tenhou's perspective. So that's how it is. Kaushike came from Soma country in the south. As I walked down the hallway, my Shike and I were talking. Ryujin-kun's mansion is really huge. If I didn't have a guide, I would probably get lost. Kaushike kindly showed me the way. He told me which route is the shortcut to go outside. He also explained which hallway to take to avoid bothering important people. During this, we started talking about where Kaushike is from. So, Kaushike is an exchange student. Well, something like that. I'm sorry, Shike. Why are you apologizing? You came all the way from a distant country to learn martial arts. Yet, I just barged in there. That's enough. Ha! That topic is over. Master has recognized you as a disciple. I have no complaints. You're a nice person, Seirei. You're so noisy. Once again, I look forward to working with you. Please guide me strictly as your junior. I bowed my head to my Seirei. No matter how many times I think about it, the character Sui Kao does not exist in history of the Swordmaster. Of course, Soma country exists in the game. It is also related to Ouka country, and there are characters from Soma. But Kou Seirei is not among them. My older brother is related to Kou Tenhou, so it's strange that he doesn't appear in the game, but my Seirei isn't like that. If he's from another country, it makes sense that he doesn't show up. There are only a few characters from Soma country in the game. Maybe after my Seirei goes back to Soma country, he'll live without getting involved in the chaos. In other words, Kou Seirei won't become my enemy, so I can relax and hang out with him. It feels nice to be with you, Seirei. What are you suddenly saying? I'm sorry. I just spoke my mind. You're a weird one. My Seirei glared at me. I'll tell you this, I don't want to get too friendly. You're my rival, after all. Just because you're my junior doesn't mean I'll go easy on you. Remember that. Yes, Seirei. HMPH. My Seirei turned away. Maybe I got too comfortable since he's not involved in the game. While I was thinking about that, as my Seirei and I turned the corner in the hallway. Oh, you're still here. A country bumpkin from Soma. I heard a voice. Looking ahead, I saw Crown Prince Rouen and a few soldiers. A country bumpkin from a small nation in the southwest. If I remember correctly, it's Sui. I was slow to notice you since you were walking like everyone else in Ouka country's clothes. To blind the eyes of this Rouen, well, that's impressive. The Crown Prince laughed. The soldiers walking behind him echoed his words. Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince is in good spirits. Kou Seirei had a calm expression and clasped hands. Thanks to the kindness of His Majesty the King, I am able to study here in Hokurin. Kindness, huh? It seems that my father is treating the Soma country quite well. The Crown Prince spat out. As long as you don't oppose us, we maintain friendly relations. We accept exchange students from tributary nations, no matter how barbaric the land is. That's why you've managed to sneak into the residence of His Royal Highness the King's younger brother. Truly, it's a kindness you should be grateful for. If you wish. Right here. I said to thank my father. Who told you to kowtow to me? The Crown Prince laughed at the Seirei who was about to kneel. What a nasty personality this person has. In History of Swordmaster, Rouen had become the king of Ouka country. In the prologue, it was said, the king of Ouka country, Rouen, was lost in the charms of the wicked woman Seirei and allowed the atrocities of Kou Tenhou. In the game, all the wrongdoings were blamed on Kou Tenhou. This person was also said to have gone astray because of Kou Tenhou and Seirei, but is that really true? If I and Seirei weren't involved, could this person be a normal ruler? Well, that's a story for another time. Right now, I need to think about my Seirei. As a junior disciple, I can't just stand by and watch my Seirei being insulted. From now on, my Seirei and I will train together under Master Reiku. There will be times when I need to rely on my Seirei. As a junior disciple, I should lend a hand. Thinking about that, I stepped in front of Kou Seirei. Excuse me. I am General Skybear Kou Aishin's child, and my name is Tenhou. I spoke up when there was a pause in the conversation. I am honored to have the opportunity to meet your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. You are Kairyou's younger brother? Yes. I sincerely apologize for my rudeness the other day. I acted disrespectfully towards your Royal Highness the Crown Prince at my father's workplace, and I would like to take this opportunity to apologize. What are you talking about? Crown Prince Rouen glanced at me from the side. With a bitter tone, he said, Oh, right, I met you at the general office. But that's all. There shouldn't be anything between us, right? Is that so? My father had said, the comparison of ki energy with the Crown Prince has been forgotten. The Crown Prince regrets challenging me, a younger person, to a ki energy comparison, also I heard. I'm not sure if Crown Prince Rouen really thinks that, but since he said there was nothing, he probably doesn't want to talk about it. In that case, I'll go along with it. Excuse me. Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I clasped my hands towards Crown Prince Ren. Anyway, I am grateful to have met your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I see. I'm now going to learn martial arts as the younger disciple of Sui Kaosama, thanks to your Royal Highness the King's kindness. I believe it is thanks to the King's great influence that I have gained such a wonderful master and Seirei brother. While watching the Crown Prince's subtle expression, I continued speaking. I hope to learn excellent martial arts from my master and about foreign cultures from my Seirei brother. Tenhou. Foreign cultures, ha. Heh. Ha ha. The Crown Prince stomped the floor in annoyance before looking at me. Is there anything for someone from Ouka country to learn from someone from Soma country? Soma has only recently been founded. The king has only been around for 2 generations. As a country, it is still just a fledgling, isn't it? A fledgling can grow into a phoenix, you know. You, being the child of a general, really don't know much, do you? What do you mean by that? From what I hear, Soma is a small country surrounded by mountains. It sounds nice to say there is plenty of water, but every few years, the rivers flood and everything gets soaked. As for the tribute for morning offerings, it's just furs caught in the mountains. Crown Prince's words made Kairyou clench his fists. Maybe he found it amusing, because the Crown Prince leaned closer to me and said, "How do you think such a country will develop in the future? Go ahead, tell me." He snorted, looking quite proud of himself. I wish he would stop looking down on Soma country. It could lead to diplomatic troubles, and if things go wrong, we might end up making Soma country our enemy. I have to live in this world. After I learn the 4 divine steps, I plan to become a local official and avoid getting involved with the central government, but that doesn't change the fact that I will be living in this country. With the Crown Prince acting like this, even without Kou Tenhou, the country might fall into chaos. It might be unnecessary, but I'll just give a warning. I don't know if it will change the Crown Prince's mind, though. I must speak. I bowed to the Crown Prince and said, "Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince said that Soma country is a land surrounded by mountains." Yeah, I said that. So what? Having many mountains means it's easier to find good quality mineral veins, doesn't it? What? Your Royal Highness mentioned that the tribute from Soma country is fur obtained from the mountains. This means the people of Soma country hunt in the mountains. Therefore, they must know a lot about the mountains. Undeveloped mountains often have mineral veins. If we send engineers from our country to cooperate and explore the mountains, we might find good quality mineral veins, don't you think? In the game, I could buy good weapons in the Soma Kingdom. That means that country has weapon materials. If I search, I might find a good mine. Also, I remember a conversation with someone from the Soma's town where they said, our country doesn't have food shortages. If that's the case, the river flooding means that fertile soil is being brought down from upstream, right? Then, how about sending irrigation engineers from Ouka country? If it goes well, we might create a rich grain-producing area. If that happens, we could buy grains cheaply from the Soma country. Your Royal Highness is right. The Soma Kingdom might be like a fledgling bird. If Ouka country helps it grow into a great bird, then we can have a mutually protective relationship, making the battles with the northern tribes easier. It's certain that the Soma Kingdom will develop from now on. I hope we don't make that country our enemy. I need to tell the Crown Prince that the Soma Kingdom is amazing and ask him to stop looking down on it. What do you think, Your Royal Highness? Kou Tenhou. Your Royal Highness. Ha! Why is the Crown Prince glaring at me? I thought I was just giving a light piece of advice for the future. Tenhou. Ah, yes. Seirei. Thank you. I glanced to the side, and Kairyou had a shy look on his face. You're amazing. Honestly, I've never seen my own country like that. Even the mountains and the overflowing rivers are a treasure of possibilities. I see. Seirei. Thank you for appreciating my country. He bowed to me, but then he immediately pouted and said, But when it comes to martial arts training, that's different. You and I are rivals. Just because you praised my hometown doesn't mean I'll go easy on you. Don't get the wrong idea. I just want to learn some self-defense. You should inherit the secrets of martial arts, Seirei. That's for the master to decide. Disciples shouldn't give in to each other, but I came later, so that doesn't matter. The master's evaluation and strength are everything. Got it, Tenhou? Why yes, Seirei. Then that's good. He nodded and then looked towards the Crown Prince. I apologize, Your Royal Highness. He said that and bowed his head to the Crown Prince. As Your Royal Highness, the Crown Prince said, my hometown is still rural. Compared to the great Ouka country, it's just a chick before it can fly. However, as my junior disciple said, I believe there's a possibility it can become a phoenix in the future. The Crown Prince didn't respond to his words. Still, Seirei slowly chose his words one by one. I didn't realize the possibility myself, but my junior disciple taught me. That opportunity was given by Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I am truly grateful for the kindness of Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and also for the kindness of His Majesty the King. I also apologize for saying something rude. My Seirei brother and I both clasped hands. Our timing was perfectly in sync, and we exchanged wry smiles. The Crown Prince seemed at a loss for words, glaring at my Seirei brother and me in silence. We didn't move. In fact, we needed the Crown Prince and the others to move ahead. They have status, after all. We couldn't just walk past the Crown Prince. Your Royal Highness, Ryujin-kun is waiting. Let's go. Ah, okay. Encouraged by those around him, the Crown Prince began to walk. My Seirei brother and I kept our hands clasped as we watched him leave. Don't get too full of yourself, General Skybear's child. As he passed in front of me, the Crown Prince muttered quietly, your father could only protect the town from the northern tribes, the Jinkyo tribe. But this Rouen is different. The wolf cavalry I lead will decisively change the situation. We will bring lasting peace to the northern lands. As he said that, the Crown Prince walked past us. Oh, Tenhou. You were here. Right after the Crown Prince left, my father and Seirei came from down the hallway. It seemed like their meeting with Ryujin-kun had ended. Thank you for your hard work, father. Yes. We had a meaningful discussion about national defense. As expected from His Royal Highness the King's younger brother. Brother? Who is that? Seirei looked curious behind my father. I moved next to Seirei and said, this is Sui Kao-sama. Starting today, he is my Seirei. Nice to meet you, General Skybear Kou Aishin-sama. I've heard a lot about you. Oh, so you are Master Reiku's disciple, which means you helped Tenhou and Seirei. I'm just following my master. I haven't done anything. My Seirei brother bowed. Seeing that, my father looked impressed and said, yes, yes. He seems to be a polite person. You have a good Seirei brother, Tenhou. Yes. Seirei is a wonderful person. After all, he is unrelated to history of Swordmaster. I can relax around him. I really wish we could be equal friends instead of just a Seirei and junior. I feel lucky to have met my Seirei brother. Yes. Sui Kao, if you have any problems, feel free to rely on me. I've heard that older and younger disciples are like family. So, you are like my own family. Thank you, General. I'm going to the training grounds with my Seirei brother now. We'll go to the gate together. Ha! What's wrong, Seirei? It's nothing. When I noticed, Seirei was staring intently at Kou. She tilted her head in confusion. Seirei, it's rude to stare at Seirei. I am sorry, big brother. Seirei quickly moved to my left side, away from Kou. It had become a recent habit for her to grab the sleeve of my robe. When we practice beast body guidance, Seirei always wants to stick close to me. Inside the house, we hold hands and press our cheeks together, and outside, she grabs my sleeve. You look like a close family. Seeing this, Kou smiled. It reminds me of my family back home. I envy Tenhou. I'd like to meet your family someday. Yeah, that would be nice. After that, we left the mansion's gate, where we said goodbye to my father and Seirei. Then we entered Master Reiku's residence, where we learned about the training grounds and the training procedures. Well then, I look forward to working with you starting tomorrow, Kou. Yeah. Same here. Even though he had a stiff expression, my Seirei brother smiled at me. Alright, starting tomorrow, I'll do my best to learn the 4 divine steps. Chapter 19 The Great Villain of the World begins martial arts training. Wolf Cavalry, huh? I remember there was talk about His Royal Highness the Crown Prince forming an independent unit. After I got home, I was talking with my father. I was curious about the words this Rouen leads the wolf cavalry that the Crown Prince mentioned. Do you know that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has visited the General Office several times? Yes. I met him on the day I went to assist the secretary. His Royal Highness was looking for people to join his own unit at that place. He was worried about the northern town being threatened by the foreign tribes. So, he asked His Majesty the King to create his own direct unit. My father crossed his arms and sighed. But the foreign tribes, the Jinkyo tribe, are not easy to deal with. I think it would be better to push them back across the border and eventually make a non-aggression pact. Yes. That's what you think, father. However, His Royal Highness says we should invade their territory and wipe them out. He believes that would eliminate the worries in the border area. Is that really possible? That's going to be difficult. To destroy them, we have to campaign all the way to the far north. Besides, there are more than just the Jinkyo tribe in the north. By heading to fight the Jinkyo tribe, we might provoke them. If, by any chance, the northern tribes unite under the Jinkyo tribe, Ouka country will create a big enemy. That's tough, isn't it? To prevent that, I am strengthening our defenses in the north. Saying that, my father suddenly seemed to remember something. By the way, Tenhou, I heard from Reincarnated that you are going to be given an important task. Yes. That was the condition for my apprenticeship. Well, I have no objections. Do your best. My father patted my head. Tenhou, you are being recognized by Reincarnated. You have also learned key energy. And now, you will be learning martial arts. Thanks to you, father. I haven't done anything. But don't you wish to rise in rank? You have the ability and the desire to improve. Are you really just aiming to be a regular bureaucrat? Well, if possible, I would like to become a local bureaucrat. That sounds good. If you achieve something, you can return to the central government. No, I won't push myself. Is that so? Yes. I just want to quietly watch over the people's lives in the countryside. Well, that is one way to live. All right. My father nodded. I'm sorry, father. For Kou Tenhou, the capital is dangerous. I don't know where the death flags are. If possible, I want to live quietly in the countryside. Also, just in case, I want to create a place where my family can escape to. I think that's better than getting caught up in a political upheaval in the central area. While I was talking with my father, I was thinking about such things. Well then, let's start training. The next day, Master Reiku was waiting at the dormitory. This is the courtyard of the master's dormitory. Maybe because it's a building given to me by Reincarnated, it's quite spacious. The courtyard is surrounded by buildings so that our training can't be seen from the outside. Kairyou and I changed into our training uniforms and stood in front of the master. Tenhou. First, I want you to swear to follow my teaching policy. The master said. I'm going to work hard so you can learn martial arts better. So I want you to trust me and follow my teaching policy. Is that okay? Yes, master. I bowed to Master Reiku and said, I promise. I, Kou Tenhou, will follow Master Reiku's teaching policy. Good. Now, Kou, you do the same. Me too. But, I'm already sworn to it. Even so, now that there are 2 disciples, I've decided to change the way I teach. I understand, Master. Kairyou also bowed to Master Reiku like I did. I swear to my father back home. I, Sui Kou, will follow Master Reiku no matter what the policy is. All right. Then, you 2 will do beast body guidance. Master Reiku said it casually. Kairyou's eyes went wide. Master, what is that? I said to follow the training policy, right? Kou. But I don't know what beast body guidance is. Yeah. You should learn it from Tenhou and do it together. Master Reiku smiled brightly and said, from now on, every day, at the start and end of training, you two will do beast body guidance. That's the new policy. At first, I'll guide you, but eventually, I want you both to be able to do it naturally without me saying anything. I understand, Master. I nodded. Kaushike looked surprised and said, is that okay? Beast body guidance is something Tenhou worked hard to master, right? I promised to follow the master's training policy. Plus, I don't mind if it's with you, Kaushike. What I want to learn is the escape skill 4 divine steps. Beast body guidance is just a means to that end. There's no point in keeping it to myself. Got it? Then I'll teach you how to use ki energy well. Kaushike said that while glaring at me. I can't just benefit unilaterally. This way, it's equal. You don't have to worry so much. Always listen to what Shike says, Tenhou. But. Got it, Tenhou. Why yes, Shike. Kaushike is a nice person, but stubborn. Then Master Reiku told us about the training plan. Kaushike and I need to come to the training ground at the same time every day. Once we are both there, we will start beast body guidance. After that, Master Reiku will teach us martial arts. Then we will do beast body guidance again, and finally, Shike will teach me how to use ki energy well. This will be the flow of our day. I will continue to teach Kou swordsmanship. Tenhou, you wanted to learn walking techniques and body techniques, right? Master Reiku looked at me and Shike and said that. Since you both are disciples of the same school, I want you to help each other with what you lack. That way, you both can become stronger. Yes, Master. Good response. Now, Tenhou. Why yes. Please start beast body guidance. You and Kou should get along and become like animals. For some reason, Master Reiku said this with a really nice smile. Chapter 20 The Great Villain of the World, Witnessing the Legendary Swordsmanship. Okay. Here comes the meow. Shike. Meow, meow. Kou. Make it more cat-like. Forget that you're human. That's right, Shike. Next, roll on the ground and say meow, meow. Meow, meow. No, I didn't come here to study abroad to become a cat. Kou. Focus. Shike. Do your best. Ua. Meow, meow. Shike and I are practicing beast body guidance in the shape of a cat. Shike has good potential, but his movements are stiff. He doesn't seem used to being a cat. All right. That's enough. Clap. Master Reiku clapped her hands. Master helped Shike and me get up and placed her fingers on our hands and necks. She's checking our meridians and the flow of ki energy in our bodies. Then Master nodded with satisfaction. Yeah. The state of ki energy, Niryoku, seems good. It's no wonder with the guidance method my master left behind. Tenhou is also learning well. Each of your movements is solid. I can see why you were able to resist the thugs with this guidance method. Thank you, Master. What about you, Kou? How did it feel? I feel kind of warm all over. Yeah, I can see it. Kaushike's skin looks like he just got out of a hot bath. At first, I and Seirei were like that too. My body felt warm, and it was so nice that there were times we just took a nap together. I don't feel bad at all. In fact, I feel like all the ki in my body is getting energized. Good, good. Then, let's keep doing this with Tenhou from now on. Yes, Master. If you want, I can lend you the guidebook for Beast Body Guidance. I'm already memorizing the contents of the book, so I don't need it with me. That way, Shike can practice at home too, right? What do you think? No, it's not good to do it alone. Suddenly, Master Reiku said in a strict tone. Kou, you should only do Beast Body Guidance when you're with Tenhou. This is an order from your master. Why yes, I understand. But, you want to say that Tenhou is doing Beast Body Guidance at home, right? Yes. But you see, Tenhou is doing it with his little sister. They started together from the beginning. This guidance is powerful, so the ki can get too strong. But if there are two people, one can help calm the other's ki, right? Master placed a hand on Kaushikei's shoulder and spoke gently. So, don't do it alone. Do you understand? Yes. I will follow your words, Master. Good. Kou is obedient, which is nice. Master. What is it, Tenhou? Should I also only do beast body guidance when I'm with Seirei? No, you should continue doing it with your little sister. Is that so? You should continue beast body guidance at home with your sister, Seirei-kun. Sounds good. Why yes, Master. Good. You're a good kid. Let me pat both of your heads. Saying that, Master Reiku started to pat my head and Kaushikei's head. But why is Master so focused on beast body guidance? In the game, beast body guidance can only be equipped by those with low ki energy, and it only slightly increases the ki energy parameter. Maybe it works differently in this world. Well, I'll leave the training to Master Reiku. I promised to follow her instructions. Alright, Kou. Starting today, let's begin training in 4 Divine Beast Swordsmanship and the 16 Divine Beast Swords. 16 Divine Beast Swords. For me. 16 Divine Beast Swords. As I tilted my head in confusion, Kaushikei looked surprised. You don't know. 16 Divine Beast Swords is a sword technique that only Master can use. Master promised to tell me when my ki energy increases. Is it a sword technique where dragons or tigers jump out from behind? What kind of sword technique is that? It's a sword technique from the game, though. Seirei 4-sword Byako 4-sword Suzaku 4-sword Genbu 4-sword. Together, they are called the 16 Divine Beast Swords. Dragons and tigers don't actually jump out, but it's a sword technique shaped like them. Master Reiku picked up the wooden sword that was hanging on the wall. She lightly gripped it and faced the tree in the courtyard. Now, let me show you. The form of the Seirei. Storm of the Lurking Dragon King. Lurking Dragon King gazes at the sky. Master Reiku swung her long hair and raised the wooden sword. There were no flashy sounds or effects. But I felt like I could see a dragon rising up, splashing from behind my master. There's no technique called Storm of the Lurking Dragon King in the history of Swordmaster. Actually, this is Master Reiku's normal attack. That top-class character has effects just from a regular attack. What I saw of my master's technique was so fast that I could barely see it. What I did see was the thick branch of the garden tree being cut off and lots of leaves blown away by my master's ki falling down. For a moment, it felt like a storm had started. The trunk of the big tree swayed greatly from side to side. Branches that couldn't withstand the pressure of my master's ki broke and fell. Amazing. So this is Master Reiku's technique. The impact is completely different from when I saw it on the game screen. Plus, the weapons that the martial artist Reiku used in the game were fine swords and blades, but right in front of me, my master used a training wooden sword. But Master cut the tree branch in half. A branch as thick as my legs. If he had just broken it, that would be understandable. But Master used a wooden sword to slice through the thick branch. Of course, the wooden sword didn't break. There wasn't even a scratch on it. Seeing it in person, it's really amazing. This is Master Reiku's swordsmanship. Wow, Tenhou, did you see that? This is Master's 16 Divine Beast Swords. Why yes, I saw it. 16 Divine Beast Swords is a sword technique, but it can be used without weapons too. In that case, it becomes 16 palms or 16 kicks. That's amazing. It's so versatile. Yeah, this is our master. How incredible. Kaushikei's voice was trembling. Seirei was watching Master's technique with shining eyes. Seirei really respects Master Reiku. Yeah. It's better not to disturb Seirei. Actually, it's the opposite. I should help Seirei learn Master's secret techniques more easily. Kaushikei is a good person. Even though he probably wants to keep Master all to himself, he accepted me as his junior. The world might get chaotic from now on, but I want someone like Seirei to be happy. Small leaves are dancing in the wind like flower petals. Master Reiku, maybe realizing that cutting the garden trees too much would be bad, kept showing only the form of Seirei 4 swords. After that, she beckoned Kou Tenhou over. Eventually, Kou Tenhou stepped forward with a wooden sword in hand. I thought to myself, that's so cool, as I watched. Then, what are you doing, Tenhou? Come over here. What? I don't really know anything about swordsmanship. You can at least do some basic forms, right? That's okay, right, Master? At Kou Tenhou's words, Master Reiku nodded. Well, I just promised not to get in the way. Tenhou, you promised to follow Master's guidance, didn't you? Yeah, I did. Hurry up. It's uncomfortable being watched like this. Alright, if that's how it is. I took the wooden sword hanging on the wall and went over to Kou Tenhou. Then, under Master Reiku's instruction, I started practicing the basic forms. I had hardly ever held a sword before. I didn't have any ki energy or inner force, so I never thought about using a sword. So, my practice was pretty clumsy. Master Reiku had to correct me many times, and the flow of the sword forms kept stopping. Still, after finishing the basic flow, Tenhou, it's definitely better with you here. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Kou Tenhou said, when I watch your movements, I can see where beginners struggle. By paying attention to that, I can learn Master's forms better. Please join me for sword training again tomorrow. Am I really helping you, Tenhou? Of course. I'd be in trouble without you. You'd be in trouble without me? No, it's not in a weird way. Don't misunderstand, okay? I understand. It's about competing together. Kou Tenhou cleared his throat and said, you will follow Master's policy, right? Master agreed to practice together, you know? I understand. Good. That's my little brother disciple. Saying that, Kou Tenhou smiled. He really was a nice person. I wished there was someone like Kou Tenhou on the side of Kou Tenhou in the game. If there was, maybe that guy wouldn't have hurt people or abused his power. While looking at Tenhou's smile, I was thinking about such things. After that, Tenhou and I received instruction on 4 divine steps. 4 divine steps has the same walking techniques as 16 divine beast swords, which are the Seirei, Byakko, Suzaku, and Genbu. The Seirei sways its long body smoothly, the Suzaku spreads its wings brilliantly, the Byakko is sharp like its claws, and the Genbu is mysterious. Such were the techniques. From now on, I'm going to run around the garden. Kou and Tenhou, try to catch me together. If you touch my clothes with a wooden sword or your hands or feet, you win. After saying that, Kou Tenhou and I chased after Master, but I can't even touch Master's clothes, let alone her shadow. Huff, huff, ha. A few minutes later, I was stunned, and Kou Tenhou sat on the ground, breathing heavily, as we both gave up. My master said, you did better than I expected, but maybe she was just trying to comfort me. The courtyard was about the size of half a classroom from my past life. It wasn't that big. Yet, we couldn't even touch my master's clothes or his shadow. Not letting the opponent notice your movements is a feature of this technique. Master was jumping around without any warning, moving forward, backward, and sideways. While she took 1 step, I and Kou Tenhou had to take 5 steps to catch up. And Master's movements were incredibly small. She looked like she was just standing there casually, but we couldn't catch up. Before we knew it, she was getting farther away. This is 4 divine steps. It's an amazing technique. With this, I could escape from any danger. Even if a death flag like in a game appeared, I should be able to survive. Can I do something like Master? That's up to you. Now, let's start with the basic footwork. Please. What about you, Kou? Do you want to rest a bit more? No, I'll do it too. Kou Tenhou stood up while catching his breath. I'm Tenhou's senior disciple. I can't show my junior disciple any embarrassing moments. No, I respect Tenhou. The swordsmanship I saw earlier was beautiful, and I couldn't help but be captivated. Plus, I know how much Tenhou cares about our master. No matter how Tenhou looks, I won't think it's embarrassing. Is that why you say those things? Ha. Hee hee. You two get along well. I'm glad you are my disciples. Master watched over us with warm eyes as Tenhou and I continued our training. Chapter 21 The Great Villain of the World, visits his senior disciple's house. Brother and Sui Kaosama are really close, huh? A few days later. At home, after finishing the evening beast body guidance, Seirei said. Seirei has completely recovered. Every day at home, she helps her mother and Hakuyu. To study, she has also started reading books by herself. When she comes across words she can't read, she goes to ask her mother. Seirei is serious and smart. From now on, she plans to learn manners and help with the Kou family's social events. I hope she makes good friends. Recently, brother only talks about Kaosama. Seirei is sitting on the bed, staring at me. Kaoshikei's swordsmanship is beautiful and Kaoshikei is better at snake guidance than cat guidance. That's all you talk about. That's because Shikei is really amazing. He easily mastered the Seirei 4 swords technique of 4 divine swordsmanship. He's getting good at beast body guidance, and his form of the snake really looks like a snake. Especially Shikei's prey entangling snake form was incredible. It wrapped around my body perfectly. I can do that much too. Girls shouldn't do things like that. Chempich. Seirei puffed out her cheeks. Looking at her face, I said, "So, what do you want, Seirei?" "I want to do guidance with you again, big brother." "Yeah. Well then, until dinner time." "Thank you. Then, I'll allow you to talk about Kaosama." "It's a permission system, huh?" "Indeed, I've been talking about Kaoshikei a lot lately. But I don't know anything about Kaoshikei. All I know is that he loves martial arts and came from the southern Soma country. I wonder if I'll ever get to know more about Shikei." Thinking about that, I continued beast body guidance with Seirei. The next day. It's the first time Kou hasn't come. Even when the time came, Kaoshikei didn't show up at the training ground. We're supposed to contact each other on days off, but it seems that didn't happen either. What happened to Shikei? I wonder. More importantly, Tenhou, what will you do? If Kou is taking a break, that means you have more time to learn the 4 divine steps. Do you want to spend the whole day learning the walking technique? Or do you want to go check on Kou? Me, check on Shikei? Well, you seem restless, don't you? Is that so? It's called being distracted. You can tell just by looking. Master. Yeah. After I go to call Shikei, if I have time, could you please teach me? Of course. Then, please tell me where Shikei's house is. I'll just go check on him for a bit. That's how it was decided. Kaoshikei's house was on the outskirts of Hokurin. It was an area where government officials and mid-sized merchants lived. Following my master's map, I found a house surrounded by earthen walls. There was a wooden gate at the entrance. There was no gatekeeper. So I knocked on the door and called out, "Is Sui Kou here?" There was no reply, but I could sense someone on the other side of the gate. It felt like someone was holding their breath. Maybe it was a family member. "I'm Master Reiku's disciple, Kou Tenhou. I've come on my master's orders. I request an audience with Sui Kaoshikei." Yes. "I'll open it now." There was a response. The gate creaked open. On the other side was an elderly man. "Kou Tenhou-sama, yes. I've heard about you. That person always talks happily. You must be a relative of Kaoshikei. Nice to meet you. Being just a gatekeeper, I don't usually get greetings. I can't be rude to someone from Kaoshikei's household. You are just as I heard." Ho ho ho. The old man chuckled. It seems that person has found a good younger disciple. How is Shikei doing? I was worried because he took a break from training without notice. That person is a bit busy right now. He's not unwell, is he? They are in excellent health. Their growth is remarkable, and I couldn't be happier. There's a southern accent, isn't there? Could it be from Soma country? Yes. I've been taking care of that person since they were young. That person. Kaosama is honest and a good person. Please take care of them. Of course. I respect Shikei. I bowed toward the gate and said, "Sorry to interrupt you while you're busy. Please give my regards to Shikei." Understood. Well then. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a voice came from the mansion. Looking over, I saw a woman with her hair tied up coming toward us. She was wearing what looked like expensive clothes. However, they were frayed in several places. Her tied-up hair had ornaments like hairpins and jewels. It looked like she was dressed up, but something seemed off. The woman's eyes were bloodshot, and her cheeks were slightly flushed. There was a faint smell of alcohol. "Madam, I thought you were resting." I heard the name of that child's friend. Kou Tenhou-sama. The General Skybear's child, and that child's junior disciple, right? That's you, isn't it? "Madam." Answer Shikei's mother's question. The woman was looking at me with bloodshot eyes. "This person seems to be Shikei's mother. Nice to meet you. I am Kou Tenhou, Shikei's junior disciple." I was surprised by the suddenness, but I quickly clasped my hands together. "What's going on with your promise to Ryujin-kun?" Interrupting my words, Shikei's mother said. "If that child fulfills their duty, Ryujin-kun will lend his power, right?" "Ha! Oh, if Kou wasn't like that, I could have stayed in Soma country. I could have been by the side of the one I love. Why do I have to be in this distant country? I want to go back. I want to return to that person." The woman clung to my clothes with trembling hands. "While I'm away from the country, another woman might catch his attention. I can't stand it. If that child were the legitimate heir, if that child." "Mother." I heard a familiar voice. Looking over, I saw Shikei running from the mansion. He was wearing his usual robe, but his braid was undone. With his long hair flowing, Shikei's face looked pale, almost like a stranger to me. "Mother." "Ah. I thought you finally fell asleep." "I'm sorry. It seems Madam secretly got some alcohol from the merchant." "I know. We need to change merchants again." Shikei grabbed her mother's shoulders and pulled her away from me. Surprised by the strong grip, her mother turned to look at Shikei. "Why?" Shikei's mother's fingers touched Shikei's face. They were bony hands. Her skin was beautiful, as if she hadn't done any hard work. Her skin was pale, lacking color. As she stroked Shikei's face with those hands, Shikei's mother said, "Even though you look just like him, your face, it's exactly like your father's. So why were you sent out as a hostage?" "Mother, it's your fault. Because of you, I had to leave my country and come to a place like this. It's all because of you, you. A bony hand struck Shikei's chest. Shikei didn't say anything. The old gatekeeper didn't either, nor did I. And so, Shikei's mother continued to hit Shikei's chest for a while. Eventually, she grew tired and fell asleep. Chapter 22. The great villain of the world and his senior disciple become friends. I showed you a weird side of me, didn't I? After Shikei's mother fell asleep, we left the mansion. We needed to contact our master to let her know we were taking a break. I didn't think I could focus on training in this state. And I'm sorry. You probably understood from my mother's story, but I'm not really a foreign exchange student. Ha! I'm actually a hostage sent from Soma country to Ouka country. Thanks to Ryujin-kun's arrangements, I'm pretending to be a foreign exchange student. Being able to walk freely around town is also thanks to him. Shikei seems to come from a noble family in Soma country. However, his mother's status was low. So when Soma country decided to send a hostage to Ouka country, Shikei was chosen. Even though I'm a hostage, I'm not being restricted. My mother and I are here to prove that Soma country is complying with Ouka country. Shikei explains. Soma country probably wanted to have a hostage in a big country. It serves as proof that they won't rebel, and if things go well, they might receive support. Ouka country can also show its capability as a great nation by treating the hostage with respect. Ouka country and Soma country have a good relationship, after all. Yeah. That's why Ryujin-kun made me a foreign exchange student. When I asked, he got me a martial arts master. Of course, it was on the condition that it would help Ouka country. Is that so? Why do you have such a gloomy face, Tenhou? Shikei peeked at my face and laughed. Are you thinking again that I'm getting in the way of Shikei? Do you understand? I do. It's about you, Tenhou. But it's true. Seirei came to a faraway country and finally became Master Reiku's disciple, and then I barged in. I think it's great that I became Tenhou's senior disciple. I'm happy to be Kou Seirei's junior disciple too. Then, isn't that good? But, your mother is worried, isn't she? I said. Seirei's mother said she wanted to ask Ryujin-kun for help. That must be after you fulfill your duty, right? I think Seirei's mother believes I'm going to take that right away. That's not true. The reason my mother is like that is because my father's letter arrived. Kou Seirei looked towards the southern sky. It was noon, with a clear sky and not a single cloud. Shielding his eyes from the sunlight, Kou Seirei had a distant look in his eyes. One of my father's concubines gave birth to a child. I think my father sent a letter because he was happy that our family was growing. But my mother seemed worried that she might become unnecessary. So, she got really drunk and ended up in that state. Kou Seirei had a sad smile on his face. I believe my father sending the letter is proof that he hasn't forgotten about us. But my mother didn't think that way. She must be really anxious about being apart from my father. It's silly. It's impossible for me to become my father's successor anyway. I understand Seirei's situation. It sounds really tough for Seirei. I respect him. So, I want to help. But, do I even have the energy to worry about someone else? I'm destined to be executed as a great villain in the future. By helping Seirei, I think I've taken her off the path to the harem. But that doesn't mean the chance of reaching a destruction ending is zero. If I want to help someone, shouldn't I make sure to completely avoid the destruction ending first? No, when would I even confirm avoiding the destruction ending? I can't help but smile wryly at my thoughts. The start of History of Swordmaster is 10 years from now. That means confirming the avoidance of the Kou Tenhou destruction ending will take even longer. Am I going to live just to avoid the destruction ending until then? Did I just abandon the person I called my respected and important senior? No way. That would be no different from Kou Tenhou, who lived for his own selfish desires in the history of Swordmaster. I want to help Seirei. I looked straight at Kou Seirei and said, I consider Seirei, no, Suikao-sama to be a friend. A friend, in this world means a friend closer than family. It signifies a relationship where you would risk your life to protect each other, even closer than best friends. A friend, but I'm from another country, right? Seirei looked at me with a surprised expression. I'm not from Ouka country. I was born far away in Soma country. It doesn't matter. If we go by that logic, I'm a reincarnator. I respect Kou Seirei. I'm really happy that Seirei shared your story with me. That's why I want to help Seirei. Of course, what I can do is just a little thing. Thank you. Tenhou. Seirei looked at me with a shy expression. His big eyes seemed to glisten slightly. That's right. Tenhou is my friend. Even if we were born in different places, we learn from the same master, and you're a trustworthy friend. Yes. Seirei. One day, my mother will return to Soma country. Kou Seirei's gaze turned distant again. At that moment, I want to tell you something important. So, until then, it would help if you didn't touch on my situation. Is that okay? Of course. If it's a promise with a friend, I will definitely keep it. I'm sorry. There are things I can't say while being a hostage. Right. There are things people can't talk about. I understand. You really get to the point quickly, and so, we started walking side by side again. After that, we went to Master Reiku's place. In the end, today's training was cancelled. However, Master said that Kou Seirei's ki was disturbed, so we decided to do beast body guidance just to fix that. Emotional turmoil affects the ki flowing through the meridians. It's understandable that Seirei's ki is disturbed after everything with his mom. So, Seirei and I decided to become animals again. In the form of a whimsical and innocent cat, a shape-shifting and cunning snake, a quiet turtle, and a chicken announcing dawn, while we were fully in our beast forms, it seemed like Kou Seirei calmed down. Today is special. I will make GNG soup for you. After the guidance was over, Master said. I created it, and it's probably a dish that will lift your spirits. You can look forward to it. Wait a moment, Master. What is it, Kou? I will cook. I can't have my disciple doing things other than training. I can cook just fine if I try. I can't let Tenhou get sick. Hey, before my duty, I want you all to cheer up. Do you forget about the GNG soup you made me drink before? After that, I had to take a break from training for 5 days. I admit that was a failure. But this time, my instincts as a martial artist say, cooking isn't something you do by instinct. As his friend, I have a duty to protect Tenhou's stomach. Friend? Yes. Even if it means getting in trouble with my master, I will protect my friend. Well, if Kou says that much. Master. Seirei. Seeing my master slump his shoulders, I raised my hand. Master's cooking. There are some things in this world that are better left unknown, Tenhou. Yes. Seirei. Okay. I'll leave the cooking to you, Kou. With that, my master just flopped down on the couch and fell asleep. Well, she immediately jumped up when he caught a whiff of Seirei's cooking. So we ate the food Seirei made while talking. And for the first time in a while, we had a relaxing time. Chapter 23 The Great Villain of the World and His Senior Disciple, Taking the Exam I. After that, I continued my training with Seirei under Master Reiku. I somehow managed to learn the basics of the 4 divine steps. During my chases with Master Reiku, I could touch her shadow once every 2 times. I even touched her clothes once. Seirei seems to struggle with the 4 divine steps and still hasn't touched Master Reiku's shadow. However, he has improved a lot in swordsmanship. He can now cut through thin branches with a wooden sword. When we spar, I can't keep up with him at all. Well, that was always the case. I'm also continuing with beast body guidance. Every day, Seirei and I do it once each at the start of our training. In the morning and evening, we do it once with Seirei. In total, that's 4 times a day. I'm curious about how much my ki energy has grown, but Master Reiku ordered me not to compare our ki energy until she gives permission. Seirei was told to do the same. So, I have no idea how much ki energy I have right now. Well, the game Beast Body Guidance only raises ki energy a little bit. At most, it increases ki energy by just a little over 10%. I thought about recommending Beast Body Guidance to my mother if it makes her healthy, but it seems that's difficult. According to my master, it only works as a health method for young people in their early teens. Instead, Ryujin has started sending good medicinal herbs to my mother. General Skybear is important for the country's defense, so it seems that their family is also important. As expected of someone with benevolence. His thoughtfulness is amazing. I'm really glad I didn't make Ryujin my enemy. So, while I was continuing my training, one day, I want to give you a test, is that okay? My master suddenly said that. A test, you mean? For me and Seirei? That's right, Tenhou. I want to see if I can entrust you with an important task. Master Reiku nodded. Soon, Ryujin will give you an important task. It's just a small errand. I wish I could go myself, but I have another job. I'm going to be away from this Hokurin for a while. Master, are you going somewhere? It's not a big job, though. But I just started learning. If possible, I want to continue learning under you, Master. The results of my training are starting to show. I feel lighter, and my movements are getting quicker. But I still have a long way to go. Even when I use 4 divine steps, I can still be caught by my master right away. To avoid a destruction ending, I need skills that are at the level of absolutely not getting caught by anyone. So, I want to learn more by staying close to my master, but if it's work, then it can't be helped, huh? Why do you look like the world is ending? Tenhou. My master smiled wryly and then looked at Seirei. How about you, Kou? Do you want to take the exam? I do. But can I ask one thing? Sure. What is it? If I fulfill Ryujin duty, will that mean I've helped Ouka country? Of course. If you fulfill your duty, it will be your achievement. I want to test if I can trust you too with that. That's what it means. I understand. Master. Seirei blushed and clasped his hands together towards my master. It seems Seirei has no hesitation about taking the exam at all. Sorry, but I'm going to give it my all. Tenhou, Seirei said seriously and patted my shoulder. After I fulfill my duty, I have something I want to tell you. I can't lose for that. Absolutely. The exam was simple. In the morning, as soon as the Hokurin gate opens, we head north. Before the sun sets, we need to enter the town of Horu to the north. In front of Master Reiku, who was waiting there, Seirei and I faced off. Using 4 divine steps for movement. Using Seirei 4 sword for the match. The result would determine the winner of the exam. Seirei has permission from Ryujin Kuan to leave the town. So, there shouldn't be any problems. With that, Seirei and I began preparing for the exam. It's less than a day's ride to Horu's town on horseback. On the morning of the exam, in front of the north gate of Hokurin, under the dimly brightening sky, Master Reiku said, "If you use 4 divine steps, you should be able to get there by evening. You can take shortcuts. Jumping over cliffs or crossing rivers is fine. Just remember that there will be a match afterward." "Yes, Master." Seirei and I stood side by side, waiting for the door to open. We were ready for the exam. We had dried food and a water bottle for nourishment. Also, just in case, Seirei and I were carrying swords on our backs. It's a short journey, but we might encounter wild dogs or thieves. We have to handle any danger ourselves. That's why we need weapons. Well, as long as we stick to the main roads, it shouldn't be too dangerous. I'm worried about the clouds in the western sky, but it should be fine. Looking up at the sky, Master Reiku glanced at Seirei and me. The exam scoring is split evenly, half for the walking technique based on how fast you reach Horu town, and half for the swordsmanship based on the match. You can rush to earn points in walking technique or save your energy to bet on swordsmanship. The choice is yours. However, if you don't arrive at Horu town by sunset, you'll be disqualified. Also, if you're not motivated, you might even get expelled, okay? Master Reiku smiled at me. This is bad. Does the master see that I'm trying to let Seirei win? Seirei's mother expects him to fulfill Ryujin Kuan's role. The exam tests if he has the ability to do that. Probably, the one who wins will take on the role. I think I should let Seirei win, but... Tenhou. No, I tell my friend. Seirei looked at me with a serious expression. I'm going to give it my all in this exam. You better come at me seriously too. Soon, the gate began to open. The drawbridge over the moat slowly lowered. Through the gap in the gate, I could see the distant mountains. The northern part of Ouka country has steep mountains. Beyond that, there are grasslands where a horse-riding tribe lives. The northern fortress protects against their invasions. Of course, we won't go that far this time. Before the exam, let me give you some advice. Try to become the 4 divine beasts. Suddenly, Master Reiku said, Seirei 4 sword and 4 divine steps are not enough just by memorizing the forms. You must become the Seirei dragon, the Suzaku bird, the Byakko tiger, and the Genbu turtle. Beast body guidance is there for that purpose. The gate fully opened, and the wind blew in. The drawbridge touched the ground with a loud sound. The people who had been waiting for the gate to open started to move. Then, at the signal of Master Reiku raising our hand, Seirei and I began to run. Chapter 24 The Great Villain of the World and His Senior Disciple, Taking the Exam 2. 4 Divine Steps. Byakko Tiger's Swift Run. The Byakko Tiger's gait is like the wind. My body feels light. The scenery rushes by behind me. I don't even feel the weight of the sword on my back. After leaving the town gate of Hokurin, once there were no people around, Seirei and I started running with 4 divine steps. This is the first time I've really run outside, and with all my strength. I didn't think I could go this fast. Is this the true power of the movement speed doubled and escape from any opponent technique? My master's advice to become the Seirei dragon, Suzaku bird, Byakko tiger, and Genbu turtle really helped. Beast body guidance lets you become a snake, a chicken, a cat, or a turtle. For me, getting used to it makes becoming the Byakko tiger or Seirei dragon not that hard. That's why my master told me to keep practicing beast body guidance. Thank you, Master Reiku. While I thank my master, I keep running. I don't feel tired. I'm not out of breath. This must be thanks to 4 divine steps and the key energy I've trained. But, is Seirei okay running that fast? Seirei is running a little ahead of me. The distance is about 50 to 60 meters, 164 to 197 feet, I guess. Today, Seirei is different from usual. He's saying fewer words and his attitude is cold. Did I do something to upset Seirei? Hey, Seirei, that's not the road. Seirei, who is running in front, suddenly jumps off the road. He's heading towards the river. Is he really planning to cross the river? If he jumps over the river, he could cut the distance by about 30%. After that, there's a big path along the river. It's a rocky path with an uphill climb. Once we get past that, Horu town is right there. But, why is Seirei in such a hurry to compete? I'm not going to join you. I'm not really focused on the competition. My goal is to avoid the Kou Tenhou destruction end, and 4 divine steps is just a means to that end. I don't want to play my part, and I don't want any special skills. There's no need for me to follow Seirei and take a dangerous path. But, I'm going to bet everything on this test. You better come at me seriously. Seirei's words flash through my mind. Seirei is hiding something. He once told me he wanted to share it with me someday. And now, that Seirei is seriously challenging me. If I run away now, I feel like Seirei won't take me seriously anymore. Fine. I guess I have no choice. I change my course. I leave the road and chase after Seirei's back. No matter what, we should take a break later. At that time, I'll talk to Seirei. 4 divine steps. Lurking Dragon King's ascent. The Lurking Dragon King soars to the sky. I jumped over the river along the road. Becoming a dragon, I extended my jump distance. I chased after Seirei from the air. I'll make sure to get a proper explanation for why he's messing with me, so I continued to chase after Seirei. 2 hours later, Seirei and I were running over the rocky terrain. We took several breaks to catch our breath and gather our ki. But I couldn't catch up to Seirei. Whenever I got close, Seirei would stop resting and start running again. In the end, we had no choice but to rest apart. Still, the distance between Seirei and me was gradually closing. Maybe it was because it started to rain. I was using the Byakko tiger from 4 divine steps. The tiger has claws on all 4 limbs. Because of that, the Byakko tiger can grip the ground firmly. But Seirei was using the form of the Suzaku bird. This allows him to fly using ki energy and gain distance with a long air time. However, when the ground is wet, it's easy for his feet to slip when landing. The rocky terrain is especially bad for that. Because of this, Seirei lost his balance several times. It's getting dangerous like this. Seirei, let's take a break. I'll rest too. Seirei doesn't answer. It's like he's possessed, running non-stop. Seirei, why are you being reckless? I can't say. I hear Seirei's voice. If I say it, you would definitely give up the fight, right? Seirei, I'm your friend. So, I will fight without shame. Come at me with all you've got. Tenhou, I understand, but please take a break, Seirei. Okay. Come at me with all your strength. Tenhou. Seirei's breathing gets rough. His ki energy, the flow of ki is getting disturbed. Seirei's feet slip as he lands. This is a rocky area. A narrow path. Right next to us is a river. If this keeps up, Seirei will fall into the river. Byakko tiger's flash step. Byakko tiger moves 100 steps in one. I kick the ground in the form of Byakko tiger from 4 divine steps. Focusing ki energy on the soles of my feet for high-speed movement. I catch Seirei's body, which is about to fall. Then, using the cat form of beast body guidance, cat's triple roll to absorb the impact. We stop in a puddle by the riverbank. We got soaked, but we managed to avoid falling into the river. Are you okay, Seirei? I'm sorry, Tenhou. Anyway, let's take a break. It's dangerous to move in the rain. We need to dry our clothes. The exam task is to reach Horu's town by sunset today, but thanks to taking a shortcut, we have plenty of time. We can rest for 1 or 2 hours without any problem. Is there a place to take shelter from the rain? I found one. There's a small cave in the rocky area. The overhanging rocks make a good roof. It looks like I can stay dry there. Let's take a little break. I'm sure Master will allow that. Yeah. Seirei had a face that looked like he was about to cry. When I offered my shoulder, he leaned on me without hesitation. Maybe because he pushed himself too hard, his body temperature was high. It seemed like his breathing was getting rough. While supporting Seirei, I headed toward the cave in the rocky area. Chapter 25 The Great Villain of the World, Learning His Senior's Secret. I'm glad we could start a fire. Yeah. I was sitting with Seirei at the entrance of the cave, with a campfire between us. There were dry branches scattered around the cave. Maybe this place is used by travelers to take shelter from the rain. No, maybe this is a save point. In the game history of Swordmaster, there were places where characters rested around a campfire. That was the save point. At those spots, you could change equipment, talk to other characters, and check your status. The same place is probably a resting spot for travelers in this world. I should be grateful and add some dry branches on the way back. Still, it's amazing that you can start a fire with ki energy, I said while adding dry branches to the fire. With Seirei 4-sword Suzaku flame dance, Suzaku dances grandly with flames. You need to chop the wood first. It's impressive that the fire starts from that. Yeah. Seirei was sitting in front of the campfire, hugging her knees and looking down. It was awkward. Anyway, we finally got the fire going. I should dry my clothes. I loosened my belt. Oh, my clothes are really soaked. I got caught in the rain and rolled in a puddle. First, I should take them outside the cave, wring them out a bit, and then spread them near the campfire. Seirei, if you stay in those wet clothes, you'll catch a cold. Ha! Seirei finally looked at me. Clothes. Should I take mine off too? Yes. If you don't, your body will get cold. I see. Seirei. Yeah. If it's Tenhou, then I guess it's okay. There was a slight pause. Seirei glanced at me, then quickly looked away. Slowly, he untied his belt and let his wet outfit fall to the ground. I could see his white skin. Seirei's face turned bright red, and he hugged his knees again. What I could see was Seirei's slim waist and the cloth wrapped around his chest. Ha! Is it just me, or does Seirei's chest look a bit fuller? Seirei. It was hard to keep a secret from my friend. Seirei let out a long sigh. Let me introduce myself again. My real name is Ouka. I'm the youngest daughter of King Soma. Seirei said this while keeping her face down. I'm sorry for not telling you until now, Tenhou. Hugging her knees in front of the fire, Seirei. Ouka said. The only ones who know I'm a girl are my family, His Majesty the King of Ouka Country, Ryujin-kun, and Master Reiku. I couldn't tell you, my friend. I'm sorry, it must have surprised you, right? Yes. Well, you know, Tenhou is also at fault, right? You look up to me as Seirei. That makes me happy, comfortable, and I really wanted to tell you the truth. That's true. But when I think about the secret getting out, I couldn't say it. It's not that I doubt you, okay? I know you're on my side. But you never know where a secret might leak from. Right. That's why I thought Master Reiku's duty was a good opportunity. If I work for Ouka Country, it means that the Princess of Soma Country has served Ouka Country. With that achievement, I might be able to return my mother to Soma. Oh, I hadn't mentioned it, huh? My mother dislikes that I'm a girl. If I were a boy, I could have been His Majesty the King's heir. I wouldn't have been sent away from the country. No, yes. Tenhou, were you really surprised? I was surprised. I thought so. You looked up to me as Seirei. No. What surprised me isn't that. Well, it's not that I'm not surprised by that. But that's not the issue. The Princess of Soma Country, Ouka, is the main heroine of History of the Swordmaster. In 10 years, by the time the game starts, Soma Country will have developed greatly. They will mine the mountains and open up mines, cultivate fertile land, and become a country that can stand equal with Acre country. But Acre country, which looks down on Soma country, keeps throwing unreasonable demands at them. They ask for iron and ore, or for them to provide food. Unable to endure such treatment, the second princess, Ouka, sets out to defeat Kou Tenhou. She gathers allies with the protagonist to take down Kou Tenhou. Her catchphrase is, "I will take the head of Kou Tenhou, the enemy at your side." In other words, Shikei. Ouka is my arch-nemesis. I can somewhat understand why Shikei was pretending to be a boy. Acre country is a powerful nation. There are those who look down on Soma country, like Crown Prince Rouen. If a princess comes as a hostage from that country, there might be those who plot something sinister. But if she's a boy, and especially if she's a disciple of Ryujin Kuan, they can't make a move. It's a perfect way for a girl to protect herself in a foreign land. Tenhou. I wish you would say something. Before I knew it, Shikei. Ouka was looking at me with a worried expression. Her big eyes were glistening. Her damp chestnut hair clung to her white skin. Why did I misunderstand that Shikei was a boy until now? No matter how I look at it, Shikei is a girl. In the game, she is the stunning beauty who pairs with the legendary Ryu Seirei, a true beauty, Ouka. She risks her life to defeat the great villain, Kou Tenhou, one of the heroes. After all, as a girl, I can't be your friend. Tears fell from Shikei's eyes. That's right. What you were looking at was Sui Cow of Shikei. Even if I say I want you to stay by my side like before, it might be difficult. No, Shikei, I'm sorry. Recently, I've been a little strange. Shikei sighed and leaned back against the rock wall. I pushed myself too hard during the exam. I wanted to show you my best side as Shikei, and I also wanted to take on my duty for my mother. After I sent her back to our hometown, I wanted you to know the real me, and all those feelings got mixed up, making my head a mess. So I thought, I have to win no matter what, and I overdid it. In the end, I ended up causing you trouble. Shikei. But I never thought it would hurt this much for you to be away from me. No, I'm not away from you, Shikei. Is that so? I feel like there's a distance between us. You look like you're afraid of me. I'm sorry. When I heard that Shikei was a woman named Ouka, I was surprised. Was it really a problem that I wasn't Shikei? That's not it. But you were surprised when you found out my true identity, right? Yes. I was surprised to learn Shikei's true identity. That's because I was a woman named Ouka, right? Yes, but that's not the point. How should I explain this? The person in front of me is my Shikei, and she is also the enemy of Kou Tenhou, Ouka herself. In the game, she leaves her hometown to kill Kou Tenhou and fights through the chaotic world with just a sword. Shikei is a sword princess who uses sword techniques shaped like the Suzaku bird, easily cutting down weak enemies. Now that I think about it, the technique Ouka used in History of Swordmaster was probably one of the Seirei four-sword techniques. In the game, she only mastered the Suzaku bird among the 4 divine beasts. But Shikei is not just good at Suzaku bird sword techniques. She can also use the Byako tiger and Seirei dragon swords. Also, in the game, Ouka hated men. She didn't like anyone seeing her skin and covered herself with clothes and armor. The Shikei who is showing herself to me and getting teary-eyed is a different person. The one here is not the sword princess Ouka from the game. She is my friend, serious, clumsy, and trustworthy Shikei. Shikei is Shikei. Nothing has changed. You're still my friend. I took a deep breath, looked straight at Shikei's face, and said, I'm sorry. I was just a little surprised. It's okay now. Really? Tenhou. Really? Oh, but is it weird to call you Shikei? Should I call you Shiju, Lady Master, from now on? Tenhou. Shikei looked at me with a worried expression. I held her gaze steadily. Shikei slowly moved closer. I noticed her wet underwear sticking to her skin, and I could see the cloth hiding her chest was about to come undone, but right now, it didn't matter. Shikei is my friend. In this world, Ouka is not my enemy. She is someone I respect, Seirei, and we train together under Master Reiku, doing beast body guidance every day. She's confident and proud, but she's also kind to the new junior disciple. That's the kind of person she is. Honestly, I'm still a little scared. Being by Seirei's side might mean I can't avoid the Kou Tenhou destruction end. An unavoidable incident might happen, and as a result, Seirei could come to kill me. Even so, if Seirei takes my life, I guess it can't be helped. Tenhou? Ah. Oh no. Did I say that out loud? This is bad, bad, bad. I was more shaken up than I thought. And what do I mean by if I lose my life, it can't be helped? That's too painful. I wonder if Seirei thinks that's weird. Maybe she realized from that line that I'm her future enemy. What should I do? How can I cover this up? I also think that if it's Tenhou, I wouldn't mind losing my life. That came out of nowhere. Seirei pressed her hand to her chest and said that. Wait. No, I wouldn't kill Seirei, right? I wouldn't do that either. Why is it turning into a story where I would kill Tenhou? No, that was... Seirei. I understand. I was feeling a bit strange too. Seirei put her finger to her lips. So, it's a secret. I won't tell anyone else what I just said. I'm glad to hear that. Seriously. You're really unexpected, you know? Seirei sat down next to me. I'm always surprised by you. Seriously. I'm sorry. I called you Seirei again, didn't I? Should I call you senior sister? Or is Shiju better? You can call me Seirei in public. Right, because Seirei's true identity is a secret. When we're alone, call me Shu. My mother used to call me that when I was little. Got it? Shu. Hee. I'm relieved to see Tenhou is the same as always. Saying that, Seirei, no, Shu, let out a long sigh. She rested her small head on my shoulder. Then Shu slowly started to talk about herself. Since she was young, her mother had always said, if you were a boy. Hearing those words, Shu began to think, if I become stronger than a boy, my mother will be happy. So, she had been learning martial arts since she was in Soma country. When she wore boys' clothes and practiced martial arts, her mother was pleased. That's why, as soon as I met Ryujin Kuan, I asked to learn advanced martial arts from Ouka country. But you know, after coming to Ouka country, Shu's mother started to act strangely. She became extremely afraid of disappearing from the king's heart and worried about other wives getting close to him, spending sleepless nights. At the same time, Shu's body began to change and look more like a girl's. Then, Shu's mother started to blame her, saying, if Shu had been a boy, a crown prince, being taken away from our hometown as a hostage is all Shu's fault. It seems she even once clawed at Shu's chest while she was naked. But Shu, is it okay to tell me that? Ha! The scars are gone, so it's fine? That's not what I meant. No, you don't need to check right now. When I heard about the duty from my master, I thought I could send my mother back to our hometown. Shu apparently learned about the duty right after becoming a disciple. She also checked if fulfilling the duty could possibly send her mother back home. But, my master is a guest of Ryujin Kuan. She wouldn't assign such a duty to an inexperienced person. That's why we're doing this test. But, I lost the test. I was helped by Tenhou. We can start over from here if you want. That's not allowed. Right. I thought you would say that, Shu. Hee. After all, Tenhou really understands me. Shu and I looked at each other and smiled. The rain still wouldn't stop. But the campfire was about to go out. It seemed we didn't have enough dry wood or leaves. The rain just won't stop, huh? We should reach Horu's town by evening. That's true, but it's a bit cold. I pushed myself too hard and got a bit out of sorts. Oh, I know. Shu clapped her hands. Let's do beast body guidance together. That way, our energy will circulate and warm us up, right? Yeah, that sounds good. Just like usual. I was about to nod when I realized. Seirei. Shu is a woman, and she's in her underwear. It's true that if you use beast body guidance to circulate ki energy, your body temperature will rise. The underwear will also dry faster. It's logical, but is it really okay? Meow. Meow. While I was thinking, Shu turned into a cat. She was scratching my back gently, trying not to use her claws. It's the cat form from Beast Body Guidance. It's called Silent Cat Hours. Cats sometimes feel lonely. Shu completely became a cat and was snuggling against my back. What can I do? Meow. Meow. Meow meow meow. Meow meow meow. So, we became animals while listening to the sound of the rain. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 26 Su Ouka, Making a Promise. A few hours later. You both did well. Yes, Master. Yes, Master. Seirei and I arrived in Horu town early in the afternoon. Master was waiting for us in front of the town gate. I got to the town gate before Seirei did. After taking a break in the cave, we started running on the count of 1, 2, 3, but my walking technique was faster. I created a gap of about 20 to 30 meters and joined Master. That said, the time difference between me and Seirei was only about 10 seconds. For us, who had traveled a long distance, that was just a small error. After joining Master, we began to move for the swordsmanship exam. Still, you were pretty fast. In a corner of the town, stopping in a small square, Master said. I thought it would take until sunset. Did you both push yourselves too hard? We took a little shortcut. But we're fine. We're fine. Seirei and I answered Master's question. Master nodded, looking relieved. I see. That's good. By the way, Kou. Seirei, you're being called? Kou. Seirei. Why yes. Seirei, who was behind me. Shu, quickly straightened up. What is it, Master? You seem a bit spaced out. Are you tired? I'm fine. No problem. Is that so? By the way, you look really refreshed, don't you? Ha! It seems like you have a lot of energy. It's strange since you traveled a long distance. Also, your clothes aren't very wet. Did you take shelter from the rain? And, Master, can we talk about the exam instead? Shu stood at attention and raised her voice. Then, she clasped her hands towards Master and said, Master, I must report that I lost to Tenhou in the walking technique exam. I see. But it was a close match, right? Master smiled gently and said, with a difference like that, you could make it up in the swordsmanship exam. No. Shu shook her head. I would like to withdraw from the swordsmanship exam. Withdraw? Can I ask why? Because I have decided never to point my blade at Tenhou for the rest of my life. Shu declared while staring at Master's face. On this day, when I made my vow, I cannot point my sword at Tenhou, even if it's just a training wooden sword. After tomorrow, I could spar with a wooden sword. But today, I do not want to point any weapon at Tenhou. What if I told you to spar anyway? I will stand still and take Tenhou's sword upon myself. Kou, can I ask you something? Yes, Master. Did the phoenix, Huo, show its wings to Tenhou? Master asked. The phoenix probably refers to Ouka. Master is asking, did Ouka tell Tenhou her true identity? Yes. Tenhou said, you are still my friend. I want to respond to his sincerity. I accepted Shu completely, even though she had been pretending and hiding her true self. She can't turn against someone like me. Shu knelt before Master and said that. Please forgive me, Master. You understand that you can give up the exam, right? Yes. The reward, that is, the technique I was supposed to teach will only be learned by Tenhou. Is that still okay? Yes, Master. Wait a minute, Master. What about Seirei too? Ha! Why is this conversation happening? Shu giving up the exam? That can't be right. Shu wanted to take on the role to send her mother back to their hometown. If she gives up the exam, she will lose that chance. Then, Master, I will decline the exam itself. Please give the role and the reward to Seirei. Tenhou, what are you saying? Please, Master. For a while, silence fell. This is a corner of Horu's town. It was good that Master chose a place away from prying eyes to conduct the swordsmanship exam. Here, I can make my request openly. Honestly, you too. Hee hee. Hee hee hee. A laugh escaped from Master's lips. I've never seen martial artists who are willing to give way to each other. Really, you two are something else, really. Master, what's wrong? I'm glad you're my disciple, Master said after laughing for a while. Hey, Kou Tenhou. Do you know why I'm the only one who can inherit the Seirei 4 sword and 4 divine steps? No. I never thought about it. I shook my head. Shu did the same. In History of Swordmaster, only Master Reiku could use 4 divine steps. That's why I became Master's disciple, but when I think about it, it seems strange. Just like I have Shikei, Master should have other disciples too. The secret lies in Beast Body Guidance. Beast Body Guidance. To use Seirei 4 sword and 4 divine steps, you need to increase your ki energy with Beast Body Guidance. But that method is not very effective if you do it alone. To gain strong ki energy, you need to practice together and exchange your energy. Everything in this world exists in pairs. Yin and yang, heaven and earth, sun and moon, day and night, male and female. These things come together and interact to create the world. Beast Body Guidance is based on that principle. Because of that, doing the guidance alone has little effect. The true effect is shown when both people do it together from a young age. When 2 people connect and exchange ki, they enhance each other's ki energy. That seems to be the true way to use Beast Body Guidance passed down in Master's School. Only by doing Beast Body Guidance together can you truly use the power of Seirei 4 sword and 4 divine steps. But that also means creating 2 strong people at the same time. Martial artists want to be the strongest on their own. However, getting stronger with Beast Body Guidance means both people get stronger. The more you train, the more powerful rivals you end up creating. That's why, as members of my school get stronger, they start to fight each other. My master also went down the wrong path because of that. They made a fellow student unable to recover. That person regretted it for a long time. Master Reiku said this with a distant look in his eyes. After teaching me Beast Body Guidance, Seirei 4 sword, and 4 divine steps, my master abandoned martial arts. Well, they said they were going to become a hermit and went into the mountains, where they passed away. Is that so? But you all won't fight each other, right? Master said this and smiled. Rather, you guys are trying to give the task and the reward to your opponent. There's no other martial artist like this. Seriously. Kou Tenhou. Saying that, Master started laughing, holding her stomach. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she looked genuinely happy. After laughing for a while, Master looked up and said, "Well then, the exam is over. I've seen enough of your growth." Yes. So, Master, about the task. I'll let Ryujin-kun know. Kou Tenhou. You two will fulfill the task, right? It was so straightforward. In a surprisingly light tone, Master said. You guys were mistaken. I said I would test if you have the ability to fulfill the task. But I never said it has to be done by just one person, did I? Now that I think about it, that's true. Master said, I will test if I can entrust the task to you. She never said it had to be just one person. Ha! Oh, Shu looks stunned. That's right. We thought only one person would take the task and acted recklessly. As a result, she ended up revealing her true identity. It's no wonder she feels drained now that she realizes her misunderstanding. Master, please, give the reward to Shikei after all. That's not allowed. Tenhou. Once I promised. Okay. I'll give the reward to both of you. Saying that, Master smiled. You all will compete in martial arts, but you won't be enemies. Just understanding that is enough. As a reward, I will teach you both the 5th form, Kirin. With that, Master taught me and Shu the sword techniques and footwork of Kirin. It seems that the martial arts of Master's style are completed by learning the form of Kirin. In Seirei 4 sword and 4 divine steps, the Seirei dragon represents wood, the Suzaku bird represents fire, the Byako tiger represents metal, and the Genbu turtle represents water. With the addition of the Kirin, it seems that wood, fire, earth, metal, and water are all gathered. If you can master these, you will be able to perform flexible attacks and movements. While I am away on business, make sure to train properly. Yes, Master. When I return, I want to see your progress. Especially you, Tenhou. What is it, Master? Your ki energy has become remarkably strong. Continue with beast body guidance. I look forward to seeing what kind of ki energy you will have when I come back. With those words from Master, the exam was over. After that, we took a room in Horu's town and returned to Hokurin's town the next day. Chapter 27 The Great Villain of the World receives a mission. A few days after taking Master Reiku's exam, I was set to meet Ryujin with Shu, General Skybear's child, Kou Tenhou. Sui Cow from Soma country. I have a mission for you, Ryujin said while still sitting in his chair. We were in Ryujin private room. It was just me, Shu, Master Reiku, and Ryujin. This was a secret meeting only for those involved in the mission. This is the mission I am giving you. I want you to bring back a report from the investigators in the north. Ryujin began to explain. To the north of Ouka country, there is a tribe called the Jinkyo tribe. They sometimes invade across the border. They attack towns and villages in the border area, steal livestock, and destroy fields before harvest. The incident where Seirei's family was attacked also involved the Jinkyo tribe. That's why Ryujin has sent investigators to the north. They live as ordinary people in towns and villages while gathering information from the area. They send reports at regular intervals. Normally, we receive reports every 3 months, but recently the Jinkyo tribe has been more active. Because of this, we decided to increase the frequency of the reports. Ryujin said. They're instructed to create 2 reports. I want you to contact the investigators and receive them. One report should go to my place, and the other should be delivered to the Northern Fortress. The Northern Fortress, huh? That's right, Kou Tenhou. Your father, General Skybear Eishin, is heading there soon. I know. Father has been on a defense mission at the Northern Fortress from early summer to early winter. It's always during that time that the Jinkyo tribe becomes more active. This year, not only father but also my older brother and Seirei are scheduled to go. My older brother is learning the job as father's successor, and Seirei plans to visit the family grave. I made the contact people to keep things low-key. Ryujin continues. The investigators are blending in as townspeople. It's easier for them to gather information that way. It would be strange for soldiers to contact them. Someone might realize their true identities. So, I want you to approach the investigators as just travelers. Can you do that? Yes. Your Royal Highness the King's younger brother, Shu and I replied. Ryujin nodded with satisfaction. While you're away, I'll have my subordinates protect your home. After you fulfill your duties, there will be a reward. I've heard from Reiku about Sui Cow's wish. It's to send your mother back to Soma country, right? Yes. Your Royal Highness the King's younger brother. With her face down, Shu said. Ryujin spoke in a gentle tone. I understand. I will advise His Majesty the King. Thank you very much. It is only natural for someone from Soma country to serve Ouka country. I believe your wishes can be fulfilled without any problems. So, what does Kou Tenhou wish for? Well, I would like to ask you to support my father and brother. I spoke the words I had prepared in advance. With the Jinkyo tribe becoming more active now, there is a chance that unexpected situations could happen to my father and brother. Also, my brother Kairyou might find himself in a difficult situation. In such times, I would like to have your Royal Highness the King's younger brother word will help us. I see. My father is the general of Ouka country. My brother will likely succeed him in the future. If Ryujin becomes an ally to both of them, it should help protect Ouka country. Please, I ask you. I bowed my head to the floor. Reiku. Your disciple is quite a person. Tenhou not only cares for his family but also has a strong sense of duty to his country. I'm sorry, Master. The country isn't really my concern. I'm asking for support from father and brother to avoid the Kou family destruction ending. In History of Swordmaster, brother doesn't appear. This means there's a chance that trouble could happen to the Kou family before the game starts. If brother is gone, I will become the head of the Kou family. If that happens, I won't be able to escape when the time comes. I can't just leave mother behind, and if the Kou family falls apart, Hakuyu and the servants will be left without a place to go. Thinking about that, unless it's a situation where it's really, really bad and I might die, I won't be able to run away. But if father and brother are here, I can disappear without worry. If I can get their help, I might be able to avoid the Kou Tenhou destruction ending. That's why I want to have Ryujin Kuin on my side. Alright. Kou Tenhou, I understand your feelings. Ryujin Kuin stood up and declared. I promise that this Ari Heiku will support your father and brother, Kou Eishin and Kou Kairyou, when they are in trouble. Unless it goes against the interests of Ouka country, I swear to be their ally in all other cases. I vow this on the great name of Ryujin Kuin. Thank you so much. I once again pressed my forehead to the floor. Ryujin Kuin is a man of honor. He should keep his promises. I'm so relieved. Now I can rest easy. Get the details of the job from Reiku. I have high hopes for you all. Kou Tenhou, Sui Kao. Yes. Your Royal Highness the King's younger brother. I appreciate the kindness of your Royal Highness the King's younger brother. With that exchange as a signal, we left Ryujin Kuin's place. I wanted to go to the northern fortress with you, brother. After dinner, during beast body guidance, Seirei said. This is my room. To cool down her flushed body, Seirei lay down on my bed. There will be another chance. Yes. I kept the mission a secret from Seirei. I only told her that I would be visiting the northern fortress for work. By the way, Seirei. What is it? Recently, you've made quite a few friends. Meow. A black cat meowed from under the bed, as if answering my question. Meow meow. Meow. Meow meow meow. Meow. Seirei was talking to the black cat. It had recently started hanging around our house. Seirei seemed to have decided to take care of it instead of letting it catch the house mice. I'm not sure if they really understand each other, but the mice have stopped appearing. The pests have also disappeared. Mother and Hakuyu are happy about it. Suddenly, I looked out the window and saw a white dove perched on a tree in the garden. This dove had also started coming around recently. As Seirei approached the window, she started to exchange words with a person and a bird. It's like we can understand each other. Kind of, I guess. Seirei seemed a bit shy as she said. When I was pretending to be a cat or a chicken with my brother, it feels like I could understand animals too. We used to have a cat, after all. Maybe beast body guidance has that kind of effect. In History of Swordmaster, there were characters who could talk to birds and animals. They had a skill called bird summon. But the character Ryu Seirei in the game didn't have that skill. I want to ask Master if it's because of beast body guidance, but Master has already left the town. Master is going to join Ryujin Kuin on his journey. They are checking the safety of the road ahead. I can only talk to her when she comes back. Seirei, are you bringing friends to the northern fortress? Yes. I got permission from Father Eishin. I see. These kids seem to like you too. They said they feel the same way I do. But it seems they also sense another person's presence from you. Seirei, who had gotten up from her bed, approached me. She looked at me with her big red eyes and said, I feel a similar presence too. It seems like there's a woman near you. There isn't. Is that so? I think it's just your imagination, Seirei. I understand. If you say so, brother. It seems she accepted that. I'm glad. Seirei seems to be sensing the presence of Shu. It looks like Seirei shouldn't get too close to Shu. Let's go visit the Ryu family's grave together sometime. I decided to change the subject for now. I also want to pay my respects in front of Seirei's family's grave. Why yes, big brother. So while Seirei is at the northern fortress, you need to listen to what father and big brother say. Can you do that? Of course. Then, big brother. What is it? Can you do beast body guidance for me on the days we can't be together? Seirei leans against me like a cat. At my feet, a black cat is meowing, and by the window, a pigeon is cooing. It's like they agree with Seirei. If you do it a lot, I feel like I can be a good girl. Yeah, well, if that's the case. I think Seirei is already a good girl. But I guess I'll consider this part of avoiding the Kou family destruction ending. So, Seirei and I did beast body guidance together late into the night. And I ended up getting caught by Mother and Hakuyu while carrying the sleeping Seirei back to her room, receiving gentle looks from them. Chapter 28 The Great Villain of the World heads north. A few days after I met Ryujin Kuin with Shu, my father, my brother, and Seirei's group set off for the northern fortress. After a while, Shu and I also left the town of Hokurin for our mission. The journey would take about 10 days round trip. Both of us were dressed like travelers with our bags on our backs. We weren't riding horses. With the 4 divine steps, no, including the Kirin, we could use the 5 divine steps. Walking was actually faster for us. Once we left the town, there was a wide road heading north. After walking a bit, we quickly saw a vast countryside. A river flowed alongside the road, full of water. Good quality timber could be found in the distant mountains. Because of that, many people were coming and going on the road. This is what Hokurin looks like right now. I can't imagine that in 10 years, this road will be in ruins, overrun by bandits. In the game, the northern fortress and the surrounding town are part of the Jinkyo tribe's territory. Even if Kou Tenhou is called the great villain of the world, I can't believe it's all his fault. There must be other reasons, but I still have no idea what they are. Thank you, Tenhou. While I was thinking about this, Shu, walking next to me, spoke up. I'm able to travel like this thanks to you, Tenhou. No, I think even without me, Shikei would have been able to take on the mission, right? I'm a hostage from Soma country, so there would have been a supervisor with me. I see. And I really don't want to travel with anyone else for more than 10 days. Shu makes a face like she just swallowed something bitter. I'm sure it would have been a much tougher journey. Being able to relax like this is thanks to Tenhou. I'm glad to hear you say that, Shikei. Hey, Tenhou. Yes. When it's just the 2 of us, what should you call me? That's right. Shu. Yeah. That's right. But Ryujin Kuin is thinking about making it easier for Shu to travel. He gave us extra travel money. No, I mean extra funds for the journey, so we can each have our own room at the inn, right? I think we could have had a pretty fun trip even with other people. What about you, Tenhou? What do you think about traveling with me? Of course, I'd prefer to be with Shu. It's easy to talk, it's fun to be together, and more than anything, being with Shu makes me feel calm and warm. Wait, Shu? Nothing. It's nothing. Shu turns her head away. It feels kind of strange. Inside my mind, Shikei and Shu are mixing together. The reliable Shikei with a strong sense of justice and the shy Shu. Sometimes, I can't tell which one is next to me. Shu. Ouka is also the heroine who kept aiming for Kou Tenhou's head in History of Swordmaster. I believe in Shu, and if Shu is going to aim for my head in the future, I think there must be a good reason for it. But, right now, I still feel a bit uneasy. For now, let's think about fulfilling our duty. Yeah, Tenhou. While we talked like that, Shu and I hurried on ahead. The journey was going smoothly. Thanks to Ryujin Kuin giving us extra travel money, we were able to stay at a decent inn. We had some extra time in our schedule. Right now, Ryujin Kuin was out on a tour of the country. It would take him more than 20 days to return to the town of Hokurin after finishing his tour. We just needed to get back to the town before he did and deliver our report to Ryujin Kuin's mansion. During the trip, Shu seemed a bit nervous. Maybe it was because it was her first time traveling alone. She had come to Ouka country as a hostage and couldn't leave Hokurin without permission. It seems this was only the 2nd time she had been outside of Hokurin, including the recent exam. Moreover, if she fulfills her duty, she can send her mother back to Soma country. So, she couldn't afford to fail. Because of that, she seemed to be on edge the whole time we were moving. Because of this, As soon as we entered the inn, she fell into a deep sleep. With that, we continued our journey together. When we arrived in town, we quickly finished our meal and, as just travelers, booked a room. Before sleeping in our separate rooms, we completed the beast body guidance. A few days later, we safely reached our destination. Shall we go, Tenhou? Yes. To the promised place, right? Shu and I headed to a tea house in town. We ordered cheap tea and sat at a table facing the street. Taking a breath and looking at the town, I felt the distance I had traveled. The air was different from Hokurin. People were walking quickly. I sipped my tea and stared at the street. Eventually, "Where are you from?" a young woman spoke to us. Her hair was tied up in a bun. To blend in, she wore grass-colored clothes. She was carrying a basket on her back, probably because she was working in the fields. "I came from the southern land of Ryujin." I said the words I had prepared. The woman smiled and asked, "Oh, that's quite far. What brings you here?" "To check on a horse." "A chestnut horse?" "A white horse." "It's a horse that's in between. It's a wild horse, and I'm having trouble with it." "That sounds tough. We have good reins here. Would you like to use them?" "Let's drink our tea first, then I'll ask." "Understood." With that, the woman stopped talking. Shu and I quickly finished our tea, left the payment on the table, and stood up. As if waiting for us, the woman started walking. We headed towards a back alley. After about 15 minutes, when there were no people around, the woman stopped. Then she turned to me and Shoho. "Nice to meet you. I'm Ryujin Kuen's messenger. My name is Sho Myran." Saying that, she clasped her hands together. What we just talked about was to confirm our identities. From the south, the land of Ryujin shows that I am a subordinate of Ryujin Kuen, and the wild horse of the border indicates that we came to get information about the Jinkyo tribe from the horse-riding people. I was able to remember because I practiced against Tenhou. You did well, didn't you? Shu and I practiced our code words every day. I had practiced for interviews in my past life, so that knowledge helped too. Thanks to that, I was able to answer every word without a mistake. Here is the letter detailing the investigation results. Sho Myran took out 2 pieces of paper from her pocket. This seems to be a report about the Jinkyo tribe. Just in case, I will also share the information verbally. Please do. Let's hear it. Recently, there have been many bandits appearing in the northern lands. They approach merchants and transport teams, and when they see guards, they quickly run away. There are rumors that the Jinkyo tribe might be disguising themselves as bandits. I have also noted their appearance locations in the letter. Sho Myran started to speak smoothly. She told us one by one about where the bandits appeared and at what times. Being a subordinate of Ryujin Kuen, she seems to be a very capable person. That's why General Skybear has sent a unit to protect the people. There has been an announcement for those moving north to accompany them. Right now, the soldiers of the escort unit are gathering in front of the north gate. General Skybear is going that far. Well, the Ryu family was attacked before. They probably want to prevent the same thing from happening again. In response to my words, Meiran-san answered. Then, as if she suddenly realized something, Shu said, "If we're pretending to be travelers, should we join them to make it more natural?" "Yes, I think that would be better for safety." "Got it. Thank you." Shu and I bowed to Meiran-san. She returned the bow and adjusted the basket on her back filled with vegetables. Her slightly bent posture looked just like a farmer's woman. Once she stepped out onto the street, she blended in with the others. As expected of Ryujin Kuen's subordinate. Is she gathering information like that, blending into the town? What should we do now? Tenhou, I think it would be better for me to move with the escort unit too. Shu and I are not familiar with the northern area. Traveling as just the 2 of us while the escort soldiers are around would attract attention. People might wonder why we aren't moving with the escort unit. They might think we have something to hide. If we're pretending to be travelers, we should follow them. However, the ones coming are General Skybear's subordinates. They might know about you, Tenhou. That's true. Let's act a bit more like travelers. We should wear hoods, and so on. I took out a hood to avoid the dust and pulled it down low over my face. Then, I dirted my face, hunched my back, and made sure my face was hidden. If I use beast body guidance in the form of a chicken pathway art, chicken wandering around looking for food. How does this look? Wow, yeah. You look like a different person. Just a tired traveler. If someone I know sees me, will they recognize me? I think it'll be fine. I'll try to do the same. We always use beast body guidance to become animals. We control our movements, walking style, and even our breathing. If we apply that, it's easy to disguise ourselves as tired travelers. Shu and I covered half our faces with hoods and started walking with a tired look. As we got closer to the north gate, I noticed a crowd of people. Just as Meiran-san said, the area around the north gate was full of merchant carts, their guards, and travelers. Beyond that, there were soldiers. Several dozen infantry and a few cavalry. Among the cavalry, there was a young man wearing a cloak with the General Skybear emblem. That must be the commander. He looked about 18 years old. His face resembled General Skybear, but he was a bit slender. With a serious expression, he was commanding the soldiers, and he was my older brother. This was unexpected. I hadn't heard that Kairyou was leading the guard soldiers. He was supposed to be at the northern fortress learning our father's work. It was strange for him to suddenly be in charge of a unit. Unless something unexpected happened. Tenhou. Can you see the cavalry behind us? I can see it. The tall guy with black hair. Wait, is that? Ah. That's His Royal Highness Crown Prince Rouen from Ouka country. Crown Prince Rouen is riding a magnificent white horse. He's wearing red armor. The cavalry around him is also dressed in the same color armor. It must be his personal unit. O people of the north, I, Rouen, will surely protect you. Crown Prince Rouen said this while still on his horse, addressing the crowd. Next to me, my older brother has a troubled look on his face. I think I probably have a similar expression to Shu's. Crown Prince Rouen has been bothering me and Shu many times. Honestly, I didn't want to meet him. Why is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince here? Before, father said, he asked His Majesty the King to form a unit he would command. So that unit is those red-armored cavalry? The reason my brother is with him is because His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is close to Kairyou. That's why my brother is accompanying Crown Prince Rouen. Crown Prince Rouen is very proud and wants to do everything himself. It's clear from the last battle of History of Swordmaster that he faced the hero army himself. It's impossible for regular subordinates to hold him back. The only one who can get him to listen is probably Kairyou, who is called a friend. Speaking quietly, Shu and I moved behind a merchant's cart. Honestly, it might be better to stop following them. But the soldiers are getting ready to leave and checking on the people. If we leave this place now, we'll stand out. Let's keep our distance from Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince and follow along. Yeah. Tenhou. Soon, with Kairyou's signal, the people start to walk. The merchant's cart moves behind the soldiers, surrounded by civilian guards. Further back, travelers and villagers heading to Tenetsu follow along. We blend in with the crowd and match their pace as we move forward. That's how we ended up heading north with the people. Chapter 29 Kou Kairyou and Crown Prince Rouen, moving through the north one. Kou Kairyou's perspective. What's wrong, my friend? You look troubled. Crown Prince Rouen, riding on his horse, approached Kairyou. Are you worried about the bandits? Don't worry. I, Rouen, will take care of them. Thank you for your concern, Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Kou Kairyou replied. Then, to avoid being seen by the Crown Prince, he shook his head. What Kairyou was worried about was the Crown Prince himself. When Kairyou looked back, he could see the Crown Prince's elite cavalry, the Wolf Cavalry. If a battle broke out, they would need to protect the Crown Prince. The unit's goal was to safely escort the people to the town in the north. So, they were told to avoid fighting as much as possible. This was also communicated to Crown Prince Rouen by Kairyou's father. However, the morale of the Crown Prince and the Wolf Cavalry was high. They looked ready to charge out to deal with the bandits at any moment. I just hope His Royal Highness the Crown Prince follows my father's orders. Kairyou quietly sighed. After all, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince wasn't even supposed to come to the Northern Fortress. Yet, Kairyou and the others entered the Northern Fortress about 10 days ago. While traveling, Kairyou's father listened to the complaints of the townspeople. There were stories about bandits appearing on the roads. So, as soon as they arrived at the fortress, his father organized a unit to protect the people. That unit was supposed to be led by his father's subordinate. However, a few days after Kairyou and the others arrived at the fortress, Crown Prince Rouen came to visit Kairyou's father, Eishin. He showed Eishin and Kairyou a letter from the king. The letter said, "I want you to show Rouen the current situation in the north. Crown Prince Rouen is excellent. He is slightly weaker than Kairyou in martial arts, but he has almost equal strength. He is knowledgeable and feels the responsibility to inherit the kingdom. The only thing he lacks is experience." That's probably why the king thought to let the Crown Prince experience the current situation. His Majesty the King does not understand the personality of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Crown Prince Rouen would not be satisfied just staying at the fortress. He had heard that Kairyou's father was sending soldiers to protect the people. Naturally, he insisted, "I will go too." If he claims, "My father the king told you to show me the current situation in the north," it would be hard to refuse. The wolf cavalry that Crown Prince Rouen brought with him also agreed with the Crown Prince's opinion. If they were to be stopped, they would leave the fortress with the Crown Prince. Kairyou's father had no choice but to accept Crown Prince Rouen's proposal. He decided to send Kairyou along with a trusted subordinate as a supervisor. "Will His Royal Highness the Crown Prince follow my words?" Kairyou sighed again. "Both my father and I have sworn loyalty to His Majesty the King. Speaking directly to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince makes me feel hesitant. Who among us can honestly express their opinions to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince?" Suddenly, Kairyou remembered his younger brother, Tenhou. He had boldly argued against Crown Prince Rouen without fear. Thinking about whether he could do the same, Kairyou shook his head. "Send a few cavalry ahead to check for safety up front. If anything happens, signal us. The infantry should stay alert around us until we reach the northernmost town. Tenetsu, don't let your guard down." "Yes, sir." Kairyou's subordinates responded to his orders. "My friend, Kairyou, if we are to be cautious up front, why not leave it to us, the wolf cavalry?" Crown Prince Rouen, who was riding next to him, said. "It seems that bandits run away as soon as they see soldiers. However, we, the wolf cavalry, are all skilled horse riders. We can catch up to the thieves and take them down. Our goal is to escort the people to the Tenetsu town." Kairyou replied, "The elimination of the bandits will be handled by another unit. Of course, if the enemy comes, we will fight back. If we capture any prisoners, we might be able to find their base. However, protecting the people is our top priority." "Protecting them? If we defeat the bandits, the road will be safe, right? There may be multiple groups of bandits. Also, there are strange rumors. Their movements are unusual for bandits. It's possible the Jinkyo tribe is involved. In that case, we can deal with the Jinkyo tribe quickly." Crown Prince Rouen smiled confidently. "General Skybear is too passive. If I were the commander, I would lead a large army and crush the Jinkyo tribe in one go. The Jinkyo tribe lives in mountainous areas. It's not suitable for a large army to attack. Also, there are other tribes to the north. If we strike first, they might unite out of fear. That's why my father plans to work with friendly tribes to isolate the Jinkyo tribe." "How long will that take?" "Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince, I want the northern issue resolved before I become king. If General Skybear can't do it, then I, Rouen, will have to take action myself. Your Royal Highness, I must say this many times, but our duty is to protect the people. Don't forget." "I understand, my friend. There's no need to worry." Crown Prince Rouen laughs while looking up at the sky. The laughter of the wolf cavalry follows. "Can I really support this person? A sense of unease crosses Kairyou's mind. Shouldn't someone else be next to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Someone who can speak directly to His Royal Highness. Someone who can stand tall, regardless of status. If I'm not that kind of person, can I really help His Royal Highness Rouen? Kairyou hurriedly shakes off these thoughts. They are in the middle of a mission to protect the people. They need to focus. For now, there are no signs of trouble among the people. The merchant caravan with the horse-drawn carts and their guards are following Kairyou's instructions. The area around the road is gently hilly. Visibility isn't great, but they are sending out scouts regularly. They should know right away if enemies appear. Your Royal Highness, in about an hour, we will reach a place with a good view. Let's take a break there. Yes. You will feed your pigeon, right? Crown Prince Rouen smiles wryly and points to the back. There, a soldier is holding a bird cage. Inside the cage is a white pigeon. Carrying around a pet you picked up is quite a strange hobby, my friend. Seirei is my stepsister. Also, that pigeon has been trained by Seirei. It was true. At the northern fortress, Kairyou saw Seirei controlling the animals as she wished. It was completely unexpected that Seirei had such talent. Seirei had said, it's thanks to Tenhou, but Kairyou didn't really understand what that meant. As Seirei was about to set off on a mission, she asked Kairyou to take the pigeon with him. She said it was for emergency messages. She earnestly said, I want to be of help to the Kou family. Kairyou accepted her wish. My brother and stepsister each have great talents. They may be of service to the country someday. I don't want to rely on the power of strangers. Crown Prince Rouen shrugged his shoulders while on horseback. More importantly, let's talk about a break. We will take a short rest up ahead, right? Yes. Then before that, I, Rouen, will go on a reconnaissance mission. The time before we reach safe ground is the most dangerous. The soldiers and civilians tend to relax. If I go on a reconnaissance mission, I can keep everyone on their toes. That's not necessary. We have already sent out enough scouts. Kairyou gently declined Rouen's suggestion. Also, the soldiers won't let their guard down. A few months ago, a supply unit was attacked near Tenetsu. At that time, my stepsister's family was killed. The soldiers protecting the northern lands all remember that. However, I believe that your Royal Highness the Crown Prince's consideration is truly noble. Kairyou clasped his hands together on horseback, facing Rouen. On behalf of my father, I thank you for your kindness, your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Why yeah, that's good then. Saying that, Crown Prince Rouen turned his gaze forward. Kairyou couldn't help but feel relieved. It was then. Report. We have a report. Enemy cavalry has appeared ahead. The soldiers who had gone out for reconnaissance returned. They had tense expressions and pointed forward. There are about 10 of them. They are equipped with old armor and spears. They seem to be the bandits reported earlier. That was what they told Kairyou and Crown Prince Rouen. Chapter 30 Kairyou and Crown Prince Rouen, moving through the north too. Infantry, secure the area. We must protect the people from harm. This is so frustrating. Kairyou. Crown Prince Rouen rides his horse fast. Wolf cavalry, follow me. We will wipe out the enemies of Ouka country. Please wait, your Royal Highness. Ignoring Kairyou's call to stop, Crown Prince Rouen urges his horse on. The wolf cavalry follows him. Seeing this, Kairyou makes a quick decision. I'm going to stop His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Cavalry and infantry, surround the people. He shouts to his subordinates. Only 3 of you come with me. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has disobeyed orders. We must stop him, and if necessary, punish him. With that, Kairyou rides off. The people show signs of worry. They can sense that something unusual is happening. Some of them run up the hill to see what's going on. There are 2 boys wearing hoods. As he orders them, stay back, Kairyou chases after the Crown Prince. In Kairyou's sight, he sees enemy soldiers. Their armor is dirty and has many dents. Their spears look shabby. At first glance, they look like bandits. But something feels off. The enemy is ready to face the Crown Prince and the wolf cavalry charging at them. The regular soldiers of Ouka country are coming at them all at once, yet they show no signs of panic. They must be dangerous foes. However, there's no need for Crown Prince Rouen to get directly involved. If anything were to happen to the Crown Prince, the country would be thrown into chaos. The lives of enemy soldiers are not worth the heavy price of the Crown Prince's safety. Why can't the Crown Prince understand that? Kairyou desperately urges his horse forward. Under the orders of General Skybear, I, Kou Kairyou, command Ruendono and the wolf cavalry. Kairyou approaches the back of the wolf cavalry and shouts, "Fall back. The wolf cavalry should be under General Skybear's command. Follow my father's orders. It's too late. The enemy is coming at us." Rouen turns around and shouts back. He is right. The bandits are charging towards Kairyou and the others. Wolf cavalry, meet the enemy head-on. Oh. With a roar, the wolf cavalry readies their spears. Seeing this, the bandits turn their horses around. They flee without even trying to clash their spears. Look, my friends. This is all the bandits are capable of. Riding the momentum, Rouen chases after the fleeing bandits. The bandits are heading towards someone who seems to be their leader. It's a boy with red hair. He looks a bit older than his younger brother, Tenhou. Riding a black horse, he holds a large spear. Next to him is a man with a black sand cloak covering his face. He has a black dagger in his hand. They are shouting, calling the bandits over. One of them must be the boss. Let's beat them up and make them confess where the bandits' hideout is. The Crown Prince charges forward fiercely. There was no time to stop him. Crown Prince Rouen and the wolf cavalry rush towards the enemy as if they are hunting. "I'm sorry, father. I can't stop His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." With the Crown Prince and the wolf cavalry added in, they outnumber the enemy. Victory is certain, but that's only if the Crown Prince doesn't get hurt. If it comes to it, he'll have to use his body as a shield to protect the Crown Prince. Just as Kairyou was desperately urging his horse forward. "Don't, brother. You can't fight them." Is that Tenhou's voice? In front of Kairyou, the man in the black cloak vanished. Gah! Right after, a scream rang out as one of the wolf cavalry fell off his horse. The man in the cloak was standing on the back of the horse he was riding. Just as Kairyou widened his eyes, the man approached another wolf cavalry. The man kicked the horse's side and soared into the air. He took down the second wolf cavalry. What just happened? Did he cut down the guy on the horse with dash? The man with the collar jumped into the air one after another, attacking the wolf cavalry. The wolf cavalry couldn't respond to the attacks from above. They were kicked in the head and stabbed in the gaps of their armor, falling off their horses one by one. What the heck is this guy? Crown Prince Rouen finally slowed down his horse. But it was too late. Another enemy, a red-haired boy, charged towards Crown Prince Rouen on his horse. "Run away, Gu." What is this enemy? Gua. The wolf cavalry that got close to the red-haired youth were blown away all at once. It happened in an instant. They were knocked off their horses and groaned on the ground. Annoying. Is this the level of General Skybear's subordinates? The red-haired enemy glared at Crown Prince Rouen. He broke through the disorganized wolf cavalry and headed straight for Rouen. These guys are not just bandits. They were probably from the Jinkyo tribe. An elite unit, no less. Get away. I will stop that enemy. What are you saying, Kairyou? We have the numbers on our side. I am the commander. Follow my orders. It was just a few seconds of back and forth. But in that time, the red-haired enemy had reached right in front of Rouen. The people of the plains should just stay hidden inside the castle. If they come out, they'll die. Just a bunch of bandits. The red-haired enemy's spear clashed with Rouen's spear. With each exchange, Crown Prince Rouen was being pushed back. What the heck? Who are you? You're weak. The enemy soldier's spear sliced into Crown Prince Rouen's shoulder. Rouen lost his balance. Immediately, Kairyou urged his horse and charged between the red-haired enemy and the Crown Prince. "Run. While I buy you time, hurry. You're slow." The enemy's spear was aimed at Kairyou. Reflexively, Kairyou blocked it, but his arm went numb. The enemy's ki energy was too strong. He knew he couldn't block the next attack. Even so, he couldn't retreat. I'll avoid a fatal injury. In the meantime, I'll help the Crown Prince escape. Making that decision, Kairyou readied his spear with his still numb hand. Watching Kairyou, the red-haired boy smirked. The one who seems to be the commander is protecting someone. The one behind must be royalty. Kairyou didn't respond to the enemy's question. He focused only on blocking the enemy's spear. And then, in the next moment, clank. The red-haired enemy's spear was stopped by a sword that came down from behind. Please run, brother. This guy is on a whole different level. The one holding the sword was Kairyou's younger brother, Tenhou. He had jumped up using dash and swung his sword. He knew that someone was supposed to come to the fortress as a Ryujin Kuen's messenger. But Kairyou could only understand that much. Why was Tenhou able to catch up to the horse? Why was he able to stop the movements of an opponent who overwhelmed Rouen and Kairyou? Why did the enemy in front of him sense the danger so quickly? Brother, get that person to safety. I don't want that person to die either. I understand. Swallowing all his questions, Kairyou followed Tenhou's orders. He called for his subordinates and entrusted Rouen's safety to them. He instructed them to take him to the back. Meanwhile, Tenhou was engaged in battle with the red-haired enemy. Next to him was another swordsman of the same age as Tenhou. The two were desperately trying to hold back the enemy who was overwhelming Rouen. Kairyou Dono, I will assist you. A nearby cavalryman charged at the red-haired enemy with a spear. But he was deflected. He was immediately struck in the jaw with the butt of the spear and fell off his horse. The enemy's strength was abnormal. Tenhou, that person got away. Now, I will assist you. Brother, please deal with the other enemy in the collar. Tenhou's voice came back. That man's name is Enki. He's a wandering martial artist skilled in dash and daggers, and is part of the group that tried to capture Seirei. This red-haired boy is a powerful general of the Jinkyo tribe. While desperately fighting the enemy, Tenhou shouted those words. Chapter 31 The great villain of the world faces a strong enemy. Tenhou's perspective. This strength is like a joke. What is this enemy? Shu and I use the 5 divine steps technique, Genbu turtle glide. Genbu glides on the ground and moves at high speed to create distance from the enemy. The red-haired enemy in front of us is named Zheng Tiger. He is the strongest warrior of the Jinkyo tribe, appearing in History of Swordmaster. In the game History of Swordmaster, there is a time limit. If the heroes can't capture the capital of Ouka country within a certain period, the Jinkyo tribe's army will attack from the north. If we lose to them, it's a straight path to a bad ending. Moreover, they are strong enough to kill the main character. Among the Jinkyo tribe, there are several characters of the highest class. The one with the highest combat power is the red-haired general on a black horse, Zheng Tiger. Gamers call him names like Bug Character, Permanent Pattern Prevention Character, Reset Recommended if attacked first, and Overpowered Lu Bu. The most troublesome skills are Siege Nullifier and One-Man Army. Normally, the side that surrounds the enemy has the advantage, but it doesn't work on him. If you try to surround and attack, you will get a 100% counterattack. One-Man Army is a skill for breaking through enemy lines. Normally, movement stops if enemies are adjacent, but he just passes through without any hesitation. He is literally an out-of-the-norm strong character. But right now, it's 10 years before the game starts. The current age of that guy is 15 or 16. He's still growing. But it's weird that even the Crown Prince and my older brother can't beat him. Plus, this guy is as big as an adult. Isn't the strength setting messed up? This world. Earlier, my older brother protected Crown Prince Rouen and almost got killed. In the original history, my brother might have died here. Crown Prince Rouen would get captured by the enemy and probably become a hostage. If they take the Crown Prince as a hostage, it could be used for negotiations with Ouka country. They could ask for a ransom and even take away territory. As a result, Crown Prince Rouen would end up in a bad position and go wild. I have to buy time for the two of them to escape. I was able to take Zeng Tiger's attack thanks to Shu. She rushed over, and that distracted Zeng Tiger. That probably weakened the attack. But, Shu, please stay away. No, this guy is dangerous. Didn't you see? Even a group of us couldn't beat him. I can't leave Tenhou alone in a deadly place. Shu, if you really want me to run away, then I'll cut ties. I don't have to listen to someone I've cut ties with. So I'm fighting together. It's the same thing in the end. Will Tenhou choose to fight together after cutting ties, or fight together as friend? I don't want to be cut off. To be honest, I'm really scared. Kou Tenhou, me, is the weakest character in history of Swordmaster. Zeng Tiger is the strongest character. If we fought seriously, there's no way I could win. If I'm not careful, I could be taken out in an instant. But, if I'm with Shu, I might be able to buy some time. Please lend me your strength, Shu. I'll keep this guy busy until my brother defeats the other enemies. I understand. And then, I conveyed the plan to Shu. The enemy is strong. We can only win by using numbers. I focus on Zeng Tiger in front of me. The red-haired boy looks at us with cold eyes. Holding a large spear, he seems to be thinking about what to do with us. You're still young, yet you have that skill. You must be of high status. I puff out my chest and shout. You are the son of the general of the Jinkyo tribe. No, the child of a king? It must be true. No doubt about it. Who are you? Zeng Tiger tilts his head. I continue. I'm Kou Tenhou, the second son of General Skybear. This is Sui Kao, my Seirei. If you are a warrior who knows honor, then introduce yourself. Zeng Tiger. I am a prince. All right. I got his name. Now I can call him by that name without worry. Zeng Tiger. So you really are the prince of the Jinkyo tribe. Why are you with Enki? I have no need to tell you. Got it. Enki is one of the criminals. He works for money. So, the Jinkyo tribe hired him to get information about Ouka country. That's why you guys crossed the border, right? Wow. Tenhou. Sorry, Shu. This is a deduction using game knowledge. Enki is a member of a crime organization. So, he'll do anything for money. In the game, he sometimes appears as a member of the Jinkyo tribe too. This feels bad. How do you know so much? Zeng Tiger glared at me. You don't look like a resident of Ouka country. What are you? Who are you? He picked up his spear again. Right after, the black spear moved at an unbelievable speed. Seriously. This is why the strongest characters are so annoying. Tenhou. I got it. I dodged Zeng Tiger's spear with Goshing walking using Genbu turtle ground slide to move quickly along the ground. Zeng Tiger closed the distance immediately. His eyes were bloodshot. Are you strong or weak? If you're weak, it'll be obvious. Even if you're strong, it'll be clear. So, what are you? What are you? Don't get close to Tenhou. Shu unleashed 5 divine swordsmanship with Suzaki dive strike. Suzaku bird dives to hunt its prey. Zeng Tiger bent his body to dodge the downward slash. I immediately jumped up and landed on the back of a nearby horse. Using that as a base, I activate form of Kirin. I unleash the thrust technique Kirin's horn thrust. Kirin's horn is not a weapon. It strikes down evil only with its shadow. My sword clashes against Zeng Tiger's spear. After the impact, Zeng Tiger steps back. Ha! That felt strange. It's like my ki energy flowed through the sword and hit Zeng Tiger. And it seems like the power of my technique is increasing. Speaking of which, this world has the 5 elemental attributes. Metal beats wood, wood beats earth, that kind of thing. The attributes cycle through wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. But that's just a little flavor. It only boosts attack power by about 10%. Yet, I'm still holding my own. Plus, Zeng Tiger's arm is shaking. It really feels like my sword is working. Shu. What about the 5 elemental attributes? I know about them. Can you try using a technique that has mutual enhancement against my attack? If I'm the Seirei dragon, wood, then you should be the Suzaku bird, fire. If I'm the Byako tiger, metal, Then you should be the Genbu turtle, water. Will that really change anything? It's just a bit of comfort, but... Got it. If it's what Tenhou says, I'll trust you. Please. Then, Shu and I get ready with our swords. Around us, horses without riders are running around. If we use them as a base, we should be able to fight enemies on horseback too. I remember when Master Reiku helped me before. At that time, Master was running on the wall using 4 divine steps. It was the same when we were playing tag in the dormitory garden. Master moved around freely, like a person with no weight at all. 4 divine steps, no, 5 divine steps, has that kind of power. If that's the case, maybe we can do the same thing too. What are you guys? Can small fries block the path of a hero? Zeng Tiger shouted with a broken voice, his eyes wide open. He is the strongest character in history of Swordmaster. He probably never doubted his own strength. He easily defeated Crown Prince Rouen and almost killed Kairyou. Yet here he is, being held back by me and Shu. It must be hard for him to understand. You little ones from Ouka country. Zeng Tiger's spear picked up speed. Shu and I dodged in the shape of the Genbu turtle from 5 divine steps. The Genbu turtle's technique, which has both snake and turtle forms, keeps the enemy from realizing our true position. If you think it's right, it's left. If you think it's up, it's down. We mix reality and illusion to focus on dodging. For a moment, Zeng Tiger's spear slowed down. I immediately unleashed my technique. Storm of the Lurking Dragon King. I released the technique of the Seirei dragon, one of the 5 elemental attributes of wood. The sword I swung grazed Zeng Tiger's body. Suzaku Flame Dance. Suzaku dances grandly with flames. The tree produces fire, and the Suzaku bird represents the fire element. Shu's sword hits the armor of Zeng Tiger. It leaves a mark. Kirin horn thrust. Fire burns out and creates earth, bringing the Kirin to life. My thrust hits his spear. The arm of the one who blocked it starts to shake slightly. Byaku's assault. Byaku charges with unrestrained power. The earth ripens into gold, giving birth to the Byaku tiger. I can tell without looking. Shu's kick hits him in the chest. Genbu's twin attack. Turtle and snake's confusing continuous attack. Gold cools into water, creating the Genbu turtle. The power of the technique increases. Ki energy makes my sword tremble. I unleash a 2-hit combo of slashes and strikes. Unable to withstand the shock, Zeng Tiger's horse whinnies. What? Who are you guys? Zeng Tiger shouts. Shu and I do not answer. In silence, we become the Seirei dragon, the Suzaku bird, the Kirin, the Byaku tiger, and the Genbu turtle. There's no need to match the timing of our techniques. Shu perfectly knows when to use her technique and when she wants me to use mine. It feels as if the boundaries of our bodies have disappeared. Maybe this is what Beast Body Guidance was aiming for. To guide each other and create a connection. To change into various divine beasts together. In a place that one person can't reach, 2 can get there. Beast Body Guidance and 5 divine steps and 5 divine sword techniques might have such meaning. That's disgusting. You guys are disgusting. I can hear his voice. In the legends of my ancestors, there are no beings like you. No one can defeat me, Zeng Tiger. So why do you exist? I don't care. I'm me. I'm the one Tenhou found. My Kirin horn thrust slashes through his armor. Shu's Byaku Fangclaw attack injures his leg. Zeng Tiger's black horse is scared. He desperately grabs the reins as he loses his balance. His stance is breaking. And then, my Genbu turtle sword cut off Zeng Tiger's arm. Chapter 32 The Great Villain of the World captures the enemy. Are you kidding me? I bet everything on you, Prince. I felt a presence behind me. The enemy, shaking off my brothers, was getting closer. He kicked his horse and jumped. I recognized that voice. It was Enki, the dagger user. Seirei, Tenhou, Shu and I turned around at the same time, drawing our swords. Jiarit. Then, our swords sliced through Enki's both legs. He fell to the ground, blood gushing out. But, thank you, Enki. Taking advantage of the moment, Zun Tiger escaped. Just as Shu and I were about to chase after him, a dagger flew at us from behind. I swatted it away and turned around. There was Enki, crawling on the ground, glaring at us. He was the one who threw the dagger. He sacrificed himself to let Zun Tiger escape. For a villain, he was surprisingly loyal. This shouldn't be happening. Ouka country is supposed to fall. He spat that out while holding his legs. It is supposed to fall. All the territory of Ouka country will belong to the Jinkyo tribe. You'll learn the fear of making us your enemies someday. Ouka will fall. I pointed my sword at Enki and asked, "Where did you hear such a story? Did you believe that nonsense because you were in a partnership with the Jinkyo tribe?" Enki didn't answer. He just glared at me with a murderous look in his eyes. "Kou family's young master. I should have killed you back then. If I had known you were connected to the Jinkyo tribe, I would have stopped you, even if it meant getting killed myself. If the Jinkyo tribe attacked Seirei's family and Enki was connected to them, then this guy might be involved in Seirei's family's death too. I'm going to make you talk. Everything you know." Enki didn't say anything anymore. Enki had a deep wound in his leg. His special move, dash, was no longer usable. He managed to make Zun Tiger escape, but he lost his legs. He didn't have the same fighting ability as before. With this, the history of Swordmaster must have taken a different path. "Tenhou, are you okay?" When I turned around, I saw my brother coming closer. A few soldiers and the wolf cavalry were riding after Zun Tiger. They probably intended to finish him off or find his base. Since Zun Tiger was seriously injured, I thought they could catch him with a few people. Maybe, but don't do anything reckless. But you saved me. Thank you. Tenhou. I'm fine. More importantly, please take care of this guy. Enki. We need to get information from him. As I said that, my brother immediately called for a medic. There were so many things I needed to ask Enki. Where has the enemy infiltrated? Where is their base? How did the Crown Prince know that he was here? Since when have Enki and the Jinkyo tribe been connected? Is there an organization behind Enki? As for the interrogation, I'll leave that to my brother. Also, I need to confirm with you, brother. That is a Seirei pigeon, right? I pointed to the soldiers guarding the caravan. Among them was one holding a bird cage. Inside the cage was a white pigeon. You figured it out well, Tenhou. That pigeon was entrusted to you by Seirei, right? It has a tube on its leg, so it's probably used for sending documents. Yes. It's well trained for emergencies. In that case, I have a request. Could you grant permission on behalf of General Skybear? I explained the situation to my brother. He immediately granted permission. I quickly borrowed some paper and ink and wrote a letter to General Skybear. Then I spoke to the Seirei pigeon before releasing it from the cage. I hope this conveys the information to Father. With this, our mission is complete. Yes. But I'm feeling very hot. Shu and I sat down on the ground. We were at our limit. Both of us were drenched in sweat. I've heard from Master that Tenhou has incredible martial arts talent. Yes. Tenhou, you have almost no ki energy, Niryoku. In other words, from a state of nothingness, you raised your ki energy using beast body guidance. And since beast body guidance is a method to gather high purity ki, Tenhou's ki energy, Niryoku, is made up of only pure ki. Shikei. Yeah. I've never heard that story before. I didn't mention it. Why didn't you tell me? I thought that if Tenhou knew you had a strange ki energy, you might hesitate to do beast body guidance with me. Shu said in a lonely tone. Tenhou is kind. You might think about the impact on me and decide not to do the guidance together. I thought that, and it made me really sad. That's why I couldn't say it until now. I see. But Tenhou is amazing. You defeated the enemy who took down His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. It was because Shikei was with me. Yeah. I was able to fight because Tenhou was with me. And, for some reason, Shu's cheeks turned red as she said. When I was fighting with Tenhou, it felt really good. Is that so? Yeah. It felt like the boundary between me and Tenhou disappeared, and we became one living being. It was my first time feeling like that. My body got hot, and I was really nervous. Let's talk to our master later. Master might know the reason. Yeah, but really, being with Tenhou is always surprising. Saying that, Shu smiled. My ki energy has gotten really strong, and also, my body has changed a bit. Changed how? Well, you see. Shu leaned close to my ear and whispered. Since I started doing beast body guidance with Tenhou, my chest has been getting bigger. Remember when Tenhou came to visit, and my mother got mad at me? That was because my chest got bigger, and my body started looking more like a girl's. That made my mother worried. Look closely. Wait, Tenhou? Are you listening? I'm listening. Let's talk while looking at each other. Friends don't keep secrets, right? For some reason, Shu was getting closer to me. So, I ended up hearing a very detailed story about her changes from Shu, who had a principle of not keeping any secrets from friends. Chapter 33 The Prince of the Jinkyo tribe returns home. Around the northern border, the main force of the Jinkyo tribe was preparing to head south. Their goal was to raid the town north of Ouka country. If possible, they wanted to take down the fortress protecting the north. To achieve this, the Jinkyo tribe sent their elite unit and the strongest warrior, Zheng Tiger. They learned from an informant that the crown prince of Ouka country was in the north. With Zheng Tiger and the elite unit, they might be able to capture the crown prince. Of course, it wasn't guaranteed that they would run into the crown prince. If that happened, they would attack the people and soldiers of Ouka country instead. If they kept provoking around the fortress, eventually General Skybear Kou Eishin would show up. If they could defeat him, it would shake Ouka country. The crown prince's inability to prevent that would also be a blow to Ouka country. It was a member of the organization called Golden Feather Syndicate who told our king that Ouka country will fall. The Jinkyo tribe values information highly. They move around, raising sheep and horses, and sometimes raid towns and villages in Ouka country. Changes in the weather, wind patterns, and the growth of grass are all directly linked to their survival. Changes in the stars and divination are also valuable sources of information for them. A few months ago, a member of the organization Golden Feather Syndicate came to the king of the Jinkyo tribe. They said, the position of the stars, turtle divination, trigram divination, the flow of the wind, everything indicates the downfall of Ouka country, they said. It seems that the Golden Feather Syndicate has members from the Central Plains. They gather information while doing various jobs. Enki is one of them. There are others who collect information as fortune tellers, and some who are connected to the royal palace and the inner court. From these people, one piece of information was brought forth. In a fortune-telling held at the royal palace, results showing a crisis for the royal family came out. The royal family is hiding it, they said. Furthermore, someone who knows the situation of the inner court said, all the boys except Crown Prince Rouen are weak. The king has many favored concubines, but no new children are being born. This might indicate the decline of the royal family, they said. It was as if all the signs were predetermined, showing the decline and downfall of Ouka country. Because of this, the king of the Jinkyo tribe decided to ally with Golden Feather Syndicate. If Ouka country is going to fall in the near future, the Jinkyo tribe will accelerate it. They will leave the barren grasslands and take the fertile lands ruled by Ouka country. To achieve this, they will cooperate with Golden Feather Syndicate. That was the decision of the king of the Jinkyo tribe. If it's His Royal Highness, he should be able to capture the crown prince of Ouka country. Even if there are guards, he should be able to kill them all. Remembering the figure of the red-haired prince, a chill ran down the commander's back. Zenuji is something else. It feels like the god of the Jinkyo tribe has given him the power to destroy Ouka country. At just 15 years old, he has the strength to overwhelm all the generals of the Jinkyo tribe. He is truly a one-man army. No one can stop his advance. The very existence of Zenuji is believed by the Jinkyo tribe to be proof that Ouka country will fall. They think that heaven has sent the prince as a force for that purpose. That's why everyone agreed to let Zenuji cross the border. His goal is to sneak into Ouka country with a small group without being noticed by General Skybear and capture the Crown Prince. Or to lure out General Skybear. After that, the army waiting at the border will charge into Ouka country all at once. They will take down the northern fortress and control the surrounding towns. That was the plan this time. Ren Padu Dono. The prince has returned. Suddenly, the voice of a messenger echoed. The commander, whose name was called, turned around with a big smile and said, "Oh, he's back. So the prince has captured the crown prince of Ouka country. Well, that's the thing." The messenger hesitated. Commander Ren Padu looked ahead at the camp. He saw Zenuji and his black horse. The prince, who had lost his right arm and looked like he might fall off his horse, was covered in blood. Prince. What happened? Commander Ren Padu rushed over in a panic. Zenuji stared at him and said, "Retreat immediately." Ren Padu. "Your Royal Highness. Did you not hear me? We must fall back. We need to return to the king. I don't understand. What happened? Your Royal Highness. I've driven off the pursuers. I couldn't kill them all, but I've beaten them down so they can't move." Zenuji gripped the bloodstained spear tightly. "But if they are chasing us, it's over. In Ouka country, there are enemies strong enough to catch me, this Zeng tiger." It was as if he didn't feel the pain of his lost arm. No, in fact, he probably didn't feel it at all. Zeng tiger was exceptional. He was born to destroy Ouka country and establish the Jinkyo tribe's nation. He knew nothing else. He had no friends. No loved ones. The only thing he believed in was strength. That is who Zeng Tiger, the prince of the Jinkyo tribe, was. Kou Tenhou. To think someone like that is in Ouka country. Zeng Tiger muttered with the eyes of a hungry beast. "He, who have wounded me, I will recognize him as a strong enemy. As long as he is in my way, I cannot destroy Ouka country. Then, I will definitely kill him. So what if I have one arm? I just need to gain the strength of 2 arms with my left arm alone." Zenuji. "What are you dawdling for?" Ren Padu. Zeng Tiger shouted. "Retreat immediately. The army of General Skybear is coming." "That's impossible. Don't underestimate our enemies. You fools." But Ren Padu had a question in his mind. Is it impossible that Zeng Tiger was defeated? Or is it that the army of General Skybear is coming? Probably both. Even seeing him with one arm, it was hard to believe that Zeng Tiger had been defeated. The arrival of General Skybear's army was also hard to believe. It would take time for information to reach the northern fortress. They couldn't possibly show up right away. "First, please enter the tent. We need to treat your wounds." "Stop nagging, Prince. I command all troops. We will retreat immediately. The positions can stay as they are. Those who are late will be left behind. In the name of Jinkyo tribe Prince, Zeng Tiger, I order you." Just as Zeng Tiger shouted desperately, "Enemies from the south. It's the army of General Skybear." Suddenly, the shout of a scout echoed. When Ren Padu looked to the south, there were those flying the flag of General Skybear. "All troops retreat. Retreat now. They can't win." This operation was based on Zeng Tiger rampaging through the border area and capturing the crown prince. That had completely failed. On top of that, Zeng Tiger had lost his right arm. The prince, who was revered as a war god, was shaking the soldiers. He was already in no condition to fight. Kou Tenhou, General Skybear's child. Holding the reins of a black horse with one hand, Zeng Tiger spoke the name of his enemy. "My enemy, Kou Tenhou. Destroying Ouka country will come after I kill you. I swear by the god of the winds that cross the plains. Until I kill you, my heart will not find peace. Remember this well, my enemy." With that, the Jinkyo tribe's forces quickly packed up and left. Chapter 34. General Skybear Kou Eishin, fighting at the northern border. With the army of General Skybear Kou Eishin, it was just as Tenhou said. Kou Eishin, Tenhou's father, was watching the fleeing Jinkyo tribe's army. He thought he had come quickly, but the enemy had responded just as fast. Still, they managed to crush the enemy's plans and drive their forces away. That was a good enough result for the battle. But, Seirei, you didn't have to come here. Eishin asked the girl next to him. Seirei, your pigeon delivered Tenhou's letter. That's how we found out where the enemy was. You were helpful enough. There was no need for you to push yourself. It seems like Tenhou-Nisan was fighting too. Seirei replied in a small voice. A white pigeon was perched on her shoulder. It was the one she had given to Kairyou. It had delivered the letter from Tenhou half a day ago. The letter mentioned that Kairyou had fought against the enemy and included information about the Jinkyo tribe. It also contained Tenhou's guess that the main enemy force might be close to the border. Based on that information, Eishin figured out the enemy's location. It wasn't difficult. The pigeon had also brought a copy of a report from Ryujin Kuen's subordinates. That report briefly summarized where the Jinkyo tribe had appeared disguised as bandits. Eishin used that to pinpoint the enemy's position. Did they really abandon their weapons, food supplies, and even their horses to escape? They probably won't invade for a while now. Especially, taking the horses was a big deal. For the Jinkyo tribe, horses are friends and a means of transportation. On top of that, a large amount of food supplies and livestock were left behind. Gathering that much must have been tough. The Jinkyo tribe has lost all of that. They can't carry out large military actions until the next harvest. The fact that they were so well prepared means the enemy was planning to invade Ouka country with full force. It was truly lucky that we were able to prevent that. Is this also thanks to Tenhou defeating the enemy? But when did Tenhou learn such martial skills? 6 months ago, Tenhou was weak, unable to sense ki energy. Yet now, Tenhou has become strong enough to defeat the Jinkyo tribe's generals. He understands that he trained under Ryujin Kuen's guest, but can someone really grow this fast? I think my brother has amazing talent. Seirei suddenly said. I want to serve by brother's side forever. I believe he is someone who will change the world. I want to help Big Brother. Yes. However, it seems His Royal Highness the King's younger brother is also targeting Tenhou. His Royal Highness the King's younger brother too, right? That's right. There was talk about sending Tenhou as an envoy to a foreign country. They want him to accompany a noble. It would be hard to refuse. I want to go too. That would be difficult. It's an important duty for the country. I see. Does Seirei really want to serve Tenhou that much? Yes, father. I see. By the way, I was told to ask Gyokushi, is it enough for Seirei to just serve Tenhou? I don't understand the meaning, but I need to have an answer by the time we return to Hokurin. What's wrong? You look troubled. Don't you? Is Gyokushi mother being mean? Is that so? I don't really understand. And so, the battle between General Skybear and the Jinkyo tribe in the northern land ended in the victory of General Skybear. The Jinkyo tribe lost not only a few soldiers but also weapons, horses, and a large amount of supplies. Furthermore, the fact that the strongest, Zeng Tiger, lost an arm shook the Jinkyo tribe. After that, discussions about peace with Ouka country began to spread within the Jinkyo tribe. However, the star reader of the Jinkyo tribe said, "The stars of the great nation will fall. The fate of Ouka country's destruction cannot be changed." As if it was destined from the very beginning. In Ouka country, a great chaos will occur within 10 years, and the Jinkyo tribe will have a chance to move south. All the divinations done in Ouka country keep giving the same answer. Ouka country is in danger. Without knowing the reason, the rumors continue to spread among the people. Chapter 35 Kou Tenhou and Ouka, receiving the reward. Tenhou's perspective. After the battle, Shu and I entered the northern fortress. My older brother and Crown Prince Rouen were with us. Crown Prince Rouen looked really down. It's no surprise since he lost half of the wolf cavalry. My brother's troops also took some damage. But there were no deaths. They realized that Zeng Tiger was a dangerous opponent and focused on defense. My brother's soldiers and the wolf cavalry chased after the injured Zeng Tiger, but they couldn't catch him. He apparently fought off the soldiers with just his left arm. He was way stronger than we expected. As a result, the wolf cavalry members got seriously hurt. My brother's soldiers could only bring them back. After that, Shu and I decided to wait for our father to return in the fortress. My brother went back to work right away. He started commanding the fortress troops in place of our father, who had led the army out. The soldiers looked at my brother with admiration. It seems that fighting to protect Crown Prince Rouen raised my brother's reputation. Crown Prince Rouen stayed locked in his room. Even when the soldiers brought him food, he didn't open the door. But, somehow, the plates were empty, so he must have eaten. On the way to the fortress, Crown Prince Rouen kept saying, "I'm not the cursed Crown Prince," he said. The cursed Crown Prince, huh? That's the first time I've heard that phrase. It wasn't in History of Swordmaster either. I wanted to confirm it, but Crown Prince Rouen wasn't in a state to talk. So, I asked my older brother instead. There's a story that when His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was born, a cursed star, Magatsuboshi, fell from the sky. Hesitating, my brother began to explain. The scholars who saw it said, His Royal Highness Rouen might have been born under an unlucky star. They also said, during His Royal Highness's time, Ouka country might face troubles. His Royal Highness is worried about that. That's why His Royal Highness is desperate to shake off that rumor. He is always trying to prove that he has the ability to protect the country as a king. Leading the wolf cavalry to the northern fortress was probably for that reason. That's why I stay by his side. He may be clumsy, but he always thinks about the country. I just want Tenhou to understand that. That's how my brother explained it to me. I see. So that's the meaning of the cursed Crown Prince. In the game, when Rouen becomes king, Ouka country is destroyed. So maybe this world is showing some bad signs. If that's putting pressure on Crown Prince Rouen, I feel sorry for him. But the Crown Prince is being reckless. He didn't need to step forward in the fight against Zheng Tiger. Because of that, our forces got split up. My brothers had to protect both the Crown Prince and the people. If we had focused on defense, we could have pushed back Zheng Tiger's subordinates, at least. If there were no allies around, Zheng Tiger would have had to retreat. We could have fought like that. It didn't happen that way because the Crown Prince stepped forward. As a result, the wolf cavalry suffered casualties. Someday, I hope I can talk to Crown Prince Rouen. Without mentioning reincarnation or anything like that, just about the future of Ouka country. I really hope I get that chance. As soon as father returns, His Royal Highness will be returned to Hokurin. After talking about the Crown Prince, my brother said that. So the Crown Prince was left alone for a while. After we arrived at the fortress, Shu and I mostly stayed in our room. If we went outside, it would cause a big commotion. The soldiers in the fortress know that we pushed back Zheng Tiger. Zheng Tiger is a strong enemy who invaded Ouka country with a small force and attacked the people multiple times. I drove off that guy, and on top of that, I captured enemy soldiers and Enki, which became quite the talk of the town. But I don't want to stand out too much. If I get too much attention and rise up, I might end up on the Kou Tenhou destruction route. Fighting against Zheng Tiger was an emergency measure to help my brother. Now that it's over, I just want to live quietly without drawing attention. My goal is to live a relaxed life until the chaos in the countryside ends. I also don't want to stand out too much. In my room, Shu said that. Recently, I've been looking more like a girl. If I go out in front of a lot of people, my gender might get revealed. So, I'll stay by Tenhu's side. That might be a good idea. Anyway, we did our mission properly. We received the letter that Ryujin Kuan asked for, and I delivered a copy to my father using Seirei's pigeon. After my father returns to the fortress, I'll hand him the original letter. Also, Shu saved Crown Prince Rouen of Ouka country. That's a big achievement. Without a doubt, Shu's mother should be able to return to Soma country. While we were talking about that, my father returned to the fortress. Good work. Kairyou, Tenhou. And, was it Tenhu's senior disciple? I am Sui Kao, General Skybear Ku Eishin. Me, Shu, and my brother were gathered in my father's office. Now, please give your report. Kairyou. Yes. I, Kou Kairyou, report to General Skybear. With that, my older brother began his report. That concludes my report. We have captured over 10 members of the Jinkyo tribe. Additionally, there was someone named Enki. Is he the one involved in the kidnapping of Seirei? Father looked at me. I clasped my hands together and said, yes. It's possible that the Ryu family was attacked by the Jinkyo tribe because he was leaking information. He also knew that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was in the northern region. That makes sense. Besides, getting information about His Royal Highness the Crown Prince shouldn't be too hard. Father stroked his beard and said, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince likes to make a big show. I heard he was seen off by many soldiers when he left Hokurin. Well, it is the Crown Prince's first battle, so he would do something like that. Besides, no one would think that the Jinkyo tribe would specifically target the Crown Prince. That plan only worked because of the strongest character, Zeng Tiger. Anyway, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is safe. We were also able to drive away the Jinkyo tribe. The northern lands should be peaceful for a while. Kairyou, Tenhou, and Sui Kao, well done. Yes, Father. Thank you, General Skybear-sama. We will return His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to Hokurin soon. Of course, with guards. Tenhou and the others will accompany him. Understood. Kairyou, you should rest for a while. You must have pushed yourself to protect His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, right? It's nothing much. Besides, my older brother looked at me and smiled wryly. Tenhou saved my life. I can't waste it. Because it's an important life, I helped without thinking. I replied, please take care of yourself. You are someone needed in this Ouka country. Hee. I know that. I'm envious. Shu said quietly. You two are such close brothers. It's enviable. Shikei. I am sorry. Shu hurriedly clasped his hands in front of father. Father laughed and said, it's fine. Anyway, Kairyou, you should go back to your room and rest. I have something to discuss with Tenhou and Sui Kao. Understood. Then, Father, see you later. Bowing slightly, my older brother left the room. Now it was just me, Shu, and my father in the room. Actually, before leaving Hokurin, I was entrusted with something from Reiku. First, Sui Kao, I have a letter for you. Why yes. Thank you very much. Shu took the letter. She opened it and read it for a while. Then, Ryujin Kuan has already arranged for my mother to return to Soma country. I also want to go back to my hometown. Reiku said, you were recognized for going on a dangerous mission for Ouka country. Master. Shu hugged the letter and was teary-eyed. As expected of Master and Ryujin Kuan, they had already made arrangements for Shu's mother to return to the country. Ryujin Kuan and Reiku said that Tenhou should accompany them on the journey to Soma country. I agreed, but is that okay? Tenhou, am I going with Shikei too? I was surprised. I understood that Shu and her mother were going back to their country, but for me to go along, that was unexpected. Yeah, if Tenhou comes with us, I would be happy. Shu was still hugging the letter. I want Tenhou to see my country too. That sounds good. I nodded. I understand. If I can get my father's permission, I would also like to accompany Shikei to Soma country. Yes. And this is something I was told to give to you, Tenhou. My father took out a letter and a long, narrow box next. Tenhou going to Soma country is a formal request from Ryujin Kuan. The box is said to be the reward. However, the letter is meant to be read when you are alone. What's inside the box? Go ahead and open it. I placed my hands on the box my father offered. It was an old wooden box. There was nothing written on the surface. When I slipped my hand into the gap and opened it, is this a sword? The details are written in the letter. You can check it later. My father placed his hand on my shoulder. Anyway, Tenhou saved both me and Kairyou. If anything were to happen to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, I would have to apologize with my own life. You stopped that from happening. It wasn't just my power. Seirei was there too. I see. Sui Kou did well too. Thank you, General Skybear-sama. The Kou family owes a debt to Sui Kou. As a warrior, I promise. I will definitely repay this debt. My father nodded. If there's anything I can do, please let me know. I will fulfill it as much as possible. As much as possible, huh? Why yes. Well, I can't do anything too great. Can I have some time? After thinking for a while, Shu looked up. I want to go back to Soma country and talk to my father first. That's fine. We have all the time in the world. Thank you very much. Shu knelt down and thanked father. After that, we each went back to our rooms. Shu carried a letter, and I held a box with a sword inside. Master Reiku, why did you give me something like this? Also, the letter says to read it when I'm alone. I don't think it matters if Shu is with me or not. While thinking about that, I returned to my room and opened the letter. Chapter 36 The Great Villain of the World, reading the Master's letter. The letter from my master said the following. To my disciple, Kou Tenhou. If you are reading this letter, it means you have completed your mission. You did well. I am proud of you. It is very unfortunate that I must part from you. Ha! Parting? Why? Actually, recently, there have been some bad rumors spreading among martial artists. The rumor is that Ouka country will fall and chaos will come. All kinds of divinations are showing signs of this. That's the rumor. It seems a certain underground organization is spreading it. Ouka country will fall and chaos will come. Is that showing in the divinations? Could it be because the game is set that way? In history of Swordmaster, a great conflict happens in 10 years. The world is set up for that to happen. And divination reads the flow of the world. So, is it that the result of Ouka country will fall and chaos will come is appearing? But if there are people who believe it, is there a possibility that it could really happen because of that rumor? However, I do not believe in divination. I think fate does not exist. You and Ouka have proven that. Until now, those who learned beast body guidance and 5 divine swordsmanship, walking technique have always competed for strength and fought against each other. My master's generation was the same. But you and Ouka are good friends. Your little sister, who is practicing it with you, is the same, right? You all changed the fate of the disciples of beast body guidance and 5 divine swordsmanship who were destined to fight against each other. So, I believe you can change the fate of Ouka country too. For that reason, I decided to go on a journey. To grab the neck of the organization that is spreading strange rumors. Master Tenhou, you should continue your training as usual. And go to Soma country with Ouka. That country is a rising nation, but it has good martial artists. There should be people who can teach you a better way to use your ki energy. It would be good to find such a person and have them look at your ki energy. Actually, you and Ouka, and you and your little sister doing beast body guidance was to create something called divine energy. It's the secret technique of beast body guidance. When you mix the ki of both genders in beast body guidance, the yin and yang ki sublimate to create the strongest ki energy. Without knowing that, you and your little sister ended up practicing beast body guidance together. As a result, divine energy was born within you. Moreover, it seems you originally had almost no ki energy. When you did the beast body guidance with your sister, only pure divine energy was born inside you. Normally, when 2 people do the beast body guidance, some of their body's energy turns into divine energy. But you're different. Only a powerful ki energy is circulating inside your body. A person like you has never existed before. It's amazing, a world's first. To strengthen this, I also made Ouka do the beast body guidance with you. Ha! Wait, Master. Did you use me and Ouka as test subjects for human experimentation? Sorry. As a martial artist, I couldn't resist. It can't be helped if you call it human experimentation. She was honest. However, from now on, you'll need a different instructor. It's not about martial arts techniques or forms, but about the issue of ki energy. So, go to Soma country and find a master who specializes in ki energy. And the sword I gave you is called White Kirin Sword. My master made it to withstand divine energy. Maybe only you can wield it. That's why, take care. Finally, as your master, I'll give you one last word. There's nothing predetermined in this world. I believe that. Let's meet again. Reiku, also known as Shinyu. Phew. This letter can't be shown to Shu. Shu respects her master too much. She might be shocked to find out that she was made to participate in an experiment to create divine energy. Well, of course, master did it to make her stronger. But I should talk about the underground organization. That organization is probably involved in the invasion of the Jinkyo tribe. They might also be reaching into Soma country. Princess Shu should know about this. This sword, she said only I can draw it. I touch the sword in the box. It feels just like the one I always use. It's just lighter. The surface has the inscription that master taught me. White Kirin Sword, it says. Ha! White Kirin Sword. Isn't this supposed to be an item meant for selling? I remember that no character can equip it, so it has to be sold. It's usually sold for a high price to get other equipment. When I put my hand on the sheath, it came out easily. Can it really only be drawn by me? I should have Shu try it later. Anyway, I think I broke the death flag for my brother. The reason Kairyou, my brother, wasn't in the game history of Swordmaster is probably because he was killed by Zheng Tiger. If I hadn't jumped in at that moment, his spear would have pierced my brother. If my brother died, the soldiers around would be shaken. As a result, Crown Prince Rouen might have been captured by the Jinkyo tribe. Then, he would have been released in exchange for ransom and territory. That was probably the original history. If Crown Prince Rouen had been captured, my father would have had to take responsibility for it. He might have been dismissed, or maybe not executed, but he probably wouldn't have lived long. Also, being taken hostage by the Jinkyo tribe might have left a trauma on Crown Prince Rouen, and that could be why he became obsessed with Seirei. I hope Crown Prince Rouen changes a little. I think there's a chance. My older brother survived and is with Crown Prince Rouen. If it's Kairyou, he might be able to change Crown Prince Rouen. I'll quietly support my brother. As I was thinking about that, brother, can I have a moment? I heard Seirei's voice from the hallway. Sure. Come in. Excuse me, brother. Seirei, who came in, was wearing different clothes than usual. It was a fancy outfit for going out. It looked a bit like a cheongsam. I'm practicing for special occasions, Seirei said with an embarrassed face. I also want to socialize for the Kou family, so this is practice. Please take a look. Yeah, you look cute. Ahihi. Seirei sat next to me. She happily leaned her weight against my body. Brother. What is it? After we return to Hokurin town, you're going to Soma country, right? Not right away. We'll wait for Ryujin-kun to come back, and then maybe. We won't be able to meet for a while, right? Yeah. It takes more than half a month to get to Soma country one way. If I send Shu's mother over there, say hello, and come back, it will probably be more than a month before I return. I feel lonely. Seirei will also go back to Hokurin once, right? Yes. Then let's talk a lot before we leave. Okay, big brother. I'm glad. She smiled. Seirei worked hard during this incident. Thanks to Seirei's pigeon, I was able to quickly relay information to father. So, I have a suggestion for you, big brother. A suggestion? It's about beast body guidance. That is, by becoming like an animal, it raises your spirit, right? That's right. If that's the case, wouldn't it be more effective if you took a form closer to an animal? A form closer to an animal. So, big brother, before we leave, Tenhou, can I come in for a moment? Once again, a voice came from beyond the door. Ah, yes. Shikei. Pchem. Is someone in there? I'm coming in. As expected of Shu. By me calling out Shikei, she noticed that someone else was in the room. After a brief pause, the door opened, and Shu appeared. Ha! Tenhou. That girl is your little sister, right? We met before. This is Seirei. That's right. Let's introduce ourselves again. Shu nodded as if she understood. I'm Sui Kou. Just like Tenhou, I'm a disciple of Master Reiku. I'm Tenhou's senior brother disciple. Not a senior sister, right? Seirei said. Calmly, without hesitation. What are you talking about, Seirei? You can tell just by looking, right? Shikei is a boy, you know? No. But Seirei shook her head. Somehow, I understand. I feel something similar from Kao-san, just like me. And, these kids also say Kao-sama is a girl. Meow. Twirl twirl. The black cat and white dove that had come over without me noticing started making noise around Seirei. Something similar, huh? Seirei and Shu are doing beast body guidance with me. Maybe that's why we can connect. Yeah, that's right. Suddenly, Shu nodded. I'm a girl. But, I'd be happy if you keep it a secret. Shikei. It's fine, Tenhou. I want this girl to know my true identity. Shu had a determined look on her face. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Ouka. I'm Tenhou's senior sister, and we learn martial arts together. I'll borrow Tenhou for a while, but it's okay. I'll return him to you properly. I won't lie. If you're Tenhou's family, then you're like family to me too. Thank you very much, Ouka-sama. Seirei made a respectful gesture, clasping her hands. Thank you for trusting me. I will keep the secret safe. Yeah, I believe you. You're part of the Tenhou family, the little sister. No, I'm an adopted child of the Kou family. My last name is still from the Ryu family. I see. Is that so? That's how I've decided. I understand. So, you're not siblings by the same last name? Yes. Let me introduce myself again. Seirei looked at Shu with a strong gaze and said, I am Ryu Seirei. I am the daughter of the Ryu family, and I am the closest family member to Tenhou-Nisan, but we have different last names. I am honored to meet someone who also studies martial arts together with brother. Please, as friends, get along well with my brother. This is my request as someone who will always be family. Yeah. It seems like they will get along well. That's good. But it's a bit concerning that they keep staring at each other. After they introduced themselves, we got some tea and relaxed. From the next day, in the mornings and evenings, I practiced beast body guidance with Seirei, and during the day, I trained 5 divine swordsmanship with Shu. And so, we waited for everything to be ready, and we returned to the town of Hokurin. Chapter 37 The Great Villain of the World, Dreams. After returning to Hokurin town, the preparations for the journey continued. Ryujin-kun arranged everything we needed for the trip. The envoy to send Shu's mother would be an official messenger to Soma country. Because of this, Ryujin-kun's trusted aide was appointed as the official envoy. I became his attendant. Shu's mother, and I went to greet Ryujin-kun. When Shu's mother learned she could return to her country, she was so happy that tears flowed down her face. Master Reiku's lodging was empty. However, the luggage and books were still there. So, it seems Master intends to return to Hokurin properly. I decided to trust my master and wait. I continued beast body guidance with Seirei after that. When I asked about the beast body guidance in a form close to an animal that was mentioned before, the answer was, we will wait for you to return and prepare thoroughly. So, we continued beast body guidance as usual, but, during the guidance, I noticed that Seirei had gotten closer. Our shoulders were touching, and we were close enough that our breaths mingled. According to Seirei, I feel that this way, the ki energy feels stronger. As for me, I didn't really feel much difference. After the guidance ended, Seirei quietly returned to her room. She held her chest, her face bright red. Still, the next morning, she came to the room and we did the guidance together again. I really don't understand girls at this age. Anyway, the problem at the northern fortress has settled down. It seems the Jinkyo tribe hasn't made any moves since then. I regularly receive letters from my father and brother. Reading them together with Seirei, Mother Gyokushi, and Hakuyu has become a joy for all of us. And so, our peaceful days continued. As we were preparing for the journey to Soma country, one day, I had a dream. Stop it, Seirei. You must not open that door. The town of Hokurin was burning. Voices from the time of heroes surrounded the castle. Defeat the evil King Rouen. Take the head of the traitor Kou Tenhou. For the sake of all people, bring an end to Ouka country. People were shouting out loud. They didn't know anything. What was moving them, or why Ouka country was on the path to destruction. Your Majesty Rouen, it's pointless to go out now. Please escape. King Rouen of Ouka country, clad in deep red armor, was trying to leave the castle. Why now? There had been plenty of opportunities. Why would a king who had been too afraid of the Jinkyo tribe to report from the north decide to act now? My wife is scared. King Rouen looked at me. When did the king start to have such cold eyes? He was different when he was young. He had talent, but he also had eyes full of hope. They are the wicked ones who disturb my wife's heart. We have no choice but to execute them. It's already too late. We should escape and try to recover. Then I ask you, if we escape, how many soldiers will follow us? That is, probably, the number of soldiers who would follow the king is less than 20. On the way to escape, there will surely be those who aim for the king's head. If the head of the Ouka country king is offered to the enemy, the reward is certain. The soldiers know this too. Where did we go wrong? There were those who incited the people. This led to local rebellions and the invasion of the Jinkyo tribe. So, we had no choice but to suppress it with force. But we couldn't find the leader of the chaos, and the people's anger only grew. We tried to get help from Soma country, but it was too late. The repeated rude actions of the Ouka country king did not go unnoticed by the king of Soma country. The request for cooperation was rejected. No, the biggest problem was probably Queen Ryu Seirei. If she hadn't been twisted, the king wouldn't have gone astray. This continent will eventually be devoured by the four fiends. King Rouen spat out. What good is it to survive in such a world? Forget about the four beasts. Right now, we need to escape. You have done well. It was a calm voice. It's so quiet that it's hard to believe we're heading to a place of death. You great villain of the world. You couldn't change your fate either. There's no hope left for you now. I didn't have enough power. I want you to escape, but it seems impossible. Fate is already closing in. The sounds of battle are getting closer. The enemy must have broken into the royal castle. Soon, the door is kicked open. Those who enter the sacred throne room are armed with blooded weapons. They are the ones called heroes, who gathered people and led Ouka country to ruin. I found you, evil king, and the great villain of the world. A man with grey hair shouts. From outside the throne room, cheers can be heard. The so-called heroes are approaching. At the front is a young man with grey hair holding a sword. Beside him is a slender man, the young man's aide. They are the leaders of the so-called hero army. Run away, your majesty. He steps forward with a dagger in hand. Someone must survive. To tell future generations that there were those who led this country to ruin from the shadows. He cannot use martial arts. He has no ki energy. Still, he has the responsibility as one who couldn't avoid this situation. For now, he can only buy time by using his body as a shield. He runs toward the heroes with the dagger in hand. Are you still clinging to your life? Do you have any idea how much the people have suffered because of you? He knows. There was no other way. To hold back and stop the ruin. You're not even worth being cut down. A shockwave hits. The short knife falls from the hand. The body collapses. The consciousness fades away. And then, the last thing I heard was, Kou Tenhou, you shall face judgment before the people. It was the voices of heroes, rejoicing at capturing the great villain. A dream. When I opened my eyes, I was in my own room. I instinctively touched my body to confirm that I was alive. That was a dream, right? It felt real. As if it had happened in the past. In the dream, I was in the royal palace. I saw blazing flames and the back of Seirei moving away. And then the heroes stepping into the throne room, with the king of Ouka country, and the great villain, Kou Tenhou. Ha! I suddenly felt nauseous and covered my mouth. I remembered that scene. It was the last part of History of Swordmaster, where the heroes storm into the Hokurin royal palace. I had seen it many times in the game. So, is that why I dreamed about it? Really? But, the Kou Tenhou in my dream. He didn't look like a villain. He seemed to regret that he couldn't prevent the collapse of the country, no matter what he did. He wasn't crying, but it looked like he was screaming in despair. I don't understand. Was Kou Tenhou from History of Swordmaster really a villain? What did the king of Ouka country mean by four fiends? I remember it refers to evil gods from Chinese legends, but nothing like that appears in the game. Is it referring to natural disasters or famines? Is there really something called the Four Fiends? I hope it's just a dream. I close my eyes again. But sleep doesn't come. In the end, I welcomed the morning without getting any sleep. As time passed, a month went by. Shu and I set off towards Soma country. It would take us over 10 days to reach the capital of Soma country. It was a relaxed journey, taking our time and staying at inns along the way. During the trip, Shu and I didn't talk much. That's because Shu's mother wanted to spend time with her daughter. Shu's mother had a bright expression. She seemed really happy to be going back to her hometown. She sparkled with excitement at everything she saw and talked to Shu. Shu looked happy too. But when night fell, Shu came to my room to talk about her mother. She seemed worried about how her mother would be treated after they returned to the country. It had been over a year since Shu left her country. Plus, the king of Soma had other favorite concubines besides Shu's mother. So, she was worried that her mother might be treated poorly. I know it'll be okay. The king of Ouka country and Ryujin sent us a letter. The letter thanked Shu for her great achievements while staying in Ouka country. As it said, Shu had made significant contributions. After all, we saved Crown Prince Rouen's life. Ouka country is a big nation. Receiving a letter of thanks from the king and the prince of that country means a lot. When the time comes, it will help Soma country get support from Ouka country. The king can't treat Shu, who caused this, carelessly. Of course, he can't forget about her mother either. I understand that. But, you know, I feel anxious. I'm sorry, Tenhou. It's okay. I can only listen to you, though. Isn't that important? After talking like that, Shu did guiding practice with me and then went back to her room. The journey continues peacefully. From the carriage, I can see the roads and the surrounding scenery. It was peaceful. It's hard to believe that in 10 years, this road will become a battlefield. I hope the world stays calm like this. I don't want Seirei or Shu to get caught up in a fight. Of course, I also don't want the Kou Tenhou destruction end. My goal is to live a relaxed life as a civil servant in the countryside. Because I played History of Swordmaster, I really love historical stories. Once things settle down, I want to try writing history books too. I think it would be nice to live that kind of life. While I was thinking about such things, the journey continued. Shu and I safely arrived at the capital of Soma country. End of Volume 1.